Okay, I'm back and it's connected. Once again, if you're watching this after the stream or whenever the memberthon is over and you're trying to catch up or find things, day one has been trial and error. There's 2 other parts to the stream priorly to this, so apologies, but can't really do anything about it. Wait, I'm in yellow already. What the fuck? Come on. Oh, wait. No, I'm in orange, yellow, green. Goes between those 3 colors. Okay.
You should pause the timer if you can whenever that happens too.
I last time I did this, I added an extra like five minutes. Well, just because. Okay. What the fuck? The bot Ricks, the thing I'm using for the timer, the bot just showed up in my stream. I didn't even think I set that up. Okay. I've been green for now a minute.
Here we go again.
Yeah, let me let people know I'm back live.
I already pinged the Discord for you.
Oh, okay.
And
With the
dropped
new
link
chat.
for the
Oh,
new
yeah,
one.
you did with the
Yep.
new stream. Okay, thank you.
3rd time's
Okay.
charm. Back again.
Hopefully people show up because last time it took a little bit, but we got up to 50 viewers for that 3 hours at least. I'm just worried that there might be an issue. Chat if you guys notice it, but if someone donates and it doesn't add to the timer through donations of like memberships, let me know right away because I'm going to keep track of that. I'm going to add 5 minutes right now to the time just because of that whole situation. Change that to that. Should update it. It did. Cool. All right. I will say it was a little bit of a hassle getting used to how this system works for the memberthon timer because it's different from the last time I did this, but it's doable. All right. Yeah. I got gravy on my Popeye costume from my dinner. Anyways, I'm gonna hope people come back. We already have 18 viewers, which is good. Yeah, let's continue what we were watching. And also, me and King kind of realized that both streams crashed around 3 hours, so I'm hoping this isn't a theme. So hopefully in the next 3 hours it doesn't happen again. And if it does, I might do the idea where if I sleep, I'm not going to leave the stream on. I'll just end the stream and continue the time the following day when I wake up, kind of stuff. I may consider that if I have no more issues. But if I still have issues or anything like that, it is what it is, and I'll have to deal with it. So, either way. Let me check one more thing before we get back into this. And thank you again for all the people who are jumping back into the stream. I appreciate you guys coming back. Day one has been strong, but we've had hiccups. Okay. Let me delete this. Yeah, hitting 142 members is awesome. It's not my record for the channel, but it's pretty damn awesome. Last memberthon, we hit 269. Welcome back, Ace. Welcome back, everybody. I'm hoping you guys had an easy time getting back into here. It should be just refreshing the channel and seeing the stream is back. If the stream crashes and I have to reset the stream, don't stay in the prior stream's chat. Go back to my channel and refresh every so often to see if I'm back live. If you guys need anything or have any issues, that is the method. Oh, I should probably test to make sure. Let me see. I can do a test donation to make sure at least the pop-ups happen. Let's see. Alerts.
I'm going to go take care of some stuff.
This is a
if
test
you're still
message.
awake when I get back, I'll let you know.
I personally, you know my sleep schedule. I don't fucking sleep until like 3, 4 in the morning. I'll be up for a while. As long as I don't start feeling that tiredness I had earlier. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but I was starting to feel a little bit tired during that big reaction I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
But I fucking chugged 3 scoops of blue raspberry G Fuel.
Nice.
I put 3 scoops in my water and I was chugging it to get myself energized. And now I feel a little bit more energy wise. So.
Sweet. I'll be back.
Alright, cool. Alright, back with just being me. Did the stream crash? Yeah, it did. It did. The stream did crash again. And I'm hoping it doesn't do it again. And if it does it too often, I'm going to have to do something about that. Which sucks. But there's not much else I can do. So be mindful, chat. We're nearing 13 hours left. And the stream could be over tomorrow. But we still have many goals and many things to do in today's stream. Lots of stuff to play. And also watch. Let me finish watching this video. And then we'll move on to something else.
Yeah, baby. Hallway B. I think that's...
Yes, I do know the Sam and Kobe video is on Sunday. So I probably have 2 things I'm going to be watching tomorrow. If the new Hell of a Boss episode drops, and that. I'll be watching that tomorrow if I'm still live. It just depends. It just depends. And it's all up to you guys watching. Gifting memberships, becoming a member, donations through Super Chat and or Streamlabs. Through the link down below is the only way to add time to the timer.
That's the one we were just trying to get through.
I said that and okay. 1, I need to see this. Alright, it's adding the time. 10 memberships. That should be 50 minutes.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Woo! Thanks. Why is it not adding more time? There's more time. Okay. It's slowly adding the time. TJ with the 10 memberships. Woo! Thanks. As like I said, I'm taking this from Shady Penguin. Any Dodgers in here? Who didn't get a membership? Who turned on the Ultra Instinct? Who did the? And with that, we did. Oh my God, we get it. We hit over 150. Let's get some claps. Let's go. 152 members. Let's add that. Thanks. $152. Thanks. Thanks. I love that. I honestly do. All right. And now we have this unlocked. Watch the film theory FNAF timeline. So watch. We're going to watch all the most recent ones. Cut out again? Yes, it did. The little square went red and my stream basically crashed again. So don't know what I can do to fix that or avoid it, but only time will tell if it does it again. All right. So, but thank you again. Shout out to TJ, by the way, for the 10 gifted. My dude. Alright. So, now that King is gone, let's see, what do I want to do? Hey, look at that, look at the dragon face. By the way, if you got a membership, check out the emotes. You got a free membership, check out the emotes. Use them a little bit in the chat. Have fun with them.
Okay, babe.
There we go. Ah, cool, cool, cool. $152 members. This stream is going hard right now. This stream is doing really well. Still have a lot of real estate when it comes to membership goals. And of course, plenty of time. And we want to try to hopefully reach enough to stream all the way till Halloween. Yeah. Baddington. Yeah, Baddington's around here. Yep. 100 more members will... actually, yeah. Literally 100 more, and we will definitely be able to do Baddington and even Smash Bros. All this stuff. Alright. So, I'm going to finish watching this video, and then we're going to move on to another thing we're going to watch.
So here's the issue. I have the key. Like right when I open this door, she's got a frying pan of whoop ass just waiting for me.
Yeah, this is playground though. You said you got hallway.
Oh
keys.
yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
What's that roar? She is mad.
Yeah, I'll just keep her simmered down out here.
Yeah. Calm her down. Calm her down. Just rub her ankles a little bit. You know, keep her chill.
Yeah, I'm sucking on her toes. It's all good.
What do you mean by they have batten us? What do you mean by that? I have no idea what that means.
Hallway B. Hey, I just found hallway B. All right. You can hear me. I think you're good to let her free. You know what? Do you? Good.
Wow, she is fucking cruising.
What am I wearing?
I can.
I'm
I
Popeye.
know he heard me. 'Cause I
This
can
is the
hear
first
her.
costume I was forced to wear on the stream. So I'm ready to beat that ass once I eat my spinach.
I'm hitting! I'm hitting! Fix your teeth! You're ugly! Your eyes are huge! And I hope you die! Should I just get myself up? Wish I could play defense on her too, but we're not both heroes, I guess. I guess my superhero power is the ability to speak to Charlie telepathically when he can't speak back. Almost like a figment of his imagination. Matter of fact, if I'm gonna do that...
Yep, I'm stranded till she comes back.
I am your thoughts. You can probably hear me in Reverb Edition, because Go XLR magic. And if you can't hear me, then I look like a dumbass. But nevertheless, fret not. We will win this game, and we will proceed to the next level.
TJ with a $10 donation. That should pop up and still be red. Wait. That didn't add to the timer. But that's the first time I've seen it go through that. Why did it go through that instead of Streamlabs? Unless Streamlabs is just being slow. I think Streamlabs is just being slow. Yes, I am Popeye right now. Although I did take off the Popeye hat. It was too small for my head and it was getting annoying to wear. Alright, let me add 10 minutes to the timer, by the way. Let me go to the timer.
Hope everyone is having fun so far. I do have something special for this memberthon, but it's not finished yet. Hopefully it'll be finished before the memberthon ends. In the meantime, enjoy the emotes.
Hell yeah! Let's get some Dragon Fist for my boy TJ and come claps in the chat. Thank you, TJ. Thank you so much, my dude. Alright, so 10 minutes need to be added. Alright, and that should be 27. Right about now. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go! Thank you again, TJ, for the 10 gifted and the $10 donation. Enjoy them emotes, chat. Enjoy them. Thank your gifters always and forever. And we did hit over 150 members gained during this memberthon already, and that's fucking awesome.
My ass will not be consumed by this lunch.
And hopefully I don't have any more crashes. That was the biggest thing. Is my stream crashed now 2 times prior to this, which sucks. I'm back. Now, how is the memberthon going? Going good. Right now, I just got done eating. We're watching a video that I was watching while I was eating. We're relaxing, and then we're going to move on to some other stuff to do during the reaction section. And, of course, as you can see the timer, we finally got below. We finally actually got almost below 13 hours. We've been between 13 and above 14 hours for a good hour or two. So we might actually finally get below 13. So let's go. Expecting another crash in 3 hours. That's kind of what me and King are fearful, because if the crash happens again at 3 hours, then there's something wrong with OBS after 3 hours of using. I don't know if I could fix that. That's the problem.
Lady, the only lunch she's gonna be serving up. I couldn't think of anything. This recording is now done. Ink. Ooh, let me cook. Ooh, turning off the steam, closing the valve.
Oh,
Oh, Kiram, yeah, I can definitely check out the video you sent after this.
she finally came back and I wasn't ready.
I will avenge you. All right, Charlie, I just need you to know I can't hear you.
You have been a big supporter in today's stream, and you've gifted quite a few, so we'll be, and also not to mention, you are a Z Legend member on the channel, so we'll be definitely checking out that video.
but I need you to just, I don't know what obnoxious noise you can just consistently make until I do find you, but I need you to make it so I can find you based off of proximity if I do happen to get close. All right, no sign of you yet. Keep making that noise. Whatever noise you selected. Oh, Why is he turning into a fucking aquatic creature? I hear you.
It's the SpongeBob victory speech. Yeah.
Alright, I'm here to save you.
Alright, thank you.
I hear
I'm finally back indoors.
I hear my heart beating, by the way. If you go down immediately cartoonishly, just... I'm sorry. I hear her. I don't see her, but I hear her. Where?
Oh my god, not again. Not again. Don't go that way.
It's over for me! Live on! Live for me! Ah!
Well, at least I'm inside now, so I can actually help.
What Charlie fails to realize is we've just played the most intense, heroic, comeback music for a hero of all time. He is now the protagonist. He will carry right now.
Okay. He's right. Yes, that's all I needed to hear. Alright, I'm getting...
He's not happy about that.
Run! She's near me. Oh, no! Behind you!
Me and King might play the new map honestly later.
You said behind you. She was in front of you.
You were looking at me, and then she was between. Yeah. Well, okay. All right. All right. Look, if we really wanted to, I need everyone at home to know we could have easily blitzed that. If we decided to make this I don't know, non-entertaining experience for you, you could have just walked in. Well, you saw how quickly Charlie, just walked through that door without the key. We could have cooked. Did you know this video's coming to an abrupt end? Gasp! Is that my out?
That's about it. See ya.
All right, that was funny. That was a good watch. I'm looking forward to the next video. Although I know it's ending soon, so his month of mayhem stuff is ending. All right, let me go get the video that Kiram sent me. Let's see. Okay. Episode 3. I'll probably record this. This will be uploaded at a later day. To be on 100% though, these are not doing the greatest on the channel when I uploaded them. So this will be uploaded whenever I get a chance to, and I need an extra video kind of situation. Okay. I'm going to make a very, very, very quick intro for this, by the way. Oh my god, what the hell am I wearing? I'm Popeye. This is the Memberthon for Halloween. If you're watching this after Halloween, then you have no idea what the hell is going on. But I hit 250,000 subscribers. It is the month of Spook, and I am forced to wear costumes during the Memberthon. People are gifting memberships. People are donating, and we hit goals, and I have to do stuff like this on the stream. Don't miss out on this in the future. Hit that sub button. Hit that Memberthon. Check all that good stuff. Check out the streams. Hang out with me and all these awesome people. Let's get into this video. This is 5 years later, episode 3, crossover series that involves Danny Phantom and Ben 10. If you haven't seen part 1 or episode 1 and episode 2, I have reactions to them on the channel. Go check them out, but the link will be down below for the original video and the series. So show your support, subscribe, and like the original video. Let's get it!
Hello.
Yo, Kara, what are you talking, baby hands? My hands are kind of normal. Shut up.
Oh,
You guys voted for this costume.
Daniel. What's it been? 5 years?
That's Vlad Plasmius, but I came to this dimension alone. He shouldn't be here too.
A vampire named Vlad? That's original.
Ghost, not vampire. And he has all my power.
He's kind of a mix of both being ghost vampire. He's like literally a cross between ghost and vampire. Let's be honest.
Powers too.
Oh, I have more than just your powers.
Wow. Unsubscribe from this bozo. He's gonna steal your food. Wow, Elemental. Thank you for the $2 donation. But wow, I'll add the 2 minutes. Give me a second. Well, actually, no. That should still be $2. Yeah. All right, let me add 2 minutes to this bozo. Call me a bozo. All right, there you go. 2 minutes added to the timer. Boop. And it should be there now. Booyah. All right.
Dude, seriously? Hey!
Interesting device. I wonder if my universe has a version of it.
Why don't you let me go when I can show you what it can do, you blue-balled freak?
Oh, what a foul-mouthed delinquent. Do you expect me to loosen my grip and let you just fly out of here?
Nope. I'm gonna kick you in the face first.
Slingshot going up.
Oh, that's a new one. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Also, I guess fans of Ben 10, I don't doubt that there's probably going to be some custom or new aliens never done, or like they're fan-made aliens for this series. Let me know if they're fan-made or not.
Forearms.
That's an iconic one.
Stronger than he looks.
That's original. Ah. Very clean intro. I love the intro thing. Wow, Danny is mad.
Nice to see you again too, my dear boy.
Never call me that. How did you get here? How are you even alive?
I still love the fact that they got the voice from Team 4-Star that does Trunks to do Danny. It's so awesome. Hey, there's the $2. Rip, it didn't read it.
Questions for another time. Shall we continue this little dance of ours?
Stop joking around. We sent scouts. I thought you were finally gone this time. Looks like I'll have to fix that problem myself.
Oh, such harsh words, Daniel. Even in my absence, you grow more like me each day.
I will never be like you.
What the fuck?
And a new ghost power, too. What do you call this one? Your phantom flame?
Actually, that's not a bad idea.
Well, that is not a bad name for it, and I don't think that's... I think that's original, too. I don't think that was in the show. I don't remember that at all.
Since we are greeting each other with new surprises...
That's my ghostly wail. How did you learn to do that?
5 years alone, isolated in space with nothing but my thoughts. 5 years.
Also, if you're in space, though, you really can't practice that because there's no sound in space. Interesting. Oh, that's a new one I don't recognize. It's like Diamond Head, but colorful.
Transformation compromised. Security protocol 5.
Damn, he's fucking powerful, and he's knocking Ben 10 out. God damn.
reflexes.
Hmm.
What was that? Chromastone should have been able to deflect it.
Ecto-energy. All ghost powers come from it.
Doesn't completely match anything in my files. It's almost unreadable.
So,
Huh.
no ideas then?
I've got an alien that might do the trick, but I've already underestimated Vlad once. To be safe, I'm gonna run ahead and clear the civilians.
Oh, the speedy one! I forget his name, but I remember. Yeah.
Here, take this. It's an open terrain just outside of town. Buy me some time, then signal me when there's an opening.
Okay. Is there a chance we might get something? I don't think he would bring out Alien X this soon, but something probably as powerful, maybe? Or similar? Maybe not to the same power. Damn.
5 years away, and the first thing you do is terrorize a city? You haven't changed at all.
If you really think I'm some one-track-minded fool solely driven by villainy, you have a lot to learn about me.
Well, I would have used the word Fruit Loops, so does that count?
What the fuck?
And now I have to deal with that.
That looks bad. Wait up! So, he's strong and fast.
Yeah, you can dodge.
I think I need...
He's used too much of his strength.
Listen, fancy seeing you here. Thanks for saving me. Cool alien. Mind if I get a picture? Say Omnitrix.
I'm not...
Whoa, Ben 10! Look, it's Ben 10!
Is that the new alien? No, there's no Omnitrix. I can't see. No way. Do you think Ben 10 knows about him?
Close! Are you sure? Focus, Danny! What's going on?
Sorry. Guess I'm a little drained.
That's not good. Ew, sewer.
Study your opponent.
Easier said than done.
Well, he also said he was rusty and he hasn't fought in a very long time.
Manipulating the fight into his favor so he doesn't have to try.
So if I took his defense away from him... Gotta time this right.
Okay. The fuck? Is that gonna be like a ghost sword? It is!
All right, Flatty. Try blocking this.
Damn, that can cut through most things, I guess.
Energy compressor to make your constructs denser than mine. Fascinating. You actually startled me.
Not so easy when you're not in control of the battle.
Oh, please. I only need time. You've got, what, 2, maybe 3 minutes left before you drain yourself?
Damn!
Ben, are you there? We're in the spot. I can't hold him off any longer.
I expected more from you by now. You're weaker than when we last met. Oh, don't tell me that you've given up your heroics to bum around with your idiotic father.
He's not an idiot. If it wasn't for him, neither one of us would even have these powers.
You know, he's not...
Oh, yes.
He's not wrong about that statement.
Nearly killing your own son. What a scientific breakthrough. However, you and I are only half ghosts. It would be a shame to leave your father's work unfinished.
Motherfucker trying to go Goku Black on his ass.
Wouldn't you say? Huh? What's this?
Grav attack! You can't phase through gravity.
How long can you hold him?
Long enough. He's all yours.
All right. First question. How?
The fuck?
I'm free. How?
Gravity does not exist outside of time.
Oh my god, it's this motherfucker again.
How was your reunion?
My suit tore.
We'll get you a new one. Come, we have a meeting with our other associates.
This dimension. What? Wait. What?
Where'd he go?
That's the most genuine where'd he go I've ever heard.
What the hell, Ben? You said you had him.
Dude, he's your bad guy. How can I know he can break physics?
He can't. This doesn't feel right. If you really did have him pinned.
And something else must have helped him escape. Maybe a teleporter? But why? All he did was fight us, then run. Didn't seem like he was after anything.
There must have been something I missed. I should have paid more attention.
Whatever it is, we got this. We're heroes, remember?
What? Invader Zim's in this?
Is your mission successful? Yes, Master.
What? We have Danny Phantom and Ben 10 and Invader Zim in this crossover series? Episode 4 will be heavy in lore. What the fuck?
Good job, girl. I'm sending a transporter in to your location now.
Oh my fucking god, this series. This fucking series. Invader Zim? What? I don't know if there's anything at the very end. But shout out to everyone who was part of this project, seriously.
Hey everyone, Kuro here. The amount of appreciation I have for the cast and crew that helped put this together is immeasurable. And there's so...
You know what? This deserves it. This deserves it. Amazing.
Much more to come. The cast gets bigger, the story gets wilder, and our love for the fans that gave us this chance grows every day. I hope y'all stick around in the future for the rest of the series. But until then, I hope you enjoy the episodes we have so far. And as always, keep it fizzy.
I'm looking forward to more. I hope you guys are too. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. Check out my prior 2 reactions to the other 2 episodes. Fantastic series. And please, please do me the biggest favor. Go over to this channel, show your support. Like, subscribe, do all that good stuff. Show your support to the Ink Tank. And don't miss out on more of their content, because it's fucking amazing. And I'm enjoying every minute of it. So, and also, look out for live streams and everything else on my channel. Until then, not ending the stream, because I still got 13 hours to go on the Memberthon. But I'm ending the video. Later! Keep it fizzy is a good outro quote. Yeah, that's not bad. Is episode 4 already out? No, this episode 3 is the only thing out. This is a cool series. It's still crazy that they started off strong with 3 episodes in a row. Like, they honestly, what they should have done is probably done 1 episode at least 2 weeks separated. It's so cool that they did drop 3 episodes pretty close to each other. Like, look, 2 days apart, 2 days apart, 2 days apart. But I feel like they could have made it a little bit like easier on themselves before they have to drop another episode. Either way, I'm excited. Alright. Let's see. That was amazing. Alright. Let's get into the next video. I'll give this a watch. We'll grab that. So, Z Legend members. I just watched Kiram's. I watched Ryan's earlier. We still have George. I'm about to watch George. I think you're in the chat. Yeah, you are. Alright, George, I'm about to watch yours. I'm going to grab... Who is Cthulhu? Who's Cthulhu? I forget. Remember, it has to be under 20 minutes. Just like normal. I'm going to grab Cthulhu's. Okay. Alright. Dragamon Slayer. I just forget what your name is on Discord. I'm so used to your name in YouTube over Discord. That's all. Thank you. Alright, I got your video. I will watch the first one from George. Ace, if you're in here, you can send me a video as long as it's under 20 minutes. Let me double check, because I think Ace might be a Z killer. I think actually, so he might be able to send. I believe he can probably be a person that sends me 30 minutes or less if they wanted to. Oh, that's right. I should watch this too. Actually, let me grab this video. Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay. I actually might watch this with this other video since they're both FNAF related. Yeah, we'll do that and that together. Because I like both artists. I think it'll work together well for a reaction. Oh, that's right. I was thinking about doing this one too. God, there's just so many videos I gotta react to. Actually, how did the reaction go for the, let me go check out. Whoa, what is that? Okay. If you are a member of Z Legend and or higher, you can request songs today. Not songs, I mean videos. 20 minutes or less, unless you're a Z Killer membership. If you're a standard member or a Z Fighter, that's not for you today. Only Z Legends and or higher are able to send me requests. And if you want to send me a request, it is $25 through Super Chat, $20 through the other link, and or 10 gifted memberships. So you know. Because the whole point of the stream is to get that higher up. And that's actually probably the best deal, is the 10 gifted memberships. Alright, let me go check on the people who still can request videos. So, current level, Z Killer, Z Legend, Z Moneybags. Right now there are 6 people, and I've already grabbed a couple of these. Dragamon Slayer, which I have your video. Ryan, which I did watch your video. Ace, I need a video. TJ, I need a video. Kiram, I have your video. Or I just did your video. And George. So those are the people who can request a video today without having to donate.
So, my secret's out.
Shut up. Only donate if you can't afford it. Never put yourself in financial struggle because of it. Okay. All right. All right. Hey, it's been a few hours and we finally got underneath 13 hours. Let's go. All right. Alright, just like the prior stuff, I'm not going to really do a big intro. I'll just do Alright, we're going to check out this video that was sent to me by George. I'm going to be doing an intro, small one. But we're checking out this video that's called Friday Night Funkin' vs. Anime Volume 1. Done by Mashed. Uploaded over a year ago with 1 million views. I haven't seen this one yet. So... What's up, everybody? Steven C. Killer here, and yes, I look odd. I have muscles that are not real. I am Popeye, the Sailor Man, dressed up for the Halloween memberthon I am doing right now. If I'm still live and you're watching this, well, come on by, hang out, and maybe even earn yourself a membership, because people are gifting memberships and making me stream longer and longer. Because this stream does not end until the timer right here hits 0. Once that happens, I'm done streaming. But I could be streaming all the way till Halloween, I'm hoping. But it's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of events. Don't miss out on anything. And today, a request done by a Z Legend member of my stream. Z Legend members usually get some extra perks, as in requests and all that stuff. So if you guys want to check out perks of being legendary or Z Legend members or higher, check out the join button. And also, don't miss out on these live streams or future ones in the whatnots. Because I know a lot of you guys watching are not subscribed. But today we're checking out something Friday Night Funkin' related. It's called Friday Night Funkin' vs. Anime Volume 1, JoJo and Yu-Gi-Oh! This video and animation came out a year ago by MASH. I've seen lots of animations done by this channel. It's always a good time. I'm going to give a like, and I am already subscribed, and you should be too. Go do that. Show your support. Link in the description, and look at you. Look at all these guys. They want you guys to be here and hanging out with us. So let's get into this video and enjoy it right now. Oh, off the bat, just JoJo stuff. Okay.
Nani indeed. You thought you defeated me? You Joestars are pathetic.
Oh, is this gonna do the meme? Is this gonna be doing the meme?
You achieved in our last battle was to postpone your death. Like a fisherman returning to shore for a forgotten rod, only to go back to sea and be lost in a storm.
Good grief.
How dare you! Well, you won't have to listen much longer. In fact, you won't ever hear anything again. The world is more powerful than ever, and with your pitiful stand defeated, I will crush you like the insect you are.
I still need to watch this actual fight between that JoJo and Dio.
What? A smile? What could you possibly have to be happy about?
My friend has just arrived.
What? Who dares?
My
boyfriend.
Interesting.
What a ridiculous name. It will look especially funny
I was kind of expecting to still be kind of on the short side of stuff.
when it's written on your tombstone. Oh.
Oh my god, and he still talks like that!
You're approaching me? Even though you've seen what the power of the world has done to your friend, I'd say you were brave, but foolish is more accurate. Like a schoolboy leaning out of a train window when a tunnel is just around the corner. Careful you don't lose your head.
Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Beep boop, beep boop, beep. Beep 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 beep. Boop boop boop.
You will find
boop beep.
Interesting. Some of those characters I don't recognize.
Beep 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 beep. Boop.
Yeah.
Boop boop.
I still have yet to play the
You
actual
will
story
find
of Friday Night
defeating me
Funkin'.
with my all-powerful stand, the world is much more challenging than murdering some chick's parents. Enough talk. It's time I put an end to this.
Wait, that's canon? That's how he talks? Oh, he did do the meme!
Bop boop. Skibidi beep bop boop. Beep boop beep boop beep.
Sing? Don't you mean fight?
Beep boop bop beep. Beep boop. Beep beep bop boop bop. Beep bop boop beep.
Oh my god, his Stan is his girlfriend?
Beep boop beep bop. Beep bop beep bop.
And she's in her demon form. Not bad.
Boop. Beepity beep bop beep. Beep boop beep.
Enough! I'll play your little game. Stand or no stand, I will destroy!
Oh, and then it goes back to that. Okay, that was cool. That was a cool transition.
Beepity bop. Beep bop boop. Beepity beep.
This is child's play!
Beep boop beep bop boop bop.
It certainly is an interesting stand, but it will take more than that to defeat the mighty Dio! Enough! You had your chance. Now it is time to face the full fury.
He's gonna
of
bring
all
Zawardo in.
the world!
Oh my god, he's short as fucking here.
I have decided how to kill you.
Beep
Ha! Call me what you will. I can taste your fear. The world! Stop time!
Oh, now that's just not fair.
When time begins again, I wonder if even you can repeat so many notes. Just to be sure. Time to...
Oh, this is gonna be a tough one. Damn.
Impossible! Nobody could be that fast.
Well, he started off pretty rough because he wasn't ready for it.
Beep boop.
Why is the world looking so freaked out? Oh! Wait a second, what the fuck was that? His nuts popped! Oh! Interesting. Yu-Gi-Oh! Friday Night Funkin'. Okay.
Attack! Karibo! No! That was my last monster!
What are we going to do? Karibo took that hit, but on his next attack, he'll wipe us out.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Huh?
I said, believe in yourself and friends and things.
Tut tut. Talking to yourself is a bad sign, Yugi. Is the pressure too much for you?
I can take all you've got and more, Kaiba. If I hadn't left Exodia's left leg in my other pants, this battle would be over.
Pathetic! Play your final turn, you weird little starfish-haired loser! Then it's time to die!
Damn, roasted.
He's got us this time. All I've got left is that card I found in that nightclub.
We have no choice then. I play one card face down and end my turn.
That's it? Against any other opponent, I'd simply attack, but you have a way of turning these situations to your advantage, Yugi. Luckily for me, I brought a new card along for insurance. Behold!
Wouldn't that be cheating? It was around your neck this entire time. I would consider that a little bit on the cheating side.
The fourth Blue Eyes White Dragon!
Oh my god, I didn't even notice the rip in half. This motherfucker, the Blue Eyes himself is ripped in half.
It's not possible. No one has ever managed to assemble so many dragons.
Ha! How does it feel, nerd? You've been pulling this crap with me for years, but now it's my turn. Watch and tremble as my blue eyes merge once more to form the unstoppable, super, ultimate, turbo blue eyes white dragon Infinity Edition!
Holy shit!
Ha!
8,000 attack?
I have you! You recognize your fate when you see it towering over you. Super Ultimate Turbo Blue Eyes White Dragon Infinity Edition, attack! Are you shitting me? You cheating little bastard!
Cheating? Ha! Nothing could be further from the truth. Your attack simply activated my trap card. The Music Lovers!
Oh, wow.
When triggered, this card takes two monsters from my graveyard, Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl, and binds them together with the strongest force in the universe. Love.
Okay, that's cool. Seeing them with the fucking outfits from that's awesome.
But my attack was far stronger than either of your puny conjurers could withstand.
Precisely. So powerful that it triggered the Music Lover's secondary ability, Wall of Sound. When a monster attacks with more attack points than the Music Lover's defense points, their love for music and for one another takes the form of an indestructible barrier, which protects
And that's what you call anime bullshit.
them from all damage for one turn.
That doesn't make sense.
Sorry.
I'm on Kaiba's side with this. That's some anime bullshit!
To disappoint you, Kaiba, but this battle is far from over. The energy from your attack has also triggered the music lover's other special ability.
Oh, I like the fact that the wand became a mic for him. That's awesome.
Sing off! Another one? What crap have you come up with this time?
It's a simple competition. A game within a game, if you will. Tell me, Kaiba, your dragon looks pretty strong, but can he carry a tune?
Carry a tune? Whatever! Blue Eyes Ultimate Super whatever, just attack! Impossible!
Nothing is impossible when love is on your side.
Jesus, can you hear yourself?
I can hear perfectly. But more importantly, I can sing. And so can my dark boyfriend. I wonder, can your dragon...
That sounds odd. I know his name is legit boyfriend in this series, but it still sounds weird when people just naturally just call him boyfriend. Okay. Blue Eyes can't sing for shit.
Useless lizard! All those heads, you'd think at least one of them could sing.
Had enough, Kaiba?
I'm just getting started. My only mistake was sending a dragon to do a man's job. So
Oh! Okay, so Kaiba getting in this for himself now.
Be it.
Okay, that's sick. They basically have the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh theme. They have a remix of the Yu-Gi-Oh theme for this. That's sick.
Ha! You underestimate me at your peril, dork. I'm rich, you idiot! I've been trained in everything by the world's finest teachers. Fighting, cards, and of course, singing! Ha 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 ha!
Oh no! Kaiba's musical ability is beyond even that of Dark Boyfriend's. What are we going to do?
The only thing we can. Make up some new ability that saves the day!
Oh,
More anime bullshit.
yeah! Great idea!
Quit your muttering, Yugi! I'm ready to sing you out!
Your voice is most impressive, Kaiba. But you are forgetting one thing.
No. What is it now?
You may be a match for Dark Boyfriend, but fortunately, he brought a date to the dance. And she loves duet!
Well, that's different. We don't often see her join in this stuff. She's usually in the background, just doing a little bobbing dance thing. And she makes the sound, like the theme of the Yu-Gi-Oh theme, more, like, accurate.
I was so close.
You were a worthy opponent. If you believe...
Oh, shut it! I'm done with this card crap. I'm rich! I'ma go to space, bitches!
You kind of deserve that. You kind of deserve that, Yugi. That's it? Nothing else?
Beep bop beep bop.
So can we go? Alright, that was cool. I like that. That was a good video. I liked it. Very good. Very good. If you guys have more suggestions like this, you know what to do. Comment down below. Join the Discord. Post in the reaction ideas section. I ended the stream because I got over 12 hours still to do on this memberthon. Maybe more. Depends on gifted memberships and whatnot. And or donations. But, anyways, don't miss out on more stuff and shenanigans while I'm live or not live. Hang out with me whenever I am live. Check out the streams. Check out the channel daily. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Later. Alright. Cool. That was a good one. That was awesome. Good, very, very good choice. Definitely be uploading that one later. Alright. We're going to watch 2 Five Nights at Freddy's songs. One that was recommended to me by Dragamon Slayer. And another one I saw that just released 14 hours ago by Favel. Since they're both FNAF related, I thought I'd put them together. This one actually just released a day ago. Alright, that's cool. Blood Runs Thicker. Alright. So we're going to watch these 2 videos. But I am going to run to the bathroom quickly, guys. So give me a second. I'm going to put on some background music while I go use the bathroom. Let me just turn that on. And we can put on some background music. Why? The fuck? Wait, I'm back? YouTube paused my stream. What the fuck? Hayden, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. I'm wondering... I'm just saying this right now. I'm wondering if it's because of the similar music to Yu-Gi-Oh! And some copyright bullshit was detected. Because they said my stream is on hold. They literally in the middle of that, me talking... My stream messenger popped up saying YouTube has put your stream on hold due to copyright pickup. I've never seen that. I have seen something similar to that. But what the fuck? I hate YouTube sometimes. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom. I'm gonna put on some music. Give me a second, chat. I really do have to go. Alright. How's everyone doing? I'm back. Sorry I had to use the bathroom. It was kind of a... I needed to go right then and there. Oh God, sis. You're doing that again? Ugh. Actually, wait, I want to do something. There we go. Alright, there we go. That is gamer subs that I drink. It helps with energy. I got blue raspberry. I got anime girl thighs flavor, which is actually just orange cream flavor. Which is a funny name. Okay. Yes, I do know about Hell of a Boss dropping possibly tomorrow. If not tomorrow, Halloween. They announced it on Twitter. I did see that. I read your comment earlier, but I was in the middle of a reaction, so I'm not. When I do my reactions, I read the chat, but I don't like stop what I'm doing unless it has something to do with the video I'm watching. But if it's something outside the video, I don't mind. I don't pay attention to it, or I don't say anything about it. But I'm constantly reading the chat. Apparently my sister's back at it again with giving you guys insider lore of me right now. If anyone donates a membership while she's here, she will give you guys tidbits on backstory of me, I guess. Nothing too crazy though, sis. Ah, cool, cool, cool. And officially we've been streaming for 7 hours. Damn. And I started the stream off with a 10-hour time limit. We still got 12 and a half hours to go. Remember, if people donate, the timer goes up. Donations through memberships is the highest amount you can pull. You can push the timer with. Psycho, I'm not going to say hi every time you ask me to. Just so you know. I start ignoring people that do that. Don't be attention. Don't be an attention whore. When do you think part 2 of ST will come out? What's ST? You guys also got to realize I'm blunt when it comes to stuff like that. I will call people out. I have no idea. If you're asking me about Skibidi Toilet, it's like schedule of upload, no fucking clue. I have no answer. And honestly, it can drop whenever it feels like. It could be a month away. I wouldn't care. How's my day? My day's been very fun. Very busy. And a little bit annoying with the fact that my stream has crashed twice. Alright. My stomach is feeling mad, too. I might have to go use the bathroom again. It's kind of one of those situations. I hate walking away from stream when I have to go use the bathroom. I put on a different thing of music. Favorite YouTuber, appreciate it. Yeah, so you know that feeling where you just use the bathroom but you're not sure if you're done? It's kind of like one of those feelings. Not to gross anyone out, and I do apologize if I do. But if I have to walk away again, which I might have to, I'm going to put on some new music and I will be right back. And yes, I will. So, I'll put on one of my favorite songs. Be right back. All right. All right. Sorry about that. Whew. Yeah, I did see that you literally posted that as I was getting back into my room. Alright. Pausing that music. We're going to do a reaction to 2 more Five Nights at Freddy's songs. And then we're going to react to something else that involves the FNAF movie. And then we're going to move on to some stuff that we have to do based off of the list of things I have to do because we hit the goals. So, alright. What's up, sis? What's up? Before I get into this reaction. I was going to be your favorite YouTuber. I appreciate it. No idea when the next episode of Skibidi Toilet comes out. I don't care. It will drop probably in a week. Maybe more. Busted out laughing at the timing. Five Nights at Freddy's movie on Tuesday. We can talk about it later. I don't know. I could still be live streaming this memberthon. I'm pushing to hit all the way till Halloween. So probably no. Also, I already saw it digitally for a reaction. And I have a version of it that's high quality, let's just say. It's actually not just in theaters. It's on a streaming service. That's why. Like a legitimate streaming service. Peacock. So. I actually did a reaction to the full movie. But the full reaction's not on YouTube. Well, if your phone's about to die, go charge it. But if anything, we could try to work something out. I just can't guarantee Tuesday because the plan is to stream till Halloween, which is Wednesday. Like nonstop, like if we can nonstop stream till Halloween, that will be the main goal, the main purpose of this memberthon. But it depends on if we can keep the timer up. So that it all depends on chat, viewers, and everything else with support. How do you feel about kiwi on pizza? Well, I'm never, like, not a fan of trying something like that because I like pineapple on pizza. Am I tired? I was tired. I was a little tired earlier, but now I'm a little bit energized because I drank a bunch of stuff that is going to give me some good energy, and I'm still drinking some. I should be able to stay awake for at least another 6 hours without having to call it a night. What game are you trying to download? If you have a game you've been looking forward to, we can make it work out, sis. Oh, I think I know what it is. Is it the new Arc 2 starring Vin Diesel? If you get the joke, it's a meme on the channel. I don't answer personal questions like that, so don't worry about it. Close. Well, we can try to make it work, sis. Like, maybe, because like I said, my stream crashed twice. My stream crashed twice, and I have a fear that if I go to sleep and I leave the stream on, it can crash while I'm asleep. So I'm fearful of that. So I may consider, if my stream crashes again tonight, what I may do is I may basically go to sleep, stop the stream and stop the timer, and resume the timer and stream the next day, and try to continue it fully the next following day, kind of situation. So you can download the game while I'm asleep. And knowing you, when you get home from work, I'll probably be asleep. And if I'm not streaming, if I decide to do that, sis, I'll let you know. So when you get home, download whatever game it is that you need to download. Is it tonight that it's out? Psycho, go get some sleep. Turn off the stream and go to fuck to bed if you haven't slept since Thursday. Steve, how is it that I got a membership without being subscribed? Heh? That makes no sense. You can only receive a membership if you're subscribed to the channel. Yeah, true. Insomnia can affect a lot of people that way. Like, I have trouble going to bed early. My normal time for me to sleep, personally, and that's just because of how I've been doing things for now a few years with YouTube as my job. I have trouble going to bed any earlier than 4 o'clock. Like 4 in the morning is like the earliest I normally can fall asleep. Like today, before the memberthon, I went to bed. Although at the same time I was working hard on getting this all set up, the memberthon, the clock working, everything set up, so I can do this memberthon. I was up until about 6:30, almost 7, and then I woke up at 12. I'm running on 5 hours of sleep today, so yeah, still a good bit of sleep. But not the average 8 hours most people go for. Rate the FNAF movie? Easy. Simple. I watched it. I thought it was an okay movie. Wasn't as hype as I was hoping for. It was missing a lot of things. I even went into more detail earlier in today's stream on my feelings of the movie, but I give it a straight 6 out of 10. If someone donated me $500, that's 500 minutes here if it's through Super Chat. If it's through Streamlabs or the other link to my PayPal, that's... Which, actually, I should change that because that's not working. So, I'm going to change that right now. That other link is not worth it. Let me use the other one. There we go. Save. Let me do this. 80 seconds added per dollar. Oh, it's a caps lock. Whoops. 80 seconds added to timer per dollar through this link. There we go. And pin that message. So, 80 seconds for per dollar through that link is added to the timer. 60 seconds through super chats. And of course, memberships, which is only $3, you get 5 minutes added to the timer, aka 300 seconds, which is the rate we've been going for. Without link? No, I haven't done that yet. I have not posted that yet, Mystic. I don't have the new Call of Duty game, and I'm not really interested in. I've not been interested in Call of Duty for a while, personally. Like last Christmas, I actually got the new Call of Duty game as a Christmas gift from the family. Never fucking played it. I really just never did. I never played this. I have a hard time actually playing, like having time to play games. Because my job being YouTube, yes, but I got to focus upon reactions, got to find videos that will do well for the channel, got to go through comments, got to try to locate videos that are just in general doing well and could probably be a good add-on as a reaction for the channel, stuff like that. We've had a total of this many memberships gifted today. 152 members, gifted members so far today. This is the total just from this stream. Or from this start of the memberthon, I should say. There's been technically 3 streams because the stream has crashed twice. But overall, 152 members have been gifted today. Okay, Psycho, you're now... Psycho, I don't fucking believe you now. Because earlier you said Thursday. And then you were saying it's... You're changing up your story and you're changing up your day. If you gotta go to sleep, go the fuck to sleep. I'm gonna do you the biggest favor. And just do that. Go to bed. No more talking. Okay. Only donate that much money if you truly have that kind of money to spend, buddy. Please do not financially hurt yourself. I appreciate, and that money will be used towards the channel, but don't financially hurt yourself, please. Okay. We're going to get into the next reaction soon. Oh, since people are asking, let me go over here. This is the list of member goals. So if you want to know exactly what you guys get for hitting certain things, like this right here is a good example. Open a $400 booster box, Dragon Ball Super booster box. I have it right here. And this will be opened on stream. This is a goal. This box is actually a little bit cheaper now. But this box was originally $400 when I bought it. But it is a little bit cheaper. So opening that up would be an awesome thing to do on stream. I know a lot of people are looking forward to, if I do hit this goal right here, play Smash Bros with members again. That's a callback, which... Oh my god, where the fuck is my Switch? I just realized. I gotta find my Switch and I gotta probably charge that thing. But yeah. Anything in green we hit. Anything in white we still have to hit. I'll be honest, I haven't touched my Switch since the last time I streamed Pokemon Violet, I think. I think that's legit the last time I used my Switch was Pokemon Violet. Yeah. I don't use my Switch that often. If I had to get rid of one anime, what would it be? Yeah, I guess any anime I just don't care about. Let me see. What is an anime I just don't care about, but people would be mad? That's a good question. If I would rid the world of one anime for good, I would probably just get rid of... The CGI Berserk anime. Whatever that one was. That shitty CGI Berserk anime. Ryan said One Piece. That is on the list. We have to hit 200 members for me to play that on today's stream. I still have quite a few things to do from this. So, anyways, no more delay. Let's get into this reaction. My stomach is feeling a little bit better. I was waiting to see if I had to run to the bathroom again. To be honest, that's why I was talking quite a bit. Because I didn't want to start the reaction and then I had to run to the bathroom in the middle of the reaction. My stomach is not feeling all bleh anymore. Alright. So. Alright. We have two songs we're going to watch for one reaction. So, here we go. What's up, everybody? Steven Zakilla here, bringing another reaction from a live stream memberthon, and it's Halloween, and I am, yes, I may look weird. What am I wearing? What am I doing? I am Popeye the Sailor, and yes, this is cringy, and yes, I know this because this was a memberthon goal for me to wear a random costume, and the chat themselves chose this costume, but they actually didn't truly know exactly what they were voting for. But I'm wearing this, so just to explain. Now, in today, I have still almost 12 hours to do this live stream memberthon. And if people donate and or become members or gift memberships, the timer goes up. So that is what I'm doing today. But in this memberthon stream, I've had people who are Z Legend members request me videos, because Z Legend members are able to request me videos when I do certain live streams. And if you guys are interested in that idea by sending me requests while I do certain live streams, then check out the Z Legend membership today or higher, up to you, and see if that's something you want to try out. So, anyways, also, if I'm still live when you see this, which I don't know if I will post this by the time Halloween's around, because my goal is to stream till Halloween. That's if we can make things happen that way. But if you guys see me live, feel free to join anytime. And today, we're checking out some Five Nights at Freddy's goodness, because we are watching a Five Nights at Freddy's song called Five Nights by Favel, which I absolutely love his music. He does some amazing work. Link for this song will be down below. Link in the description. Go check it out. Do what I'm doing. Like the original video. And we're not only checking out this song, but we're also checking out another one. This one was recommended to me by the Z Legend member. And this one is called Blood Runs Thicker. And it's another Five Nights at Freddy's song. This just came out yesterday as of recording this. And this song that we're also watching just came out 14 hours ago. So, and this one's is on based off of the tags here. Looks like maybe based off of the movie. Interesting. Comment down below what you guys think of the movie. And also, if you guys are interested, there is a reaction to the movie on the channel. So check that out as well. And of course, any other reactions that might interest you, FNAF related or not, I don't know. It is up to you. And yeah, let's get into this and enjoy this video right now. Ah, some new merch. Very nice. I do myself have some Halloween-esque merch on my channel during this month of October, and merch that represents me hitting 250,000 subscribers. Don't miss out on that too. Look at that. The chat wants you guys to join us. Don't miss out on these live streams. Join the Discord, join the streams when you see me live, and check out the channel daily. Oh!
When you give it hard, you'll feel so alone.
Okay. Oh, the texture on that model. Damn, he took that bite like a champ. Okay. I always talk about this. His voice always hits hard in these songs. It's such a good voice. And we've had heard songs and or like titles that involve, of course, 5 nights or 5 long nights. This seems like a like his own rendition remix of maybe inspired by some other songs, because I don't think the lyrics are the same, but some of the attributes of it, of course. feel similar.
Drifts away, and all you'll have to show is who you're going to be when time has run out. Let me out my cage, I've had enough. We've been forgotten.
Oh, that was a fucking dark scene. Hold up.
Run out. Let me out my cage, I've had enough. We've been forgotten.
God damn. Ooh, that was a freaky looking William Afton. Nah, if I saw that, no, I don't care. Where's my shotgun? Where's my shotgun? I don't feel safe.
Searching for a way to exterminate the pain. Just an outlier, fueled by all this hate. We've waited way too long, think it's time we came to take.
I will say the shadow little girl model I've never seen in any other animation. I've seen, of course, the white like silhouette ones, but never the dark shadow little girl one. That's a new one. Were those eyeballs in the mouth? Ew, that's creepy. Oh, that's interesting. The other ghosts and the marionette had no power to help that soul. That's an interesting twist. Fantastic, like always. Like I said, fantastic artist. I can't wait to see him hit 1 million subscribers. He definitely deserves it. His channel keeps growing, and he still pumps out some fantastic and amazing music. And this was some fantastic high tier animation, because usually we get only like cut scenes like mixed with like manga panels or other stuff when it comes to his anime music. But it definitely seems like he reached out and got like some source filmmaking animator. Who did this? Let's see. Usually that's in the description. Who? Okay, animator right here. Okay, awesome. If there's other animations by this channel, let me know about it, of course. I'm always interested. And let's get into the next and final song of this video. This one is called Blood Runs Thicker. Let's check it out. I'm always intrigued in more Five Nights at Freddy music. Oh. Was that Springtrap? That was Springtrap. Oh, the little girl earlier was Cassidy? Gotcha. That actually does make sense. She's the one soul that will not leave or rest until she makes him suffer. So that kind of makes sense.
Should
okay, so this is a Springtrap song, kind of like singing about how he suffered and rusted away. Oh! Okay! I was not expecting a little bit of dubstep in this, but it works. When it comes to robotic characters or anything like that, dubstep does seem to fit good with some of these music, especially when they mix it well with rock and other tones. And this is definitely one of them. Oh. Oh, I like that. So we have a little bit of a song that's kind of representing FNAF 3 with Springtrap, and then Michael having to deal with the fact that he's taken on his dad when his body is rotting and been used by the other animatronics.
Of your father, but the sins of yours as well. You can't escape your past, nor the fate that you've been fed. It runs in the family, we're both born killers. Your other bonds are water, but the blood runs thicker.
God damn, that was good. By the way, the artwork is nice too. Like, it's simple zoom-ins and stuff like that, but I like sometimes how people were able to usually, like, people can make like simple like 1, 2, 3 or so images and make multiple frames and different scenes with them. But sometimes the simplest changes make a good with the song. That's what this is right here. Good job on the voice. That was fucking amazing. Oh, they did they do a song on Laxadaisy? Interesting. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this reaction. I still got over 11 and 39 minutes to do of this live stream. And probably more whenever more people drop more subs and or gifted memberships, all that kind of stuff. So don't miss out on that. Don't miss the live streams, and see you guys in the next video. Check out my channel daily because I upload every day. I've been uploading every day this entire year almost. I think there's only a handful of days. I can probably count on one hand the amount of times I haven't uploaded, and or I always at least upload one video a day no matter what. But I've been pushing myself for the last couple months to posting twice a day. So don't miss out on any content. Sometimes YouTube doesn't let you know about it. So just feel free to type in my name and check out the channel and see for yourself what is available and what you may have not seen yet. So see you guys in the next video. Until then, later. Alright, that was good. Whew. I only timed you out, and you need to go back to bed. Go to bed. Mods! If I say mods, time him out. Get him out of here. He needs to go to bed. He keeps bringing up the fact that he hasn't slept, and I don't care to hear it anymore. He needs to go to bed. Don't care. Not gonna ban him, but if he gets too annoying, I ban for less. We're gonna watch one more video because I might drop this video tomorrow. So, Film Theory did this. My secret's out. I kind of wanted to see this. I don't know if this is gonna be dropped tomorrow, but we're gonna record a reaction of this. See what this is, and put the song on the playlist. Nice. So we're gonna check out this video right here. If you have requests for videos, be mindful, I'm not taking requests from anybody and everybody. I only take requests through donations and or Z Legend members or higher. So if you can't do either one of those, then be patient and post it in the reaction idea section on Discord. Because posting it over and over again and over and over and again, or mentioning it over and over again in the chat won't get it done. And it just get ignored. Just saying. Alright, anyways, let's get it. But yeah, Hayden, since you're the mods, who's here? Mod check, mods, mod check. Who's here? What other mods beside Hayden? You know what to do, Hayden. If you see him in the chat, you know what to do. All right, and let the other mods know. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody? Steven Z Killer here, bringing another reaction to some Film Theory. My secret is out. I'm in Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Mad Pat was in the movie, and honestly, I would say my reaction was pretty funny because I just didn't see that happening. It was a good surprise, and it was a good nod to him in the movie. If you guys haven't seen the movie, I highly recommend you guys check it out. And there is a FNAF reaction to it on the channel. It ain't the full movie. It's heavily edited, altered, and everything to make it safe for me to upload as transformative on my channel. So go enjoy, and I'll see you guys in more videos, hopefully. But let's get into this video. This is a video on that secret. I don't know anything about it. I'm hoping we get more light on it, and maybe even his opinion on the movie now that the movie's been out. Because me personally, I'm not going to go into details of the movie. I will say my ranking for the movie, because some people have been asking me, especially on the MEMBERTHON, which is what's going on here and why I'm wearing a Popeyes outfit. If you're wondering, this is a Halloween stream, and I've been voted to wear this Popeyes outfit by the stream. By these guys right here have voted for this. And I have more costumes to wear if we hit member goals. So look out for the live streams and all that stuff. But my ranking for the movie is a 6 out of 10. Solid movie, but at the same time still kind of mid. And I feel like there's a lot of plot points that they should have hit better. And I still feel like the last half of the movie felt rushed, and some moments felt very out of place, and some of the plot points kind of got pushed off or pushed away in a weird fashion, and that's how I felt. And I feel like the movie should have not have been only an hour and 45 minutes, even though it's an hour and 50 minutes. There's credits at the end that take 5 minutes, so it's more like an hour and 45 minute movie. I feel like the movie should have been in 2.5 hours. It's missing too much. But that's just my opinion. Let me know down below what your opinion is, and let's check out what Matt Pat says. Link for this video will be down below in the comment section. Like always, show your support, subscribe, don't miss out on future videos and live streams like this one, and let's get it.
So, my secret's out. I can finally be honest with you. I'm in the FNAF movie! Oh, and it's been a year! And not only was I in the FNAF movie, my scene was the first scene shot of the entire production. Day 1, scene 1, I was there. I also
really
Scott Cawthon after 8 years of us dancing around each other for the first time in person. But you know what? We're gonna get to all that. First and most importantly, I just need to apologize. I'm sorry that I had to lie to you for the better part of the last year to make it seem like I wasn't a part of this whole thing. I'm sorry that there were so many of you that were convinced that I wasn't in it and were mad at the production on my behalf. Trust me, I would have been mad at the production too if I had thought the same thing. I never wanted to cause any sort of stress or anxiety or bad feelings to any one of you out there.
I don't blame him for keeping a secret, especially if he's under a contract or anything like that.
And honestly, for what it's worth, I cannot tell you how wonderful it was for me to see so many of you up in arms defending my right to be a part of this thing. I see each of you, and I appreciate what you guys were doing. Seriously, it meant the world to see so many of you care and defend me like that. It was awesome. I just hope that the surprise of me walking out on stage and being revealed to be in this thing was worth all the fake out. And let me...
And I know for a fact you were giddy because you were able to say, oh, some say that's a theory!
To be clear, at the end of the day, no one from the movie once gave me any sort of instructions on how to handle this whole situation. No one swore me to secrecy, there was no paperwork, there were no explicit instructions of
Oh,
what I
really?
could say. It was all
You
kind
just
of
decided not to say anything?
Everything else was just kind of on me. But I also knew that if I didn't cover the movie or do like live reactions to the trailers on GT Live, things like that, that you all would probably figure it out. You would sense that something was off about our content calendar, that I was hiding something from you, and in turn, that would just ruin the production secret. And let me tell you, I did not expect them to make my life so incredibly difficult, especially when they started throwing YouTuber cameos into the trailers themselves. Thanks for that one there, guys. Is that Doggo? No, are you kidding me? Where to? Are you kidding me? Fun fact, by the way, they actually had me read for that role literally a week before their filming started. So there I was, awkwardly in my basement at midnight on a Friday with Steph filming me reacting to a giant robot bear in the imaginary backseat of my invisible taxi cab.
No! No! Not cool, man. Not cool.
Oh, and also in...
Wait, he was supposed to... Oh, wow, that's interesting.
In case you were wondering, actually being in the movie kind of made making theories predicting what was going to be in the movie a bit tricky. I had the whole script, and so basically, unless they rewrote the whole thing, I knew basically all the major story beats. It kind of felt like I would be cheating somehow or spoiling the movie in advance unfairly. So instead, that film theory prediction of the movie was one of the few times where I actually took a complete step back from the channel and was almost entirely leaving the script in someone else's hands, letting film theory director Lee handle all the heavy lifting based on...
That was fucking smart of him. Having somebody else basically write the script of the theory. So, because he had the script, he knew what the story was. Okay.
Information that was available via the trailers. And I gotta say, I was surprised with just how much he got right, and also some of the things that he missed, but you know what? That's a theory for another day.
Anyway, so yeah, almost exactly 1 year ago, all the way back in November of 2022, I was contacted by Blumhouse to be a part of the movie, or Bad Cupcake, as they were calling it back then. It was the secret code name so no one discovered what it was. A week before flying out, they were still shuffling me around to see what my part would be, and on February 1st, day one, scene one, I was in New Orleans to film this thing.
Hey there. Welcome to Sparky's. Okay, but let's get real. The whole actor thing is kind of crazy. They're like, no, we will bring the stuff to you, and oh, you can stay in your trailer. I'm like, it's okay. I can go get my own food. They're like, no, but you are the actor.
One thing off the bat that I didn't expect was actually the scale of this thing, because it was massive. And you're probably thinking, well, no duh, Matt, it was a movie, but I guess that never really registered with me. I mean, I've done professional theater before, I've done things like big Mr. Beast shoots where he takes over entire football stadiums. How different could this actually be? Well, it was different. It was huge. I have never seen anything this size before. The number of people, the coordination. I had a costume fitting the day before, and for my dinky little cameo of 3 lines in this movie, I kid you not, they had me try on 20 different combinations of outfits, all of which had to then be run by the director and Scott for their approval. I mean, an entire floor of a building was just full wall to wall.
My cat was let in.
Hundreds and hundreds of
Hey, need to go
outfits. Mike
socks?
alone had practically an entire wall all to himself. It was actually there that I got to see who else was going to be a part of this movie up on the wall. That's where I actually learned that Corey was going to be a cab driver for the first time. It was also where I saw that good old Markiplier was supposed to be the security guard who gets killed at the very beginning of the movie. But probably
Wait,
most
what?
importantly of all, it's there.
Wait, what? Hold up. So it was true Mark was going to be in the fucking movie?
Security guard who gets killed at the very beginning of the movie.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
But probably most importantly of all, it's there that I also saw the withered, dabbing Chica posted on the wall, like some sort of guardian angel over the production. Basically, I was just doing the whole theorist thing by trying to pick up as many small details and Easter eggs as I could in what few moments I had left unsupervised. Funny enough, it turns out the production staff were trying to do the exact same thing right back at me. From the moment I stepped into my first costume fitting, people started to grill me about FNAF. No joke. Apparently, they had been briefed that I was someone who...
Yeah, I did hear about the fact that his Iron Lung movie interfered with him being part of the first movie. I did hear about that, yes.
Studied the franchise.
I also saw a lot of comments about it in the reaction to the FNAF movie.
And so I was getting inundated with all sorts of questions about the type of person that Mike is, or how I saw William Afton in my mind's eye, or whether I could give them information about characters like Abby. I honestly think it was them trying to get a feel for whether they were on the right track with all of this, how the community as fans might respond to all of this world that they'd created, which honestly is pretty cool. The same thing happened the next day when we were on location at the shoot, where all the other actors in my scene between setups would take...
I know he's in the movie and everything, and he probably did enjoy it, but I hope he gives us a pretty honest like review or feelings on the movie in some sense. Like, he probably won't rate it, but I would like to know how he felt about the movie's overall story and conclusion.
Take time to ask me about how their characters behaved in the games, how their role fit into the overarching narrative of the franchise, which I gotta say was kind of a bummer because all the characters in my scene were just made up for the movie, so didn't have a whole lot of detail to impart on them. So instead of all that, Heather Stewart Masterson, she's Aunt Jane in the movie, she just ended up asking me
Also, fuck that bitch.
a lot of questions about the parallels
Not the actress, the character she played.
between Abby and Baby from the game, since that's the one that her character is probably most focused on. In general, though, it was clear that across the board, everyone was so eager to do the franchise justice. They wanted to know as much as they could. They wanted to learn. They wanted to absorb all that information, and they were proud to be a part of a project and being able to show it off. The only sad part of it all was that I was so early in this process, most of the stuff wasn't even ready for me to see yet. They really wanted to show me the pizzeria, but schedule-wise, the first month of production was dedicated to everything happening outside of the pizzeria, meaning that the set, it was still being built. It was still in process. So when they took me to see it, it just got a lot of blank walls. And don't get me wrong, they were impressive blank walls. Very big, very majestic blank walls, but still, left a lot to the imagination. Same thing kind of happened when they showed me the animatronics. Everything was still locked away because it needed final testing, so the most I got was like a little peek through a sliver in the wall. It's awesome. I think I could make out the murder mask. I'm like, what's up with that weird Freddy head? And they're like, I don't know, creative decision. But come to think of it, it actually kind of worked out really well, because when it came time to react to the trailers when they were being uploaded...
It still never, not really a spoiler, and if you're watching this at this point, yeah, be ready for spoiler stuff. They really didn't explain the whole blender mask thing. They really never explained that.
YouTube, I didn't have to fake anything, because it was truly my first time getting to see all of this thing finished. Sure, I knew the storyline of the movie. I had the whole script in my hands, and I knew what part I played in this whole thing, but seeing it all, actually getting to experience how it all worked together, it was my first time. No fake reactions here, my friends. And to be honest...
The thing about it is, he has the early full script. I'm wondering how much was cut that isn't known, because I still say this, and I said this in my review of the movie. There's moments that feel rushed and or is missing context for why things happen the way they did. It doesn't feel like the whole movie was given to us. And because of that, the pacing suffered.
Seeing it on camera doesn't do the scale of this whole thing justice. I cannot stress to you how massive this production was. They literally built an entire restaurant inside of an old abandoned Home Depot in New Orleans. Hallways, rooms, it was a complete restaurant, which was just mind-blowing to me. Most movies would probably try to do some clever camera tricks or green screening or something, but no, they built an entire building from the ground up inside of another building.
That is cool to know.
Crazy. As far as my role in all of this, I had a one-day shoot, and that actual day I had to wake up at 4 a.m. and then find a car that had been left for me in a random parking garage the night before. Inside the car were...
creepy.
Explicit driving instructions to a secret location really felt like something straight out of a spy movie. From there, I drove an hour out of town to a random diner that had been shut down due to COVID. Once we were on location, they actually gave me my own trailer. They told me that's not the sort of thing that a day player would normally get, but they wanted to give us YouTubers the star treatment, which I gotta say was just like incredibly generous of them. That's right.
As a fan of FNAF, I still enjoyed it, but I can't give it more than a 6 out of 10 Mystic.
Got 3 lines, baby. That's what I get. It's nice. That's where I'm gonna be hanging out. That's where the next 2 episodes of Game Theory will be written from. Inside my trailer, I found this guy right here. Little rubber chicken head, little pencil topper. He was in one of the drawers, and so I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna work him into my character. And so if you see him in the movie, that's it. It's a little Easter egg for you. And
oh,
there, it was on the set
okay.
for the next 8
I think it was
hours
on the pen that he was holding.
Scene. Now, 1 diner scene. You heard that right. 8 straight hours. One thing. Why so long? They had the cameras set up outside. Then they had to move the cameras inside. Then they had to have the specialty close-up cameras. Then they had to remove half the booth to capture one side of a conversation. Then remove the other half of the booth, replace the other half of the booth to capture the other side of the conversation. Then they had to remove the booth entirely so they could put cameras right here and capture a close-up of my face. There were B-rolls of different tables getting served. There were B-rolls and specialty shots of dishes getting served up at the window. It was a lot for what ultimately amounts in the movie to be like 3 minutes of footage. As you might imagine, we all started to get a bit creative with how we were filling our time with each take.
What are you doing?
I'm filming this for eventually when I do the like, hey, I was in this movie and it's behind the scenes.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, so no pressure. Hey.
The length of time between takes as they moved cameras along also gave me plenty of chances to explore the set for any hints of lore. And I actually found a lot of really fun details buried in the walls. Like, here's one time where I found the fake diner's registration information. Here's another one where I found a QR code that I was almost convinced was trying to be a start of some new ARG. Then I learned that it wasn't. At which point, I decided to call that detail out to the production team as being anachronistic since this was meant to be set at a time before QR codes became mainstream. And then they promptly took it down. So,
that was smart of him.
of this entire video, I single-handedly saved the FNAF movie. By the way, on the subject of small details, I don't know if you noticed it in the movie, but the diner I work in is called Sparky's Diner, which is a reference to one of the earliest urban legends from the first FNAF game, that there was this dog animatronic named Sparky hidden somewhere.
I saw people talking about that in the comments. I actually didn't know about this.
Inside. The movie is actually full.
And apparently there's a reference to him in the movie with a costume in the background.
Of these sorts of Easter eggs. For instance, my character's official name, right here, it's Ness. I don't know if you've noticed this one in the movie, but it's Ness. And I was told by everyone that Scott specifically called out that he needed me to be named Ness. At first, I immediately thought like, oh, this gotta be a reference to Ness from FNAF AR. Or maybe this is another instance of Vanessa from Security Breach. You know, just Scott trolling people by using the same name over and over again. But no, when I met him later in the day, he told me it was a reference to Sans' Ness. He was very proud of himself.
That cheeky motherfucker.
Speaking of the man, the myth, the legend himself, Scott Cawthon, the whole time it was unclear whether Scott would actually be there on set. It was one of those things that people were like, we don't know if Scott's gonna be there. He might show up. We asked him if he's gonna show up on the first day. I thought that was a little bit weird. I mean, it's your first day of shooting your movie that's been like 5+ years in the making. I don't know, you'd think that you'd try to make an appearance there or something, right? Well, he did, but apparently it was a big surprise. He flew in special for that day. It was interesting. Most of the production crew didn't know who he was. They just knew him as the VIP on set, who everyone had to listen to if he asked them to do something, but no one actually understood what he was, that he was the creator of the game. I think ultimately it winds up being a movie thing, you know, where he's just responsible for talking to the director, who's then the one who's executing on his creative vision. So a lot of the rest of the day-to-day staff don't really need to know that this is the man that gave them a reason to be there in the first place. But yeah, I got to meet him. It was great. He has a good, strong handshake, and he looks you in the eye when you talk, which is always the sign of an upstanding person. He was wearing a classic Zelda t-shirt, which big props to that one. And he was doing a great job, honestly, of directing everyone. I overheard him consulting some of the costume department and clearly outlining his vision of what everyone should be wearing, which was really cool. I think most people would probably have been intimidated by this massive production, all leaning on him, but it was just really impressive to watch. He made sure than I knew about the whole Ness joke, and also about how he gave the waiter role bonus lines. In fact, he was so proud of that one line that he asked me to go over the top with it like I do in the videos as part of the scene, and I did it for one take, and it was weird, especially with everyone else in the scene taking the scene so seriously, and so we all decided to keep it a bit more toned down. He took a
Okay, so Scott himself pushed for that. Okay, all right, that's awesome to hear.
off before I left for the day, and I said, I'll see you again at the premiere. And, well, there's no premiere, so I guess that's the last time I'm ever gonna see him. Oh, and no, to answer your obvious question, we did not talk about lore. We both swore that one off. Instead, we talked about the community and how we both expected the community to take this particular script. In the end, he was just really grateful for me being able to be a part of the movie. And that was mind-blowing to me, because I'm like, are you kidding? I was the one who was lucky. I got to be in this mainstream movie. How cool is that? Growing up, acting was one of my dreams. To be a performer, that was always like the end goal for me for like the first 18 years of my life. And since then, that goal's obviously changed a lot. I've moved on, I've done something, honestly, that I'm more proud of here, where I'm able to make a business and perform as myself instead of as a character. But
Game theory, film theory, food theory, clothes theory.
Matt Pet had nearly a decade ago. I actually recorded a bit of my
And if you combine all the subscriptions together, he's gotten like 40 million subscribers almost.
As I was getting ready to leave the
Or,
set.
or close to that.
It felt important to document. And that's a wrap. I was there. I was in it. Kind of sad.
But it was cool to see a childhood dream in some ways get realized.
It was kind of like I got a peek into a multiverse of another life of mine. And then that was it. Back home, like nothing had ever happened. I did keep the pencil topper and the name tag as souvenirs though, so yes, I did steal from the set of FNAF the movie. For 2 days, this was just a small window into something
To be fair, they're small props that you would only use.
that was so big.
Okay, maybe not the pencil topper.
I got to be a visitor in this massive machine that I hopped off of, and then that just continued on without me. But man, let me tell you, it is surreal to see posters going up in theaters of a movie that you're in. Oh, and can I level with you for a second? This whole thing, it was so intimidating. You know how I keep doing videos this year about being in the PGA Tour or producing a Broadway show, and how the theme of the year happens to be like, say yes and to your life? Well, this was actually the first of those things, because it was at the top of the year. This was the thing that got me started on the whole theme, because it is one thing to speak as yourself on a couch about things that you know, and it is something entirely different to walk in as a complete noob and say scripted lines as a random character named after a meme to a crew of seasoned actors while they're stopping public traffic outside and 50 production staff are slowly zooming a camera into your face. I mean, I've done a lot of performances, but this was just at another level. The only thing that I asked the director, Emma, to make sure of was that I didn't deliver some sort of like cringy YouTuber performance. You know what I mean. It can't not be cringy when you're saying your like phrase. That's kind of silly. But you know, I didn't want to bring the movie down. And
To me 100%, I think he did it pretty well. Yes, I'm glad he didn't go full like it's a theory, but I think he did well enough.
I think I did all right. Anyway, that right there, my friends, that is my story, and it feels so good to finally come clean about it. I have wanted to bring you in as a part of this journey for the longest time. In the end, I cannot thank the team there enough for all their incredible generosity and their patience. And Scott, thank you for giving me the chance to be a part of this. But most importantly, thank you. This whole thing, this is our collective victory, right? Because without you supporting me or supporting these channels and supporting these wacky theories, none of this would have been possible. And if you haven't seen the movie, then what the heck are you waiting for? Watch it and then go watch it again. Show them the force of Team Internet so that the late night hosts and the executive producers finally learn that things from the...
I will say, go watch, go enjoy the movie, but more than once is not probably necessary.
Internet deserve to be pronounced correctly. Anyway, in the end, who knows? Maybe there'll be room in the sequel for the return of a well-meaning, cringy waiter with a love of breakfast and a meme-ish name. But until then, remember, that's not a theory. It's just a video. Video for you. Thanks for watching.
Alright. That was cool. Honestly, I wasn't 100% knowing what was going to happen in this. And I think this was pretty good to watch still. I hope you guys enjoyed this reaction. surprise one. Hope you guys enjoyed. Don't miss out on live streams. Don't miss out on videos. I upload daily. So even if you don't see something through your feed, if you're subscribed, and even if you have the notification bell and you don't see anything in your feed, just go check out the channel and see what I upload. I post daily. And also, if I'm still live during this time frame you're watching this, come say hi. Alright, I'll see you guys in the next video. Because I still got 11 hours and 14 minutes to go! Let's do it! Alright, bye. Okay, cool. Alright. Let's see. Stream is amazing. Hell yeah. Alright. Alright, and we'll do this. Is Steven get? I'm not super close to the camera, am I? I would say I'm about a normal area. Sometimes I zoom, I go like this to the camera when I'm like pointing and stuff like that, but that's about it. All right. So let's see, what are we gonna do? So we could do. We can watch the Game Theory FNAF timeline. We can watch Ultimate, Hellsing Ultimate Abridge. Or we can do Skibidi Toilet. Or I could play a FNAF game. What FNAF fan games do I have again so people can vote? Let me go check. Because I have a couple of FNAF fan games. And we can have members vote on the YouTube community page. While we wait, I'll make it available for people to vote. Okay, community. Text poll. Members only. There we go. Let's see. Why is my chat not there? There's probably just not enough people talking, I guess. Let's see. Let me move that over here so I can see that in the time being. Let me get the names of some FNAF games I have. So I have this game. Wait, I can't remember. Did I already play this? I might have already played this all the way through. I can't remember. Oh, it was that stream. Yeah. I already played this one. Okay. The Joy of Creation. Let's see, where is that game actually? I should still have the Joy of Creation. There it is. All right, let's see. I guess for some reason my chat is not working on this scene. Why is this scene not working? Alright, let me refresh this. Test. Pop up. No pop up. Damn it. Whatever. Yeah, I know I misspelled it. I don't care. I just genuinely do not give a fuck. Alright. Let's see. Besides those two games, let's see what else I have. I thought I had more. Nope, not that. Oh yeah, I never did finish this. We could have a vote for Five Nights at Freddy's sister location. Because I don't think I beat that. And we can do this one too. There we go. All right. The choice is yours. If you're a member, only members can vote and see the poll. So we're going to post that. And for the time being, what does that do? Why is that doing that? Hey, what up, Babers? And go get those dishes done, I guess. All right. Let's do that. Technically, not another live stream. I've been streaming non-stop. Hold up, I gotta check something. Okay, cool. Okay, that's perfect. If they do that, that's perfect. All right, cool. All right. Do I remember you? Nope. I'm gonna be honest. Don't see you in my streams that often. I'm not gonna remember your name. You have to be in quite a few streams before I'll remember your name. Most people I remember are longtime fans who've been in many streams, like 30 to 50 streams, and then I'll probably remember people's names. And or comment in my videos a lot. So, if you've been into one, maybe 2 streams, I'm not going to remember shit. Not going to remember your name, buddy. I watched the FNAF movie. Nice. Alright. Okay. So, I did see quite a few people asking for it. It is part of the list here. We are going to watch all episodes of Skibidi Toilet. If you're not a fan of it, you don't have to be here. I know there's quite a few people who are fans of it. So, be ready, because we're going to watch all 67 episodes. And I will probably be posting this later as an individual video, because I'm going to do it. If I'm going to record, if I'm going to react to something and record it, it's going to be used. Probably in the next day or 2, to be honest. So, and hopefully it will help promote the live stream. Let's go back to this scene. Where is the poll for the fan games? The poll, there's 4 Five Nights at Freddy's games. 2 are fan games, 2 are not. You guys can vote over on the YouTube community page on my channel. Literally click on my channel. There's a tab for the YouTube community page. And only members should be able to see and vote. And today alone, we got over 152 new members. So, things are good. Alright. And I've seen quite a few of these episodes here and there. I just haven't watched it from the very beginning in a very long time. So, I'm looking forward to it. Did not mean to go to this page. I meant to go to my YouTube channel. There we go. So far, 18 votes have been done. And it's a race between The Joy of Creation and Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Custom Night. Those are the top voted picks. So depending on who wins, depends on what I play. I could either play it tonight, or I can play it early tomorrow whenever I get up from when I go to bed. It depends, because also it is about to hit midnight for me, and there's other people sleeping in the house. So I may have to wait on the spooky game till I can actually scream and yell and do all that good fun stuff. So that poll may be up for a few hours. And like I said, if my stream, which I'm getting close to 3 hours, by the way, if my stream crashes again, and even if it doesn't crash, I'm still considering stopping to sleep and resuming the stream tomorrow. And seeing how it goes once I do that tomorrow. So, anyways, what do you think about the FNAF movie? I've answered this about 5 or 7 times in today's stream, but I'll do a quick rundown, and you can find more if you go back on the streams. 6 out of 10. There you go. Wait. It should say members. Hold up. Why does it not show the members only? Motherfucker. Hold up. Did it not save that option? God damn it. I have to repost this. Alright. If you're a member, you gotta go revote. Because it's not for members right now. And I'm gonna delete that one. There. Now it should be correct. Please. Thank you. Memberships only. Alright. If you're a member, you should be able to see it in the exclusive membership tab and or YouTube community tab. It should be in both. It's already Sunday. No, not for me. It is 11:52 p.m. for me. Not everyone lives in the same timeline as you, buddy. Or time frame, not timeline. Will I make a live stream of the new FNAF movie? No. I'm not risking my channel. As it is, there is a reaction of the full movie, but it's not on YouTube, and it'll be on my OnlyFans page probably by tomorrow. But there is a YouTube edited down, cutted up, and severely altered version reaction available on the channel. It's been Sunday for me all day. It will be Sunday for me in 7 minutes. Did I see Ducko's FNAF movie breakdown? No, I have not. Don't aw man me. I'm not putting my channel at risk because you want me to do a reaction to it live. No. But if we hit this goal, where is it? Right here. 450 members. And we will watch the movie live. Not on stream. You guys won't be able to see the movie here on the stream. But I will be watching it live on Discord. People who want to watch it with me and see the movie will have to be part of the Discord and in the movie VC. And I will stream it. So, there is that. Also, I made this list before watching the movie, but I thought this would be a good idea to put it here. So 450 members, and we'll watch the movie. Technically live, but you people watching the stream won't be able to see the movie or even hear the movie. So, just so you know. All right. Let's do this. All right. We're going to turn this off. And remember, if you are a member right now on the stream, because remember, 152 members have been gifted today. So there's a chance you're a member. And if you are a member, you have the chance to vote. This right here is exclusively for members only to vote for. As I post this, there's only one vote. Let's see how many more votes we got. We got 11. So, hurry up and go vote if you're a member. This is a member-only vote, and whatever wins, I will be playing most likely tomorrow. I think that will be the best option. So, just so you know. But as you guys saw, we're going to hit this one right here. I haven't watched this series from the very beginning in a very long time, and we'll be watching it together. If you guys are not interested in Skibidi Toilet or anything like that, that's fine. Go do what you got to do. But we're going to watch this from the very beginning. And I will be recording this, and this will be uploaded to YouTube later, probably in the next day or so. Because, honestly, milking the views. But anyways, the glitch attraction better win. Go vote for it. Or actually, you can't technically. You're not a member. But if you do become a member, vote for it. Hang around the stream. Wait for people to gift out memberships. And hopefully you get one so you can vote. The voting on the community page will be up for several hours. Alright. What's up, everybody? Steven Z Killer here, bringing another reaction. And we are doing it. We are doing the Memberthon. If you weren't here in the live stream, then you're missing out. Because right now, I am doing a Memberthon. What a Memberthon is the same concept as a Subathon. If you have no idea what that is either, basically, there's a timer here. You see that timer? I started the stream 7 hours ago with 10 hours on the timer. As I stream, people can donate, gift memberships, which we have gotten over 100 plus memberships, 150 plus memberships, and that adds time to the timer. So the more people donate, the more people gift memberships, the longer I have to stream. And this stream will not end until this timer hits 0. That's the concept of video, or a concept of this live stream. So don't miss out on it. If you're watching and you see me live, come join, hang out, and talk with me live. Ask me questions, hang out. Donate if you can afford it. Become a member if you can afford it. But you don't have to if you can't. Not a big deal. And today, one of the membership goals was hit. And the membership goal was to watch the entire Skibidi Toilet series from episode 1 to the most recent episode 67 part 1. Which is what you see here. This is going to be a long journey. So get some popcorn. We're going to revisit the journey and honestly, the toilet watch of Skibidi Toilet. So without any more delay, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, do not miss out on anything. And of course, if you haven't seen my initial first reactions to any of these episodes, they're all up on the channel for you guys to enjoy and watch. So without any more delay, look at that. Look at that. The chat even wants you to join us. Look at that. They know you are here. They know you might not have hit the subscribe button because over 75% of you guys watching are not subscribed watching my videos. So, a lot of you can hit that subscribe button and join the streams and hang out daily. So, look out. Let's get it. Making sure volumes are good. Volumes seem okay to me. And I did double check. The music of certain scenes have been altered in this video. So, they will not be the same. So I don't have to worry about copyright BS. I still stand by the first 15 episode is the weirdest parts. But the story does get stronger once you get past the first 15. Also, chat, give me some theories. Since you're here live, let me know what you guys think of the series and where it's going to go. How many episodes do you think we're going to get in total? We're still waiting for episode 67 part 2. I also noticed they stopped doing the cursed image at the end of the episodes. I don't think that they don't do that anymore, and they haven't done that since I believe the Titans have shown up. Oh, they even replaced the music here. Okay, the fucking Star Wars theme version of the song is gone. Okay, I was not expecting that. What the fuck? My theory is that they're possibly toilets. Pretty good theory, babers. Pretty good theory. He is like the most generic looking toilet. And the first one to die. And this is when the start of the war. Damn. I also noticed that apparently this is going to have fully remastered 60 FPS versions of some episodes, which I didn't know was a thing. The one few times they started to look fearful of being flushed. And the random dancing as they get chased. What influenced a man to make this? Random creative boredom, probably. Let's be honest, it has to be something like that. Random creative boredom. He probably didn't expect it to blow up as much as it did. Oh. He's got red eyes. Okay. Chat. From the most recent episode, we know that the scientist Skibidi now has a red eye. What if the scientist Skibidi is a fake and it's this Skibidi? Even though he gets flushed here, what if another version of this guy comes back and he's the one in the, as a theory wise, if he's the one that's disguised as the scientist? Because red eyes are not common. Like, you'd think that one right here, this one who's literally got devil horns, would have red eyes, but he doesn't. Maybe because the halo is fake? True. And the first appearance of the big man himself, who's been missing for a while, most likely. Have a good night, buddy. Still can't get over the first time they did that in that creation. It just truly just looks like they gave a penis to a camera. That just happens to also shoot lasers. God damn. That's still pretty funny. The simp cameraman doesn't show up for a while. I think we see him when he's in the background sitting down with popcorn or something. I think is the first time we see him. And we don't even know him as simp until much later. I will say, the first time I saw anything Skibidi related was this right here. Way before my even reaction to anything Skibidi. I was scrolling through YouTube Shorts. Here's a little story. About maybe even a month or so before I even did my first reaction, I was scrolling through Shorts, and this episode 17, I guess, this was the first thing I saw when it came to anything Skibidi related. My initial reaction to that was, what is this? What is going on? What the fuck? And why does this have so many fucking views? And that was the moment I was like, they just ripped off the Hammer of Dawn from Gears of War. Alright, I let me check out this channel, and this is episode 17. How many episodes are there? Oh, there's a lot. And they get a fuck ton of views. What the hell? I might have to do a reaction to it. And then I decided to do a reaction to it later. So legitimately, once that beam hit, that was my first ever introduction to Skibidi Toilet whatsoever. That's not a close-up you want. The first Titan. Oh my god, he's so thin and skinny looking. There we go. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, and hopefully he'll be back someday. But we never truly know if he'll ever actually come back, because he still technically, to us, to our knowledge, didn't get fixed or saved and is still cut in half on the floor of the battlefield somewhere. But there's the first show of Simp Cameraman. Big shield gone. Oh! I didn't notice that before. Not only did it take out the shield, but also took out the whole hand. God damn. So I would say, yeah, around this point in the story, this is when it started getting truly, like, for me personally, really interesting. Like, where is this going? How far is this going to go? Not gonna lie, Babers, you're probably not the only person in this world that feels like that when they watch this stuff. Definitely not gonna be the last. That's honestly a little bit nightmareful. I wonder why we haven't seen like a giant version of them like this. Oh, we made a mistake. Run! I forgot early stages of this, they've just bashed their heads into them. The fact that the meme gotten a series, but I'm used to watching crazy shit because I've seen a lot of them, seen lots of Team Fortress Gmod videos. True, very, very true. Gmod videos in general have always been popular in some way. Yeah, like the music that usually plays here got picked up copyrighted. I'm glad that it's been changed. That's still weird seeing him drive a toilet like that. Don't jinx it. You're right. It has been over 3 hours since the last crash. Hopefully we don't have to deal with that anymore tonight. We don't see that sound blast as often anymore, too. I think this is the POV of Plunger Man, but without his plungers yet. Oh god, the music is back. I'm gonna mute it. I'm gonna mute it I don't care. I'm gonna mute it. Bye-bye. Don't care about the music. Don't want to deal with that BS. And when I see the thumbs up, we can unmute. Thumbs up. Why is there one random, like, is that supposed to be gold? Why is there a random golden toilet in here? And this is what you guys were talking about in the last episode, episode 28, the Mafia toilet. This is his first introduction. It took him a long time to come back. And unless they get flushed, they can't come back because now confirmed. All he did was slap him and then he crashed. But he came back. Oh, it was a brown toilet, not a gold? It looked gold to me. Copper toilet? Ah. The last time we see a normal camera woman before we get badass camera woman. Damn. It's still interesting the fact that he's gotten so much bigger. Like, how is he making himself grow, and how, like, there's got to be something he's designed to make the big toilets too. the first time they had to deal with brain-controlled allies. Nope, not dealing with that music. Not dealing with the music. That music is dangerous. Not dealing with it. If I hear that music, I just mute. And now he's about to get taken over. Oh, poor speaker man. Poor speaker man. You're not wrong. We ever since they got back I meant to pause. Ever since they got back the Speaker Titan, we don't see the brain control toilets come back that often. I think they did attempt did they attempt? No, I don't think they haven't attempted since they got the brain control off of the Speaker Titan. I still love the fact that they go out of their way to destroy YouTube headquarters with G-Man here. Motherfucker trying to be a creepypasta character. Yeah, they did attempt once, I think, but he had like a protection around his neck and the back of his head to prevent it. Nope. He got fucked. It's just the suits. It's probably just the way they look with their suits is why you think Chainsaw Man. Music is back. I mute. Just so you know, I don't want to deal with the copyright BS. No copyright BS for me, please and thank you. Hey, they took out the music this time. Oh, and now we officially started the full screen mode. So no more YouTube short style. We got full screen. And I can really tell this is the start of the 60 FPS version of it too, because it is definitely remastered and looks really smooth here. Thumbs up. Thumbs up, chat. Thumbs up. Yeah, I know it plays in the YouTube short version, but you don't really have to worry about copyright as much with YouTube shorts. It's long-term footage like this stuff that you have to worry about. So that's why I purposely mute it when it comes on and it's not altered at all. The big man himself, TV Titan. Hayden doing little smiles. I see you. And that is death and destruction. It's not exactly what they say, but in terms of how they probably felt, well, it was more like, well, fuck this, we're out. Motherfucker with the Doc Ock arms. Oh, we're getting close to the showdown. This fight was pretty big. And hype for the series. How you doing, DeFook? I see you over there. Look at that motherfucker just standing there, menacingly staring and watching. Motherfucker, I see you. Hey, what's up, Tomato 101? Started the Memberthon stream today with 10 hours, and I've been live for a little bit more than 9 hours. There's a lot of times where he just shows up for literally nanoseconds. Like literally a second to, or less than a second. You have to be very mindful where he shows up. I gotta admit, every time there's a head stab of some type, it's always pretty goddamn brutal with the sound effects. And there goes that chest plate that we won't see for a while until the fucking scientist toilet. Oof. This was a harsh fucking battle for him. Plunger Man, and he's finally got his plungers. He dodged, dip, duck, and dive. He didn't. And here it is. The start of the fucking thirsty Skibidi Toilet fans that for some reason are thirsty over women TV products and camera products and speaker products, let's just say. It all started with her. I remember seeing so many fucking thumbnails of people making animations now that she's been a character where they just overly sized her tits and shit for thumbnails. This was a pretty big episode. Can't get over how badass Plunger Man is. Damn. First person view. I also can't. Oh, red eyes again. We haven't done another first person view through any of the Titans since this episode. Imagine the comeback for TV Titan being POV. Like we see TV Man Titan's point of view during his comeback. Camera woman. Well, it's 3 a.m. for you, buddy, but it's only 12:30 a.m. for me. And read the title of the stream. This stream doesn't end until this clock hits 0. Oh, it's officially time. He's officially now known as Simp Cameraman. Yeah, there's been updates to the mod abilities, Elemental. Oh. If her head wasn't detachable, she'd be fucking dead. I wonder when we're going to see another one of these motherfuckers in the series, too. This is still what the fuck is going on in this scene right here. Like, what the fuck? Tank destroyed. I still remember that one. You had one job is what he said in reverse. That's a pretty harsh death, to be honest. Alright, now things are getting crazy real here with episode 56. This fight is the start of when shit gets crazy with a lot of these fights and these parts and everything. True, Titan Speakerman version 2. Yep, this is that time. Also, he's gotten a little bit more upgrades with the shielding on the chest and stuff. It is interesting to know that he doesn't even bring out the new shield that he has later down the line. He just picks up a fucking metal thing on the ground as the shield, so he doesn't waste his energy shield at all. We know you're down, but you're not out, soldier. We got you. Stream is lagging. That's probably on your end. I'm still in green, and everything looks so good on my end. So refresh the tab for yourself, buddy. No fucks given. Yeah, I think that is actually supposed to be the last time we see one of those take over the Titan drone toilets attempt to take over the Titans. Yeah, if you want this shave, we definitely have to hit the goal of 1,200 members on the channel. That is the only way I shave this shoddy beard. R.I.P. Simp. Can we get a round of F in the chat for to pay respects for the simp cameraman? He may never return. He may never return. Damn. He is thirsty for toilet blood. Sounds disgusting. You're the third person to say $500 would add a ton of time, but no one's done it. And don't do it if you can't afford it. Don't put yourself financially in a bad situation because you don't need that much money. But that is your choice. The boys are coming to beat ass. I remember this episode. I was on a vacation trip for a week when this episode came out, and I had to do a shoddy reaction to it in my friend's room. This could have been the first indication that this isn't the true G-Man. This is probably around the time frame where this was the fake G-Man. And I probably never will update those thumbnails, to be honest. Don't think I will. Damn. The man, the myth, the legend, Moist Critical is here. The moist of all toilets. And the trifecta of the thirsty people in the world after these women in this Source Filmmaker video series. Although, to be honest, she has honestly one of the best introductions with the music she's listening to coming in. Oh shit. He looks bigger. Like, he definitely had a bigger, like, model at, like, like I said, I still have a feeling that we're going to see eventually how he became the size he is eventually. He's got to have some way of making himself larger. This series is weird, but it's got some charm to it that I don't mind. God damn. That's still a brutal, pretty brutal death there. No help, bitch. He's got his legs back. They censored that? Really? This motherfucker censored the flip off? No, fuck you for censoring that. God, the head stabs are always brutal to see. They got fucked. The few times we hear them do something other than just destroy things. The few times we saw and heard a laughter from one of them. One of the biggest moments for the series, because we now know that they can fake each other and there could be decoys out there. Not okay. Not often we see a thumbs down. And here it is. The rage moment. Probably one of the biggest moments of the series. Anything that will top this moment is seeing all three Titans work together and show up. A lot of people like to lurk. You can tell by the speed of things, this is when the action gets intense and fucking real. Alright, enjoy it, chat. Enjoy it, viewers. This is the scene a lot of people were hyped so much about and wanted for so long. The three women, so all you thirsty skibidi fuckers out there that enjoy this stuff for the thirst, there you go. Have at it. Enjoy, embrace, and bask in it. Alright, let's continue. And that's the face of, at this new moment, I knew. I fucking... Oh, it was at this moment he knew he fucked up. And once again, this episode, with the hype and everything being real, first indication of the TV Man headquarters. With TV Scientist. And there it is. We're in the final episode. That's available at this moment of recording this. Episode 67, Part 1. Initial reactions still on the channel. Go check it out. R.I.P. soldier. You did good. It's still interesting that the mobster toilet comes back. awesome comeback with a brutal kill to boot, and a replacement for his arm. Also, the first time we see that the acid doesn't affect their metal and material, but it does still affect their skin. And now we have the scientist, who I believe is probably going to be a fake, with a red eye. And someone said or pointed out that the red eye might symbolize going kind of nuts, but that's after feeling like they're closed in and they're going to lose, so they go in a rage mode. But I feel like this is just a different Skibidi, knowing that he's going in a losing fight, just to trick them into thinking they got rid of the Skibidi scientist. And that's it. They're ready to beat that ass, and we will see, most likely within a week or so, the final, or not the final, but part 2 to episode 67. Hope you guys enjoyed this rewatch. Once again, I have seen these episodes quite a few times, and this is the first time in a long time I've watched from the very beginning to the newest episode of Skibidi Toilet. Hope you guys enjoyed this. This was part of the Memberthon, and we finally got underneath 10 hours. I started a stream, no joke, almost 10 hours ago. I'm around 9 hours and a little bit more, and I started the stream with 10 hours, and we have been streaming for almost 9, and people have been gifting memberships and donating, and now I'm back finally underneath 10. So let's go. If you missed out on some of the stream, don't feel bad. It's still available to watch on the channel, and check out more videos. I'll see you guys next time, and until then, later. Alright. And also to boot, this is not part of the recording, of course. Also to boot, we officially hit 4 hours and not an issue. Thank God. I was worried that an issue would happen during this part of the stream. 5 a.m. for you. So far, it is 1 a.m. for me. And I am starting to feel a little bit on the tired side. I'm not going to joke. I am starting to feel tired. 9 hours of streaming is no joke. And we still have 9 hours and 49 minutes to go, depending on if we get any more memberships or donations during this stream. And like I said, I most likely will be ending the stream, but only while I'm asleep. And then I'll resume the stream with the timer at the same point of when I ended the stream. So you guys will still get the Memberthon and everything. I most likely will be doing it that route, instead of leaving my stream on while I'm sleeping and you guys lose time. Are you going to watch Five Nights at Freddy's series on the OnlyFans? So I did upload it to OnlyFans Pirate Goku 2 different times, and both times got blocked. OnlyFans took down my reaction due to 2 things. One, my first attempt was nothing different, just a raw reaction. I uploaded it, and they basically said, no, there are children in this video that you're watching. You're not allowed to post it because of the children. Second time I uploaded, I added a filter over it to maybe block everything for the whole entire movie, but it was still easily to watch. It just had my Steven Z Killer name over it, with it being transparent. Like 50% transparent. Thought that would work. Upload. Nope. Still, because there's a child in the video, not allowed. So I have another method I'm going to be trying to do. I'm uploaded my my video to my Google Drive, and I'll be posting the link to that Google Drive for people on OnlyFans to receive and or watch my reaction. So that's probably how it's going to work when I post it on OnlyFans, which will be probably tomorrow. I've told this many times during the stream. People keep asking me. I have already stated multiple times my reasoning. I'm not going to give my reasoning anymore, but I would give the FNAF movie a 6 out of 10. And if you want more reasoning, go back to priorly in this stream or priorly to the other streams from today, and or go watch my reaction to the movie that is available on YouTube. That is a heavily cutted, altered version of the reaction. There's a chance we'll watch that during the stream, but there's also a chance we may not. And I also do have it as this right here. Where is it on the list? Oh, here it is. Comic Dub FNAF Trilogy Supercut. That is all 3 movies in one reaction. So we'd watch them in order. And I haven't seen The Fourth Closet. But if we hit this, we will watch them one after another in one big reaction. If we make it to this. That's a big if. I don't know. It's up to the chat. It's up to the viewers and the people who want to donate and support me and make the stream longer. Just depends. Can you play Sister Location? That is not up to me. That is up to the stream. That is up to the members who are voting right now for the members pick for the marathon. So, as of right now, Joy of Creation is winning with 71% people have voted for Joy of Creation. In second place right now, which I will show you. So this is a voting system for only members on the channel. So right now, Joy of the Creation is winning. Ultimate Customite is second. Sister Location is third. And the Glitch Attraction, which I'm shocked because honestly, this is a really new one I downloaded to stream, but I haven't had the chance to. I am shocked that people didn't vote more for this. Interesting. Well, if you're bored, don't worry. We're hanging out and enjoying each other's company. You don't like it? That's up to you to stay or leave. I'm here to be entertaining, but I don't take commands. All right. Let me go back to this. So, as of right now, on the list, we have watched the Walton Files. We have watched all the Skibidi episodes. We have put on the Halloween costume. We still need to watch the Game Theory, the Hellsing Ultimate Abridge. And we need to play a FNAF game by members pick. So far, that is what we still have to do on this stream. And we've done a lot. I even done live reactions where members on the channel have sent me videos to watch, which I did. Didn't have to, but I did. Glitch Attraction would be my second pick. Ah, nice, Hayden. Ugh. And I'll probably be live for a little bit longer. I'm just trying to think what would be pretty fun to do right now. Hellsing Ultimate Abridge wouldn't be too hard to do. Wouldn't be a bad thing to wrap up on too for tonight. Or the FNAF timeline. Yeah, I am wearing the Popeye the Sailor Man costume. Just pretend I have the hat on. I don't even know where the fucking hat is anymore. Oh, there it is. There you go. Alright. Yeah, we'll do a poll. Yeah. Have you seen Venos do a face reveal FNAF gameplay? No, I did not know Vanos did a face reveal in a FNAF video. But I know he hasn't, like, I think he's showed his face on other things before. Or, like, at least on Twitter. Thank you for the $5, by the way, Paragoku. I'll add the 5 minutes in a second. There. Alright. Let me add the 5 minutes.
Have you seen Vanas do a face reveal FNAF gameplay?
Okay, 5 minutes. That means that should be at 45 in 3, 2, 1. There we go. 5 minutes added. Thank you for the $5 donation. Okay. Favorite Titan? I think all three of them just are around the same level. I don't really have a favorite. Will you be able to upload the stream afterwards? The stream will be on the channel once I hit end stream. It will not be disappearing this time. It is already technically up on the channel in 3 different parts. Because the stream got taken down or glitched 2 times today. So the first part of the stream was 2.5 hours. The second part of the stream was 3 hours and 13 minutes. And so far, this part of the stream is 4 hours. So officially, let's see. Okay, so 2.5 plus 3 and 15. 2.5. I'll just combine those. That is 5 and 45 minutes. And this stream plus that, so 6 hours plus 4. We're officially around 10 hours. Today we've streamed. We've streamed for 10 hours. If someone donated $100 through Super Chat, that's 100 minutes. $1 equals 1 minute added. Unless they donate through the link that's pinned, which is actually going to give you an extra 20 seconds per dollar. Which I would have to do the math. Or if people do a $100 donation through gifted memberships, that's a lot more time. So these are the methods, so you guys can see. Boop. Personally, never watched Friends, didn't know the person that well, but yes, I did hear about it. Someone mentioned it earlier, and I looked up the person who died. I never watched Friends, so I didn't know who the person was, but people let me know. R.I.P. I feel bad that he died as young as he did, because he was in his 50s. I best wishes to his family, and I'm sorry that they are going through this. But personally, I just don't know the person that well. I'm hoping we can at least get Resident Evil tier list before the end of MEMBERTHON. I'm hoping we can reach Halloween. But it just depends. Also, King never came back. But, alright. Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to be the case. So far, FNAF Theory is winning. Let me get the video. I forgot how long this is. Both are actually pretty lengthy. And I'm probably not going to make this a video, like recording wise. Because my original reactions are still up on YouTube. Okay, there we go.
I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father.
Okay, here we go. Game theory, FNAF complete timeline with ruined DLC. This is a 2-hour video. I might record this. I might still upload this. I don't know. It's content. It doesn't matter when I'll post this. It's content. I might still upload this later. But I will say, I am getting tired. This may be the last thing we do on the stream. For tonight. And of course, when I wake up and I start the stream up tomorrow, I will be starting it whatever time frame we have left on the timer here. Did you know someone made a fan-made contribution of Dragon Ball Z Abridged starting off with the Otherworld tournament? It kind of feels like it was written by Team 4-Star. No, I did not know about this. I love Team 4-Star's work, and I love things that are similar to Team 4-Star. So, post in the reaction idea section on the Discord, and I may react to it in the future. Yes, I will be pausing the timer when I sleep. Yes. The only reason I wouldn't pause the timer is if I don't turn off the stream. The timer continues if I leave the stream on. That's the difference. At the same time, I'm going to be 100% with you guys. Last time I did a memberthon, literally on the first day, I think we reached around 35 or 36 hours on the timer on the first day. We haven't gotten past even 20 hours on the timer, so, although at the same time, I've done 10 hours of streaming. So, still not bad. But if I went to bed and we had 8 hours left, the timer would hit 0 while I'm asleep. But at the same time, it's also probably easier for people to show up if I stop the stream and continue the memberthon when I'm done sleeping, so that people can show up, be part of the stream, and maybe if they can afford it and everything, push it longer by donating and or becoming members, so we can hit more goals and I can do more things live. And we may even be able to hit Halloween this way too. So, because even though I'm a pretty big channel, I knew for a fact, just like last memberthon, I don't think I'll make it past, because the last memberthon, I honestly didn't even think I would get more than 40 hours before I had to end the memberthon. That's how I thought, but we reached 62 hours, which was still surprising. I have a feeling that we may not reach 3 days, which Halloween is in 4 days. So, this might help. The donations were going to come in waves. Yeah, I honestly feel it too. They have been. Today's donations were in waves. We had a big chunk at the beginning of, like, I would say the first hour to hour and a half to 2 hours. There was like maybe 20 gifted memberships. And then out of nowhere, Beerus, Kirim, and a few others just started donating, and then also taking advantage of the glitch earlier when basically people were getting double the time for the price. There was a glitch earlier, so instead of 5 minutes added, it was adding 10 minutes per gifted sub, which I allowed some of that to stay. It was still funny. It was still content. And not to mention, what tier is it? Let's see. When is the next costume? When I get up tomorrow and I start the stream, I probably will not be wearing this costume. And the next costume... Wait, where's the costume? Where's the next costume? The next one is 300. So we have to literally double what we have. And I still have 2 costumes that you guys can see me wear in the stream. Hey, streaming that long is no joke. It really is not a joke. It ain't easy. As it is now, I think I'm doing pretty well. Actually, I haven't stand up for a little bit. I'm going to stretch. That's another thing, is you got to keep stretching every so often, because you don't want to sit for... Like, sitting for 6 to 8 hours straight is not actually good for your legs, especially if you're a big guy like me. I'm pretty goddamn chunky. I'm fat. I'm big. I'm bold. But I know for a fact I need to walk a little bit, stand a little bit, flex a little bit of my Popeye muscles. Yeah. Yeah. Where's my spinach? Come on, chat. Come on. Come on. Bring it on. Stuff like that. Just to keep the energy up. Also, my drink earlier helped. Which I still have some in here, but I might not drink anymore because I don't want to. I want to be able to sleep when I stop the stream. But we'll probably be wrapping things up, and I'll probably end things soon. We'll probably watch this, but please put eat spinach as one of your goals. I don't have spinach in my house. I don't have spinach. But I like spinach. I actually like spinach. I've had spinach. I've had raw spinach before. Anytime I have a Subway sandwich, I ask for spinach on my sandwich. One of my go-to Subway sandwiches is the Italian BMT. It has 3 types of meat on it. I get pepper jack cheese, I get ranch, and I get lettuce and spinach. That is my go-to sandwich when it comes to cold sandwiches from Subway. That is my go-to. I love that sandwich. It's so good. It's filling. And I also get the Italian cheese and herb bread with it. Or sourdough. Or wheat. One of those 3. So I get spinach on my sandwich all the time whenever I have Subways. It's good. I like it. So, and we've been doing good on this on the stream in general. Having a lot of fun. Although I did have I will say, because I didn't decide this right away, and I did make this. I can show you guys this. This was the sleeping screen. I would turn off my webcam, and then you would see the videos I would play, right? Boom. The video would play while I slept. This is how it looked. If I left the stream on while I was sleeping. Just so you know, this is the setup. Let me turn the webcam back on. But yeah, that is this was the setup I had for if I was sleeping and I left the stream on. Do I like what? Nando's? I don't know what that is. I hear you, Socks. Ugh. Say hi to the chat, Socks. Any donations for Socks? Any gifted subs for Socks? Huh? It'll raise the timer and make Socks happy. She's such a good kitty. I love my cat. She doesn't let me hold her for long. Firecracker is MIA. He's been missing for... Oh, there it goes. She wants off. I can tell when she starts pushing her back legs to jump off. That's when she wants off. So I don't force her to stay on me. And I don't force her to stay. She might actually want out of my room soon, knowing her. But Firecracker has been missing since December of last year. December 9th of this year will be 1 year. So, not everyone knows what happened to Firecracker still. I still don't know if he's dead or alive. I don't know if he'll ever come back. I'm hopeful he comes back. And if he is alive, I hope he is thriving and or found a family to replace me that loves him and cares for him as much as I did. If he's gone for good, I hope he didn't suffer. And I'm glad to have known him as long as I did. And that's all I can do. I tried looking for him for months. I reached out to a lot of people around the place. I walked, yelled for him, called for him, went to animal shelters, pounds, even asked about brought in dead animals. No luck. So, I miss my little buddy. I will never forget the time I did have with him, though. I'll never forget how he was whenever I would hold him and he would chew on my beard. It was something I don't think I'll ever get back with another cat. I love Socks. And she was a little bit jealous of Firecracker when I had him. But I love them both equally. But I could tell she was a little bit jealous of him. But since he disappeared, she became a little bit more closer to me. And a little bit more cuddlier, too. So, it is just what it is. But I try not to get it to affect me. But I'm an animal lover, and no matter what, I'm always going to just have that thought in my back of my head that if he did pass away because of like getting hit by a car or something like that he didn't suffer. He was a male cat, and he still had his testicles too. So that's actually common for male cats to venture off farther than they should. So if he did venture off farther than he should, and he's alive, I hope he's doing well. That's all I can do. Anyways. Sorry to bring up the mood, but when people ask me about Firecracker, I just let them know. And I've accepted never seeing him again. And I'll be honest, I had moments where I broke down, worried about him, and cried a little bit. But I've accepted, and I've said goodbye, but I'm still hopeful that he'll show up one day. I will let you guys in on one thing. A few weeks ago, where's my phone? A few weeks ago, a cat did show up that made me think it was Firecracker. I even took a picture. Not the greatest picture. Couldn't get close to the cat. But he didn't seem to be afraid of me. And when I approached him, he kind of rolled over. But he didn't meow or act like... He didn't like fully like act like Firecracker. He was still worried. But at the same time, in my mindset, if it was Firecracker, he was by himself for 9 months. He may be more wild now. But I thought it might have been him. But I think it's one of his kids before he left. Because, let's be honest, he was going around banging that pussy. By pussycat, I mean. Let me see if I can find the pictures. Okay. I will send myself these 2 pictures. Let's see, where... There it is. No, not what I wanted to do. Let's see. There we go. There's those 2 pictures. Then I will also send me a picture of Firecracker originally. There we go. Okay. Now that I got these pictures, I can show you guys what I mean. Let me go over here. So, let me go to this scene. All right. Scene's a little bit easier for this, and I can just remove these later. Let's go over to this. Okay. So I got a couple pictures to show you guys, so you guys can see what I mean. So, alright, let's move that over here. So, Firecracker. That's what Firecracker looked like. Here's another picture of what Firecracker looked like. So, you guys can see. And this was the cat that I saw that made me think it was Firecracker. The body shape wise is about the same. And he let me get pretty close to him. And then there's this picture. Look at the way he looked. Right here. And here. I wish I had better camera, better lighting for these pictures. When I saw him, it just made me think it was Firecracker. But I think he would have at least meowed at me or anything, or gave me more of a sign. It did look like he had his eye, the same eye issue as Firecracker. And the way he moved around and crawled underneath the fence, and even came up to me, not like full on came up to me. But this made me think it was Firecracker. But it's probably not him. And ever since that night, I haven't seen the cat that I thought was Firecracker. So sadly, I don't think I'm going to see my little guy anymore. And I think I've accepted it. It could have been him, but to me, if it was him and he recognized me, he would have come up to me. He would have meowed at least. Maybe he wouldn't let me come near him, but there was things that Firecracker did that I would have recognized instantly. I just wish I was able to get closer to him, get a better shot, better picture, and or had better lighting. So, but December 9th of this year, it'll be 1 year since he disappeared. Okay. Firecracker, he was about 2 years old when he disappeared. He was nearing 2 years old. So, he was a young cat. And he still had his testicles. So he was horny. I still have Firecracker in my memories, and it'll never go away. I still have all those awesome pictures of him. All those moments on stream and stuff like that I can go back to. I still go back to some of my videos late, like years ago, when I still had my dog Angel. I still miss her. No matter what. No matter what. Anyways, I'm gonna take a minute though. I want to put on some background music. I'm gonna go grab myself a glass of milk because I want something sweet, and I have some chocolate granola bars I want to have with a glass of milk. So I'm gonna go get that. That'll help me push through 2 more hours, and then I'll probably wrap up the stream. And then we'll continue tomorrow, the Memberthon. And when I end the stream, I pause the timer. So don't worry, chat. I will be pausing the timer and setting it up to go live tomorrow as soon as I wake up. And hopefully, when I do start my stream tomorrow, we'll be starting it off. If the new episode of Hello Boss does drop tomorrow, we'll be starting it off with that reaction. So give me a second to get some music on for you guys while I go do this. I'm also going to probably take off this. I'm honestly getting way too warm for this. And I've been wearing this for, what, 7 hours out of the 10? I think the first 3 hours I didn't wear it. Maybe the first 2 hours I didn't wear it. But for the last 7 to 8 hours I've been wearing this. I think that's good enough for me. Oh, actually, Hayden, I saw you say that. What was the song by that channel you wanted me to listen to? I'll just have that play in the background while I go get the milk and stuff. I'll keep my headset on so I can listen to it too while I go get stuff. Also, ending the poll. No joke, I think we were listening to this earlier. Yeah, we were listening to this earlier. I'll be back. Also going to take this off, so... All right. Ugh. 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 All right. I feel a little bit better. No more costume for now. We're gonna watch a video. We're gonna have a good time. And I'm not gonna have to worry about a costume until we hit 300 members on the channel. So there's still 2 more costumes to wear. And that one will be put away for now. Alright, I did get my, have you guys ever had one of these? These granola bars? The chewy ones? I got a couple flavors. I got peanut butter chocolate chip as this little snack. I also have chocolate covered with chocolate chip. I got s'more flavor, and last but not least, chocolate covered dipped again, but with peanut butter smeared on the top or whatever. So I got my snack, my granola bars. Yeah, I buy a box of these every so often and I snack on them. Like, I'll get like 2 to 4 of these, and that will be a great snack that will hold me over and whatnot if I'm hungry. I don't even know if I'll eat all 4 of these. I just grabbed 4. My favorite back then was Nature Valley Crunch Bar. Those are good, but I can't eat those ones because I do have a bad tooth on both sides. So I gotta be careful what I eat. But that's just me, and I don't have insurance right now. So can we get Kevin the Knife? Now that's a callback. Oh, Kevin the Knife is actually on the most recent merch. If you look closely, you can find Kevin the Knife on the merch. That image right there actually has Kevin the Knife. That's the new merch right here. So, and I did not miss any donations, did I? No needing to add time since I walked away. Let me double check. PayPal, just in case for some reason that one, don't think I have any. No. Yeah, okay. Let me refresh this. Yeah, everything looks good on my end. You're allergic to peanut butter, sadly? I do feel sorry for you because I do enjoy peanut butter as a snack. There are some people out there that don't like peanut butter in general, but I enjoy it as a snack. Although too much peanut butter is actually not good for your digestive system. I'm also still hoping we reach at least this. I want to open this on stream. Mystic, you know what this is. Going for that Ghost Rare Super Saiyan 3 Goku that's worth $2,000. Alright. Honestly, I haven't bought a booster box since that set. Okay. We're going to watch the FNAF game theory video. I will record this. I will probably upload this at some other point. Just because. Just don't know when I'll upload it. What? Mystic, it was literally on the list. Right there. Look at that. I would love if we at least get to this point. It would suck because I would also have to put on another costume. I don't think the rest of the stuff would be that bad. But this is kind of around the point I would love to at least hit. If we don't make it any further. Also, there are people who really want me to play Roblox Doors, so that might be something. The watch party on Discord for the FNAF movie. Another costume, which is the final costume. Horror game ranking tier list. Watch all Meat Canyon animations. Watch the Five Nights at Freddy's trilogy supercut animated comic dub. Try toxic waste candy, and I fucking hate sour, and apparently this is the sourest candy you can buy most of the time. Guarantee in the future I'll have a VTuber model. Stream cap for this event will be removed so we can stream past Halloween. And then of course the last one of me shaving my beard all off. This whole thing comes off. Everything. Unless I want to do a goatee. But most likely everything goes. And I'll do it on stream. So, that is what it is. I know how to spell booster. I misspelled one or two things on here, but I don't give a fuck anymore. It's what it is. Deal with it. Misspellings happen all the fucking time. Alright, so anyways, we're gonna get this reaction underway, and I will be snacking during this and whatnot. So boom. Oh, it's so much comfortable now that I don't have those fucking big, furry, fuzzy, cottony things on my arms. It's a lot nicer. Alright, starting the recording. What's up, everybody? Steven Z Killer here, bringing another reaction. And guys, you can see a timer here. It's the Memberthon. I'm doing a Memberthon right here, right now, and I could still be live by the time you watch this video, or I could be done with the Memberthon. And if you missed out on it, it'll still be available to watch on the stream. Don't know what a Memberthon is? Basically, it is... I have a stream with a timer on it. The stream gets increased based off of the memberships gifted, memberships gained in general, and or donations. If people donate, if people become members, if people gift memberships, the timer goes up. I started the timer at 10 hours. And I've been streaming already, at this point, over 10 hours. So, pretty good overall. And a lot of memberships have been gifted, and a lot of other things have been around. A lot of people have been gaining memberships. If you don't want to miss out on free memberships or anything, or just in general hanging out with me and all these awesome people here, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, because 75% of you guys watching are not subscribed. That means you're either new or returning. If you're either one of those, hit that subscribe button today, and hopefully you do join us for some content. I also upload daily, so even if YouTube doesn't let you know about videos, feel free to just check out my channel, because I do post almost 2 videos every day. So, anyways, let's get into this video. Check it out. This is the complete timeline by Game Theory, including the Ruin DLC. As of now, this video is a combined effort of all the game theories into one massive video. And this was also a membership goal to watch during this live stream. So, hopefully you guys enjoy what you see here, because we did it live with me and all these awesome people. Let's get it. And look at that. They want you to join. They want you to be part of this. Don't miss out in the future. If I'm still live, or future Memberthons, or just in general future streams. Let's get it and enjoy.
I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father who slowly descended into madness, and along the way discovered the secret to it.
I also have some snacks that I will be chewing on the side while we watch this. But we'll still be enjoying and reacting to this.
Eternal life.
And I haven't watched these since they released, what? These released, like, end of last year. So I haven't seen these in over a year. Maybe more. I can't remember. I know the first one dropped over a year ago. And the last one dropped maybe 9 months or so ago. Chat, you guys can give me that info. How long has it been since the last part of this series dropped?
Our story begins not in the 1980s, or even in the 1970s, but all the way back in the 1930s. It was the throes of the Great Depression, and people were in desperate need of cheap entertainment, especially in Utah, one of the states hit hardest, fourth highest unemployment in the nation, and full of transients. People looking for work in Salt Lake, finding none, and ultimately moving on to find their fortunes out in California. People were tired and they were hungry, but as they traveled, there was one thing that could lift their spirits. A simple roadside attraction called Fredbear's Singin' Show. The ads were plastered all over town, featuring an animated bear drawn in the popular pie-eyed cartoon style for characters at the time. He resembled...
Also, who's hyped for the upcoming VR? And also, as we're recording this, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie came out. What do you guys think about that? And do you think that's going to interfere or influence any more theories that involve the timeline in the future? Comment down below.
Cartoons like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, Betty Boop. It immediately said that this, Fredbear's, was a place where you could bring the family. And the price, honestly, couldn't be beat. For 50 cents, you could get food and entertainment as you watched the local trained real-life dancing bear perform on stage. Normally, you only got to see dancing bears at large traveling circuses like Barnum and Bailey, where the tickets would go for about $1.
That's as high as I turn it up.
That's $1 without food. But this was a smaller show, like the type from the Vaughn brothers or the Robbins brothers, where tickets would sell for just a mere 50 cents. Watching that bear do tricks on stage brought a glimmer of joy at a time when so much was wrong with the world. The simple show would go on for years, bringing happiness to hundreds of travelers passing through looking for a quick meal. But it left a permanent impression on one little boy, capturing his imagination in a way that nothing else had. One little boy named Billy. That was his nickname at least, but his parents liked to call him William Afton. The bear could dance, could sing. For decades, William dreamed of recreating that moment of bringing a musical bear to life, but...
that timing.
How? William was smart, without a doubt, and he had a keen mind for business, but he wasn't the most creative. How do you make a singing, dancing bear come to life? The best he could do was using rudimentary costumes. We know, based on the retro poster that was hidden in Security Breach, that at least at one point, Fredbear was an actual bear. Dancing bear shows were a real form of entertainment. The only problem is that, timing-wise, none of our main characters would be the people in charge of that business in the 30s, and a series of pizza restaurants in the 80s, without them just being extremely old. Best case scenario, if Afton's running the singing show when he's 18, that still puts him at nearly 70 when the first pizzeria opens and his murder spree begins. That just doesn't make a lot of logical sense because he doesn't become immortal until his first death in Springtrap. That's why I suspect that Fredbear's Singing Show was either a family business that Afton then carried on to a new generation, or something that he saw as a kid and just wanted to recreate when he grew up. William was inspired
Makes a lot of sense.
By the work of Walt Disney, who throughout the 50s and 60s was pioneering the use of mascot suits throughout his theme park. The big innovation? Suits with 5 fingers. This allowed the performers wearing the suits to use their natural arms and hands to interact with the guests, as opposed to the older models where the arms would just hang limply by their sides. Finally, with a simple mascot suit, he would be able to realize his childhood dream. He would be able to bring Fredbear to life. To appeal to the kids, and for copyright reasons, he changed Fredbear from a realistic brown animal to a cartoonish yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie. But feeling like one character wasn't enough, he added another friend, a yellow rabbit with a purple vest and matching tie named Bonnie the Bunny. While Fredbear was certainly his first love, Bonnie was extra special because that was his. It was an original character that he had created from scratch. And I do mean scratch. William's hand-sewn costumes were rough with seams and stitches visibly showing. It's a handcrafted suit. You can see the seams.
That was still such an awesome detail that we I did not pick up on when we played the VR and stuff like that, and when we watched a lot of these theory videos, and not a lot of people pointed at that out.
And everything. It even has
that is a great representation of how the costume would have been before the animatronics were a thing to have in the suit.
5 fingers for the performer's hands. It is very much not a Springtrap suit. This is something much more rudimentary. It came at a time before animatronics were a part of the story. That's why I suspect that it was actually the first, predating literally everything. It's also a suit that is very personal to him.
And I agree with that.
His digital consciousness in that form. It's his personal avatar. It's the way that he sees himself. There's also a whole separate discussion to be had here about the habits and rituals of serial killers. So the fact that he's choosing to lure kids and kill them in this particular suit actually says a lot about his emotional attachment to it. So while Fredbear seems to have started as someone else's creation, Golden Bonnie was uniquely Williams, giving him a personal connection. And that's not all. In this whole franchise, only one set of characters have themselves 5 fingers, the Nightmares. Even Golden Freddy, Fredbear was a 5-fingered wearable suit at one point in the story, as we see in this shot from the graphic novel, before he, like everyone else, was
I kind of forgot about that statement.
Turned into an animatronic. This seems to imply that all of the main characters had similar wearable mascot outfits at least at one point in time, and that whoever is having the FNAF 4 nightmares, if they even are nightmares, saw those mascot suits specifically. Bonnie and Fredbear would perform on stage to small but enthusiastic crowds. Finally, he was able to deliver fantasy and fun to all the kids, delighting and inspiring them in the exact way that he had been delighted and inspired so many years ago. Afton, despite eventually falling to become the heartless serial killer and mad scientist that we know him as, began as
so fucking true.
Someone with good intentions and a love of entertaining kids. He wanted to bring things to life from the very beginning, a theme that recurs a lot for him throughout the rest of the franchise. And things could have ended there. That could have been the end to his story. It could have been perfect had it not been for one thing. Other people saw the success of his idea and they wanted in. Enter Chica's Party World, a rival restaurant starring performing animal characters. His idea, except they did it better. William may have been the first, but obviously he wasn't the best. It hurt the prideful William Afton to admit it, but this restaurant was able to do the thing that he always wanted to do, make the animals actually come to life. All of the performers in this restaurant were robots, simple metal skeletons that were powered by battery packs, but all of them able to freely turn and talk and dance on their own, no human required. It was like magic. Magic that came from the mind of a brilliant creator named Henry Emily. This Henry, in some small way, had been able to harness the power of life itself. Afton admired him. He was jealous, to be sure, but he also looked upon this man with awe. Off to one side of Chica's Party World was a small cabaret stage featuring an elephant magician. On the other, a hippo known to
I still gotta watch like breakdown videos and Easter egg videos on the FNAF movie, but I believe we did see Henry in the movie as a flashback when they watched the VHS stuff.
Ramble on and on. That one was more of a joke for the parents, but it was the main stage that was for the kids. A rocking band of characters featuring a yellow chicken thing with a southern drawl named Chica, backed by a band of other country-themed characters, including a pig with a banjo, an upbeat frog from the local swimming hole, and a brown bear with a heavy southern accent. Wait. A bear? But bears were his animals. Why not a cow or a horse? Something to fit the country theme a bit better. Why did it have to be a bear? And adding insult to injury, they had the nerve to call this thing Ned Bear, a direct copy of his own Fredbear.
Whoops, that's gonna leave a mark.
I've suspected that the mediocre...
It would have been way worse if they tried just copying his Bonnie idea, because that was truly his. He, honestly, I feel like William really shouldn't be, because technically Fredbear is still him copying something else.
Melodies played a much more important role in the story than just being a...
Later, babers.
A bunch more animatronics to fill out the roster. Especially Ned Bear, which is just so suspiciously close to Fredbear. And yet, there are two key details that we're gonna have to justify with any mediocre Melodies mention. One, they're very rudimentary with external battery packs, implying that they come very early in the timeline. And two, we know that, at minimum, Mr. Hippo does eventually become an official member of the extended Freddyverse. But if these things are supposed to be cheap, generic rip-offs, why would you be trying to rip off yourself? You wouldn't. You would be stealing someone else's ideas. So if Afton created Fredbear, there would have to be some rival franchise. The only other person who would likely be ripping him off? Henry. We've talked extensively about how the mediocre Melodies are clearly Henry's design aesthetic, so it just has to be him. I don't think Henry's doing this maliciously. He doesn't strike me as the type. He was likely building the robots at the orders of someone else that was running a rival restaurant franchise. But that's enough motivation to start Afton down a path of jealous rivalry, but also begrudging admiration. As the Freddy Files Ultimate Edition says, it's important to revisit the beginning of Henry and William's relationship, so here you go. I think this is where it begins. Also, this is future Matt Pat here coming back to add this one in. Seems like the recently released character encyclopedia has backed up all of this speculation. I've had this timeline written for about a month now, but I've also been holding off a bit to see what...
I remember this happening, yeah.
Wrenches this character encyclopedia might throw into it. And on this particular point, I gotta say, it seems like we might actually have nailed it. They actively call out the suspicious similarities to the main Fredbear crew. Quote from one of the pages: Ned Bear looks like an imitation, altered just enough to avoid copyright issues. I don't know about you, but that seems to imply that we were right on the money. Knowing all of this, at one point the franchises had to have merged. That's really the only way that you get Mr. Hippo from the rival franchise as part of the Fazbear crew. This also mirrors a lot of what happened in the real-life history of Chuck E. Cheese, with two rival restaurants, each with their own casts of characters, merging to become one unified brand. Again, we've gone into that in detail with other videos, just wanted to remind you all of that here. But why would I call out the rival restaurant as being named Chica's Party World? Few things, actually. First, we know for a fact that a location named Chica's Party World exists. It is mentioned in the source code teasing sister location, so it is out there somewhere and doesn't fit cleanly anywhere. Second, in the story of the Puppet Carver, Chica is very explicitly looped in with the book versions of Pig Patch and Ned Bear, implying that she started as a mediocre melody. Thirdly, her design just fits better with the theme of down-home country animals with southern accents playing the banjo and eating with bibs. And with her being the headliner of the show with her name on the restaurant, it would make sense then that when the restaurants merged, she was the one that was added to the main cast of characters while all the other mediocres faded away. It's also why when Freddy's closes after William's killing spree, she's the one to branch back mediocres.
Also, I just realized something. She fits more with this because of the fact that she's also yellow. We have yellow, we have gold, somewhat more yellowish gold. She would fit in this situation.
The one that was added to the main cast
before they basically got recolored and made this one brown.
The characters while all the other mediocres faded away. It's also why when Freddy's closes after William's killing spree, she's the one to branch back off into her old franchise and is therefore missing in sister location. A detail that's bothered me for years at this point. It might also explain why William decided to stuff his first dead kid into Chica. That one was Henry's creation, not his. Ifton's jealous admiration turned to hardened bitterness. A bitterness that would only grow over the next couple of years as families continued to choose Chica's Party World
mustard
over
yellow
Fredbear's. William just couldn't compete with the appeal of the robots. Eventually, his restaurant would go bankrupt, only to get bailed out by, of course, Henry Emily. Another insult, another humiliation that William wouldn't soon forget. 1979. Despite being bitter, Afton couldn't deny that what came next was a period of massive success and expansion. With the two franchises now merged into one, it was the best of both worlds. Afton's ideas with Henry's robotic expertise. The two men decided to launch under a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner, a pizza chain that would eventually come to feature a mix of humans in performing suits as well as on-stage animatronics. They decided to stick with Fredbear as the headliner, considering the yellow bear was easily identifiable as a brand and because he was the original performing animal mascot. Afton appreciated that. This new restaurant would also see a mix of characters as the two franchises merged into one, with Pig Patch and Happy Frog performing right alongside Fredbear and Bonnie. And as part of this one big Fredbear family, they even got themselves official merch that were released, ranging from masks to magnets.
The crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet?
That said, not all the characters were winners. The reception to some characters was just mediocre, so they faded away into the dumpster.
Also, the elephant one was a weird choice.
Storage units and retro budget tech stores of lost nostalgia, waiting for their chance to step back into the limelight if and when a headliner went out of commission. Others, though, would fare much better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue guitar-playing variant of the yellow Bonnie Bunny. Ultimately, the franchise would get so big, it would spawn its own cartoon show, Fredbear and Friends. Business was booming. In the end, Fredbear and Bonnie's popularity would be so strong that they would...
Honestly, I didn't expect that little, those little cartoon things that we had that were released being such an influence for more like lore and advertisement that they had back when Fredbear Diner was booming. That is such a cool little thing.
Be able to support the Fredbear's Family Diner franchise all on their own, while also spinning off a new sister location dedicated to their friends. In 1983, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza launched, giving a dedicated home to all this new supporting cast of characters. Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Blue Bunny, Foxy the Pirate, and of course the headliner, a brown Freddy Fazbear. Business was good, and Afton was happy, mostly. It did bother him that the one original character that he created, the one that he himself played, Golden Bonnie, got passed over for inclusion in that cartoon show. The only character in the roster of regulars to get ignored for the show, but other than that, things were going smoothly. He had himself a wife, 2 sons, a daughter, he had a thriving business, and best of all, he was able to learn the craft of robotics from the man that he both loved and hated, Henry. Together, they were constantly pushing the limits of what these characters could do. Because it was quick and easy, new characters introduced into the roster would be given a simple hand-sewn suit with 5 fingers that any performer could wear. Eventually, Henry would design one of his signature animatronics for that character, utilizing a divided mouth with either a hinged or sliding jaw design. This was the first generation of animatronics. But why stop?
It is interesting to see Bonnie from FNAF 2 with his actual head piece on and with his eyeballs. It is cool to see that model with it not being as broken.
Up there, Afton had big ideas. What if the animatronics weren't just locked to the stage but could freely roam the restaurant and interact with the kids? What if his mascot suits could become animatronics? What if you could use more than just rigid metallic skeletons? Why not experiment with tubes and wires that would give the animatronics fluidity and flexibility while still providing structure? The possibilities for this technology were endless. Afton fell in love with robotics. He had started with a dream of bringing one simple singing bear to life, but with robots, he had stumbled across the tools that gave him the ability to control life itself. And thanks to Henry, he was practically speedrunning his way to an engineering degree. And while William wouldn't admit it out loud, one other thing that kept pushing him forward was the desire to beat his former rival, to prove himself smarter and more capable,
I'm with stupid.
to surpass the man who everyone else considered
what a petty
to be
thing,
a
but awesome.
visionary genius.
Little
but
edit.
pride cometh before the fall, and tragedy was about to strike.
The Afton era.
Business was booming with 2 whole restaurant franchises running, Fredbear's Family Diner and the newly opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Together, William and Henry had been able to take the hybrid suit idea and make it into a reality. They called their new invention the Springlock suit, and fittingly enough, it was symbolic of the partnership between these 2 men. A human suit as designed by William that could become a freestanding Henry-style robot. But because it was still new tech with kinks to work out, the rollout was limited, restricted only to the Fredbear's Family Diner location. All of this meant that William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he designed a nanny cam system where...
Oh, I will say, I am looking forward to that one animated series that goes really deep into the Fredbear Diner stuff. That animated series has been going pretty goddamn far, and I can't wait for the full video of like all the parts put together. I think right now they have up to 8, and I can't wait for the full thing. If you guys haven't seen that reaction, I highly recommend you guys go check that out.
Cameras and speakers were hidden throughout the neighborhood, as well as in his youngest son's favorite toy, Psychic Friend Fredbear. I mean, plushy Fredbear. But since cameras just weren't enough to raise a kid, he also left childcare duties to his eldest son, Michael. There was just one problem with that. Michael was far from the best babysitter. He tormented his younger brother by jump scaring him with a foxy mask and constantly left him behind. William watched all of it from his cameras. Kids would be kids. Tomorrow was another day, after all. Except Michael's torment didn't stop. Bitter, angry thoughts would run through Michael's mind. Why did he have to be the one to take care of this whining crybaby all the time? It just wasn't fair. It was time that he got even with his brother by playing the ultimate prank. A prank that just so happened to be on this crying child's birthday. He and his friends would take his worst mistake ever and make him do the one thing that he was terrified of doing, getting close to the animatronics. That would be embarrassing for the kid that was such an embarrassment to him. His brother squirmed, screamed, kicked, and fought, but just as they were putting that small, squirming boy up to Fredbear's lips, the mouth snapped shut. The sensitive spring locks inside the body had been triggered by the boy's movements, and they'd immediately clamped down. The wriggling stopped. The boy went limp, but it was just a prank. It was meant to be funny. The boy was taken to the hospital and was immediately given an IV. Flowers and pills filled the nightstand next to his hospital bed, but the damage was too severe. He couldn't recover. As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father, Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son. You're broken. I will put you back together. This would not be the end. No matter what, Williams' son would live again. It would just take time. Time that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown of the afterlife.
That is honestly a really sad way to die.
Changes started happening around the restaurant.
Was that the bite of 87?
Kids were now required to wear security wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission. Any kid who approached the exit without permission would have to answer to the security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant to stop kids in their tracks. It was William's idea, inspired by Michael constantly leaving the...
Also, this didn't dawn on me with the strings and everything and the moving around, watching this, watching the kids and stuff like that. This didn't dawn on me when I did my playthrough of Security Breach and of course the Ruin DLC. But Moondrop and Sundrop are basically the Marionette's replacement of what he did and was supposed to do during FNAF 2. But in the playground area, in the Ruin, and also the Security Breach playthrough, gameplay, whatnot, story.
The restaurant without his brother. In the wake of Fredbear's spring lock failure, all the hybrid suits were getting retired, locked away at the nearby Freddy Fazbear location. It was yet another tough pill to swallow after all the hard work that he and Henry had put into them. William would eventually bury the boy's small body in a remote location out in the woods right alongside his drive into and out of work every day. The death of this little boy sent the...
There was a VHS reacted to where you could see Charlie get killed by William outside the restaurant. It was made by Oh, that channel. I've watched a lot of those. I've seen a good bit of his stuff. I'll have to check that one out, Hayden. Post that in the Reaction Idea section. It has been a good bit since I've watched any VHS stuff that was FNAF related, so that might be one I do in the future with maybe some other ones.
Family spiral.
You know me. I'm always looking for that kind of content that I enjoy.
His wife, crippled with grief, was so distraught that all she could do was sit and watch TV.
I don't think I've reacted to that one either.
But his son Michael was far worse, complaining of seeing hallucinations of a golden bear standing outside of his window. The boy was so racked with guilt that he was convinced that he was being haunted by the ghost of his brother stuck inside the suit that took his life. The suit's three-toed feet digging into the wet earth. The words "It's me" ringing through Michael's ears. Some nights, Michael would even go so far as to break out of his room to check the gravesite and ensure that his brother was still there. As for William himself, he disappeared into his work and his drinks. Junior's, the local bar, wasn't far from his son's gravesite. He found himself going there more and more frequently, spending longer and longer amounts of time there. The bar gave him a place to...
Wait a second, I just realized something. Is that reference what made that one other FNAF fan game called Juniors? Which that is another one people have been asking me to play. I don't have it downloaded, but I've heard about it, and I've heard it's really good.
Think, to remember, to reflect and stew on how Henry had stolen his idea for an animal-themed restaurant. How they'd cut his character out of the cartoon when everyone else was there. How Henry had humiliated him by buying him out of bankruptcy. And now there was his son. Henry had taken his son from him. The robotic part was the part that failed after all. William ordered one more drink, but it was one too many. The bar turned him out and told him to go home. But William didn't go home. Drunk and angry, William raced back to the restaurant to give Henry a piece of his mind, only to find someone else waiting. Henry's daughter, Charlie, locked outside of the building, bullies laughing at her through the window. Fine, some other problem to fix. But then Afton got an idea. A beautifully awful idea. This was his chance to get back at the man that had humiliated him all those years ago.
I don't know why, but that just made me think an awful, nasty idea. Just made me think of, the Grinch.
Henry had killed his business, and now Henry's robotic suit had killed his son. It was time for
William is the purple Grinch of this story.
William to do some killing of his own. Let Henry feel what it's like to have something you love get ripped away. While parties continued inside the walls of the pizzeria, William attacked Charlie in the back alley. It felt good. He felt free. The years of resentment and bitterness trapped in his heart finally released in a moment of pure unapologetic evil. He would make Henry hurt like he hurts. And in that moment, William became a killer. He dropped Charlie.
Who laughed? Wait, that sound... What? Why does that laugh sound familiar?
Make Henry hurt like he hurts.
Why does that sound like Vegeta's laugh from Team 4-Star? Is that just me? That sounds like him. Like early Saiyan Saga, Namek Saga Vegeta.
Make Henry hurt like he hurts.
It sounds like Vegeta's laugh from Team 4-Star.
Charlie's lifeless body and drove home. forced to confront his family problems later that night, appalled, but also a little excited by what he had just done. Charlie's death would remain on the books as a random act of violence, and though Henry had suspicions about William, there was no physical evidence, nothing that could link him back to the crime. In the weeks that followed, Fredbear's family diner would close for good. 2 high-profile deaths around the restaurant with 2 grieving owners in such a short period of time was just too much bad press to handle.
Charlie was Henry's daughter.
Besides, Freddy Fazbear's was still open, and it was the newer restaurant anyway. All the equipment from the diner, including the old yellow suits and security puppet, would get retired to that location, and there they would sit for 2 uneventful years. The rest of 1983 and 1984 were spent quietly grieving. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the new cast of characters were a hit. Tragic memories of their yellow predecessors quickly faded. Afton kept a low...
The craziest thing about this series of games is you can't even figure out all this stuff without playing the games a fuck ton of times, going through every aspect, going through coding, going through web pages that Scott leaks and all that stuff, going through books, going through so much to pick and find and make all these connections. Like, the story is good, the lore is interesting, but you gotta go through so much just to find all this, to piece together. And there's still things that later get changed.
Profile and buried himself in work and research, quickly reaching Henry's level of engineering.
Basically, Afton killed his partner's daughter out of rage,
even surpassing him. And while Henry slowed down to grieve, Afton kept going.
Rage also because he also just recently lost his beloved youngest son.
Even starting his own company, Afton Robotics, for all those pet projects that were a little bit too experimental for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids via hidden security cameras. 1983. A passcode that served as a constant reminder of why the cameras were so important, why he was down there in the first place. This was all to fulfill the promise that he had made to his son, right? I will put you back together. This was for him, all for him, right? But cameras weren't enough. He needed to solve the runaway Michael problem. He had to keep him in the house. He couldn't have another one of his kids wind up dead inside of an animatronic suit. So why not run a little experiment on Michael? You see, all this work with Henry had gotten Afton to start learning more about life, robots, the human mind, and what a fallible machine we as humans were. Our reality is so easy to manipulate with a few sensory deceptions. Deceptions like sound.
Creepy
With
apple.
just a few sounds, he had discovered that he could alter a person's vision. He could transform blank, smooth plastic robots into lumbering, twisted nightmares. Nightmares far scarier than he could create with actual materials. They would appear organic, rotting, putrid, terrifying. These would be his means of keeping his son Michael in the house where he belonged. Was it extreme? Maybe. But then again, this was the boy who had killed his son. He would make...
And it's also the man that is going crazy and murdering children.
Make him sorry. And so Michael would grow up not only dealing with the memories of his own guilt, the hospital room, the pills, the flowers, the death of his brother, but also facing literal nightmares, illusions created by sound. Michael would never forget these either. Years later, as a security guard, he would still draw pictures of them inside of his logbook. But all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife cold and alone.
Why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my halls? All I see is an empty room, no more joy, an empty tomb.
And despite her repeated demands that he leave his office and engage with the family, he refused time and time again, leaving her no choice but to leave.
You burned down my house?
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there. You need to see your son.
The baby isn't mine.
Well, how's this?
I wonder if we're actually ever truly going to see anything official when it comes to the wife of Afton.
Keeping the diamond ring.
And through it all, there was one lingering feeling. William wasn't done. He had gotten a taste of what it felt like to be unleashed, what it felt like to be free. Charlie's murder had unlocked something in him, and he wanted more. June 26th, 1985. Putting on the golden Bonnie suit, he lured children one by one to the back room of the pizzeria when no one was looking. At first, he was cautious. He would lure them with promises of cake and cookies. He told them that their dog had died. He would ask for help with homework. Susie was the first. You never truly forget your first.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
But where to hide the bodies? He couldn't.
R.I.P. Susie and Chica's in Chica's outfit.
Sneak out, someone would see him. He had to hide them in a place where they'd never be found, and where they'd never leave the building. They had to be stuffed inside of the suits. No one maintained those things anyway except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz, Jeremy, and Gabriel would come next, but it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped. Until the last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after school, throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car.
The body of Cassidy was far more...
I don't remember that. Goddamn.
More bloody and broken than any of the others. He'd let himself go too far. That one he shouldn't have killed. With no more active animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one suit that remained backstage. The long-forgotten yellow Fredbear, now broken and discolored with age. Broken, like Cassidy was broken, like his son was broken. Newspapers reported on this disappearance, naming the whole thing the missing children's incident. Police would even charge William with the crimes after finding security footage of the golden mascot suit luring kids to the back. But they couldn't convict him. They had no bodies, and his face had been hidden behind the mascot suit the entire time. What they had was circumstantial at best, and so he walked away a free man. But Henry knew the truth. In these murders, he saw his daughter Charlie all over again. So he threw Afton out of the company and shuttered the doors to the old pizzeria. Henry would keep the franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids? Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security system in the form of new animatronics. Toy animatronics, inspired by the toys that they had been selling years ago. But these guys, these were special. They were a new breed of robot with facial recognition abilities.
But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database so they can detect a predator a mile away.
All the original animatronics, now withered with age, were moved to the new location. With a plan in place, it was time to try once more. The year was 1987, and the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was making headlines in local newspapers. Headlines that just so happened to catch the attention of William Afton. Freddy's was back, and without him? That was his idea. His character. Henry was, yet again, trying to cut him out of the picture. No. As long as these restaurants stayed open, William would always come back. Then he noticed
he always comes back.
Phone number to apply at the bottom of the article. $100 a week to apply call. Afton would go back, not as an owner.
Well, you gotta remember, yeah, there's not that many people watching right now because, one, it's super late for most people now, or super early, just depending on where you live. Right now for me, it's 2:30 a.m.
Owner or co-founder, he would go back in the one place that they would least suspect him, a lowly day shift security guard.
But I will say, most of the stream has been really good. We've had between 50 and 60 viewers for a good chunk of the stream.
Buried in the back of parts and services, mixed in with the old withered animatronics, was the golden rabbit. With the yellow security badge still on his chest, he used his crank to pull open the spring locks. It was time for Bonnie to give an encore performance.
Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right. From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees. When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available.
1987, 5 more kids. He didn't know what felt better, getting back into the suit after 2 long years of waiting, or knowing how devastating this would be to Henry the next morning. He didn't even try to hide his crime this time, just meant more blood on Henry's hands. He'd failed to protect the kids again. The restaurant had only been open for a few weeks, but William was sure that this would get it to close. Good, if he couldn't have Freddy's, no one would. Whenever a new pizzeria opened, he would be there. But as he sat in his bunker, something else started to linger in William's mind. He had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics, they had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving? It was almost like they had been given life somehow. Did he have something
agony
to do with
and
that?
remnant?
The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics during the day shift. Was that bite meant for him? William's curiosity was stronger now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again. He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended,
for another contender in children's entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World. This would be the place where he could continue his work. No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices. They could isolate children. They could incapacitate and contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant. He was brilliant. Far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be tainted by Henry's disgusting barnyard bird. Instead, it was back to his characters, his creations, Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, as well as two special ones. The first, Ballora, was an homage to the woman who left him. Now she would never leave him again. The second, the titular baby, was designed with his baby in mind, Elizabeth, his youngest child. She would always be Daddy's little girl, the one that listened to him, the one that obeyed, until the day that she didn't.
Daddy, why won't you let me play with her? She's so pretty and shiny.
But she's gonna murder you if you get close to her. Don't get close.
Didn't you make her just for me?
The day before,
see, she should have listened. She got murdered.
Circus Baby's Pizza World opened, she disobeyed. She didn't listen. Left alone with Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. A scared and confused child fading into eternal darkness. By the time Afton found her, it was too late. She was gone. He immediately canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of a gas leak. But wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed. Baby had been built with blue eyes, but now they were emerald green, the same color as Elizabeth's. Was she in there? Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement. He had to return to where it all started.
Yeah, he basically accidentally killed his own daughter.
Pathetic. This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but William's damage to the brand had been permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, then another, then another. William repeatedly snuck into the old broken restaurant to lure the living animatronics to him, one by one dismantling them, robbing them of their endoskeletons. The metal had to be the secret. It had to contain the remnants of life itself. But he had to know for sure. Leaping out of a room that was invisible to the animatronics programming, he dragged the oversized robotic skeletons back to his underground workshop, back to where Circus Baby watched on with glowing, curious eyes. Eyes that somehow felt alive. Not knowing what else to do, William melted the robotic parts down. 5 animatronic endoskeletons reduced down to one silvery puddle of goo. Could he transfer this living metal to his own creations? He had to try. He picked up a syringe and filled it with the molten metal and injected the goo into Funtime Freddy's twisted, wiry endoskeleton. And suddenly the coils came to life. Like snakes writhing in a pile, what had once been cold, lifeless metal moved and jolted on its own. He'd done it! He had unlocked the secret to life itself. Except something was clearly wrong. The movements were erratic. They were violent, angry. Baby didn't act this way. She had been calm, collected. This was clearly something else. Something mindless and frantic. Perhaps by mixing the souls and then portioning them out, he had created incomplete beasts. He would need to keep testing to truly understand it. He needed more of this remnant. As he searched the old pizzeria one more time for any remaining scraps of metal, the ghosts attacked. His past victims come to collect their
fucked
due,
up.
all led by Cassidy. The 5 lined up and blocked the door.
I still to this day don't understand the whole point of him going in that fucking suit and thinking he would be protected from the spirits. Nah, I'm sorry. Even if the suit didn't go and kill him, but I think the spirits would have still fucked him up.
Mind real. The scientific implications of this were incredible. Ghosts, real ghosts that he could see, all standing against.
Hey, Hayden, night, my dude. Get some sleep. I should be live again tomorrow. Easily.
Him. But what could they do? What couldn't they do? He panicked as Cassidy approached. How do you stop something that's already dead? Maybe with the thing that resulted in their death in the first place. He would get into his suit like old times. He would regain his power over them just like the day that they died. He was the genius. He was the one in the suit. He was the one in charge. The spring lock snapped into place. Maybe it was his frantic movements. Maybe it was the leaky abandoned restaurant. Maybe it was just fate coming to collect its due. He didn't know. The only thing he did know was that his brain was suddenly filled with searing white-hot pain.
You know, going to movie spoilers, just a heads up if you're watching this. By the time I upload this, I don't think it's going to matter, movie spoilers. I feel like they missed the mark with that as well from the movie. Like, yeah, we still got that moment in the movie, but I feel like we should have maybe seen the more of the kids' spirits at that part. I'm not sure. There's a lot of things that I still feel like the movie is missing.
Hundreds of metallic pins and gears stabbed into his body from all sides. All he could do was collapse, blood slowly oozing out of the suit and pooling onto the floor around him. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. His work was unfinished. Unable to move, his only option was to survive, to live, to keep living. It took days lying in his own blood, but eventually someone found him, a security guard making a normal report. When he saw the animatronics torn apart in the middle of the party room floor, it caused him to file an immediate report of a break-in. An owner would have to come in and claim the damage, and who else would it be other than Henry? Hope jumped in Afton's heart. Henry would see him. They were partners after all. He would be the one to help save him, to get him out of this suit, to relieve him from this tremendous pain. Henry entered the secret room. His eyes fell on Afton sitting there in the pool of red, and Henry, saying nothing, turned and walked away.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previous...
Yeah, I feel like they also, yeah. The fact that the spring lock only happened, and they only showed in one section of the body, really undermined what happened. And what should have happened.
Safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives.
And so there Afton would sit, hanging on for 30 years, trapped behind the walls with an iron will that refused to die. Most of this is things that we already knew, stuff that's been established and re-established time and time again by the games. That said, there are two things that I absolutely have to address. The first and biggest is the placement of Sister Location, or more specifically, Elizabeth's death. To me, evidence in game seems to suggest that it was meant to come before the crying child's death in 1983. The biggest clue to this is that the crying child saw something. Remember what you saw is the phrase that's repeated over and over again by psychic friend Fredbear, aka William Afton speaking through a walkie-talkie in the Fredbear plushie's stomach. But what did he see? Well, I think we can tell based on how the nightmare animatronics are visualized. They have mouths in their stomachs, just like Baby ripping in half at the waist to swallow a kid. There's also the empty girl's room, one presumably left behind by a dead sister. And lastly, it explains why he's scared, and more specifically why Afton wants him scared. He needs his kids to stay away from the animatronics. He doesn't want them getting too close because the last time one of his kids got too close to a robot, his daughter died. That's then why he sets up the nightmares, to scare both Mike and the crying child away from the animatronics from that point forward. That's why books like the Character Encyclopedia outright suggest that we play as the crying child in FNAF 4. That's why he has a nanny cam following the crying child everywhere, so he can keep tabs on his kids when they're out of his sight. He can't let another Elizabeth situation happen. The death of Elizabeth also gives William Afton extra motivation for killing. He's a grieving father. His daughter was taken away from him, so Charlie should die as well. He's lashing out at the world after losing his kids. And again, we know that at least one of his children had to have died prior to Charlie's death, based on the mound of dirt that we see in Midnight Motorist. It also allows circus babies to open and close earlier in the timeline, which is how you wind up with Funtime Foxy appearing as Mangle in the FNAF 2 location. Basically, Elizabeth dying first has everything it needs to fit, except for the most important thing, the murder weapon. Why would Afton be building an animatronic with a giant claw in its stomach so early in the timeline? At this point, he just has no motive. It just doesn't make sense prior to 1983. At this point in the story, he hasn't killed anyone, and we know for a fact that the missing children's incident is 1985. So Elizabeth's death coming before any of those events just doesn't work. Hence why
I do hope, and that's another thing, like from the movie, I wish they explained. They really didn't explain any motivation really for William doing what he did. They didn't have anything covering any of the Fredbear Diner stuff whatsoever. Like, the only thing that kind of reference, and I would say this as like a Easter egg in the background, is I think in the VHS tape when we see somebody working on one of the animatronics, it's a different actor, different person, but that was probably Henry in the movie. But it's not outright said or anything. The movie, I really feel like the movie should have had a section where they explained like his motivation for the murdering of these children and everything. And they really just, for any viewers of watching the movie who aren't like into the lore and aren't into like the FNAF stuff, which is probably why the movie, when it comes to like the critic ratings, is so poor.
Placed it where I did in the narrative timeline. Afton's death here is also a bit tricky. We know that he returned to the FNAF 1 location.
Like some of this stuff I would have loved if we had like some representation of the movie. And hopefully maybe in the future we can get a full-on rated R Fredbear's Diner movie. Imagine that. I can understand why they made Friday Nights at Freddy's not rated R, but imagine if we were actually able to see the 5+ children murders that involve William Afton becoming what he was in Five Nights at Freddy's.
To break down the original animatronics in order to harvest their remnant. We know that he melts down 5 things to become 1 thing. Candy Cadet makes that very clear. So the 5 things are the 5 endoskeletons from the various animatronics. That would be totally fine if it weren't for one huge problem. On his 5th visit to the pizzeria, Afton gets spring-locked. So either the 5 becoming 1 starts in 1993, but then finishes 30 years later when he re-emerges from the wall to add the last endoskeleton to his pile, or he's had himself some reason to return to the original location after harvesting all the stuff that he can. It's not ideal, but it's the one angle that makes the most sense. William still wasn't back. Weird. Michael knew his father sometimes traveled for work, disappearing for days on end, but usually there was some sort of notice, a phone call, a post-it, something. It's not like Michael and his father were close, far from it, but as a household of 2 suffering men coping with years of tragedy and loss, there was at least some element of
a Fredbear's
communication
Diner that literally is more on the murdering spree of William Afton and the reasoning for it would be really well needed, and honestly it would help the first movie. And honestly, they can do stuff out of order easily because it would make more sense, because I just feel like that first movie is missing too much. I still feel like there should have been, at least from the movie itself, not even adding to the backstory of William Afton, the movie itself needed like another 40 minutes, I feel like, to make it a 2.5-hour movie, just to explain and tighten the story and of course the flow of the movie.
They were united by a name and a shared pain. This time, though, things felt different. William had left nothing. His absence was longer. There were no check-ins, no updates, just silence. Something had happened. If there was one thing Michael knew about his father, it was that he had contingencies, safety checks, backup plans. His father was a careful and guarded man. He held his cards close to his chest, and as such, William had prepared him in the event that something like this ever happened. Normally, his father kept his home office locked, but in the event of an unexpected, prolonged absence, Michael had been instructed to enter his father's office and look behind an empty set of shelves mounted in the corner of the room. Rolling his eyes, Michael entered the office. Never fully understood how William was able to spend so many hours of his days locked up in here. There was
True.
just
Wanted to will give us more good lore.
Was empty. He dragged himself
Help
over to the
Wanted
shelf
to?
in the corner, expecting to find an emergency contact.
Because Help Wanted 1 had so much added lore. When that came out, that was a big bucket of just constant lore, especially for upcoming stuff.
Family safety deposit box. But what he actually found there was completely unexpected.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
The shelf swung open and revealed a giant industrial elevator, one that led straight down into an underground bunker. But that was impossible. Hidden inside his childhood home was a secret entrance to an enormous underground science lair? It didn't make any sense. Seriously, it didn't make any sense. And yet, here it was, mapped directly underneath the floor plan of the house that he'd grown up.
There's quite a few things that probably you put together. It may make sense, but it doesn't make sense. It makes sense to put it together and reaching that conclusion, but it doesn't explain or make sense of how it was there in the first place.
Lost his brother in, been tortured in. Michael thought that he'd known his father, a prideful, sad, angry man with petty everyday problems, but clearly he'd been living with a stranger this entire time. His father had secrets. Suddenly, the days of William being locked inside of his office made sense. He'd been here the entire time. Where was here, though? Was this Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals? The Circus Baby restaurant always did seem to be a deeply personal project for Father, a failure of his that cut unusually deep, especially after that first location had to be closed prematurely due to the gas leaks. After that day, Father really did seem to change, to lose himself even more in his work. Clearly, the entrance he had found was some sort of secret back way into the facility, one that required crawling through vents.
Have a good one.
His father had been working here, but in secret. Why? And that's when he found her. At the end of the facility, Circus Baby, his father's pride and joy. Except something was different about her. She wasn't like the others. The way she talked, the stories she told. This wasn't just a robot. She was alive somehow. And not only was she alive, she also felt familiar.
There is something bad inside of me. I'm broken. I can't be fixed. Will you help me?
Was this his sister? William's baby girl? But how? Why? What was this place? He dug around some old files and found blueprints outlining the features of these animatronics. Storage containers, voice mimicking, parental tracking. And was that a child in Freddy's stomach? Was his father collecting and experimenting on kids? Were all the rumors that he'd heard throughout his past actually true? That the animatronics came to life at night? That there were murders done in all the pizzerias? That his father had somehow been the prime suspect in all of it? Suddenly, Michael's mind flashed back to his persistent nightmares throughout his childhood. Had he been experimented on too? Tears stung in his eyes as anger, fear, and confusion filled his body. His father's secrets were pouring out. William wasn't just a lame, overworked father. He was a monster, toying with life itself. Suddenly, everything clicked. He frantically looked around the room, blinking human heads on poles staring back at him. Green eyes, his sister. Blue eyes, his brother. Closed eyes, his mom. All just staring, expectantly. These were meant to be human. William was working down here trying to make believe.
Those little fuckers were creepy as fuck.
Humans, literally rebuilding the family that they had both lost. The small little girl robots with their British accents roaming the hallways of this underground facility suddenly took on a whole new context.
Hello in there. Is this the same person?
Were those meant to be his sister? A replacement for her? A clone? Was William building clones of his sister? They seemed to know him, after all, to react to his presence.
They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
He always did have a bit of a resemblance to his father. Michael's mind reeled as the reality of his world crumbled to dust. No, he had to get them out of there. If this really was his sister, heck, if any of these things were human, souls, whatever remnant of the humans that they once were, they need...
Yes, Baby was his sister's soul, but she didn't have full like memory of everything, and she was Afton's obedient daughter and was always trying to abide and make Daddy happy, basically.
Needed to be rescued.
They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here.
Led by the voice of Circus Baby, he marched through the now empty halls of the Funtime Auditorium. He would lead them. He would protect them. And finally, he would be able to forgive himself for the killing of his brother so many years.
And then he fucking got scooped.
We're in the scooping room now. The scooper only hurts for a moment.
Scooper? That violent extraction arm? Michael had seen that one in the pile of blueprints. Something about heat rendering the magical silver metal inside useless. In reality, prior to getting himself spring-locked and put behind the wall, William's methods had become increasingly sophisticated. With a mechanized arm that could infuse new bodies with the soul, William could finally give and take away life. The only thing he needed were the bodies. But William wasn't the only one looking for bodies, as Michael was about to learn.
But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go.
Michael was going to be the hero to help these animatronics, all right.
Yeah, Baby was never against Michael. Oh, not Michael. No, was never against William Afton, though. That's why she, that's why she helped him in FNAF 6.
The scooper
when he was Scrap Trap.
Digging its extraction arm into his body. As he heard his bones ripping through his flesh, Michael blacked out.
But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not.
You a bitch, chicken.
For the next several months, Michael's life was not his own. He was forced to comply with the tangle of wires and spirits that lived inside of him. His body felt like an overfilled balloon begging to burst as day by day, week by week, his flesh began to sag and discolor. He was a walking, talking, rotting corpse, alive, but wishing he wasn't. He was a puppet, a walking shell. And while he did his best to conceal his fate, there was only so much a man filled with robot spaghetti could do. The entity in his innards would eventually leave, but by that point the damage had been done. His decaying flesh stank, turning him into a literal purple guy. But still, even with no bones, even with rotting purple flesh and begging to die, Michael continued to live. That silvery metal remnant injected by the scooper meant that he couldn't die. His anger also refused to die. What he had seen down there in his sister's location had rocked him to his core. His father had killed and captured dozens. His experiments had killed his sister and then tortured him throughout all his childhood. He was actively trying to build human replicants. He didn't know where his father was, but Michael knew that he was out there somewhere.
I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to...
Man, thinking about it, fucking Scott really slapped the fucking info to your face. Sister location, Michael's sister's location.
Come find you.
Michael had to correct for the sins of his father. He had to make things right. Michael would burn Fazbear Entertainment to the ground. I mean, what else could you do when your skin was permanently purple? Michael's strategy was simple. He would apply for night security guard positions at the old defunct pizzeria locations. That way, no one ever had to see him or smell him during his shift. And all these old, shuttered locations did need guards. Teenage vandals and squatters were always looking to get inside these abandoned buildings, and yet no one ever really wanted to work an overnight graveyard shift unless they were practically out of options. Enter Mike. One by one, he would take on the job of security guard, changing his name each time to ensure that no one was able to follow his paper trail. Once inside, he could tamper with the animatronics and figure out how they worked, writing about his experiences in his security logbook. While there, he would listen to the old tapes where upper management awkwardly welcomed new recruits.
You're not wrong with that. That assuming why Ennards kicked Baby out. That's pretty much what it was. Baby didn't want to hurt her dad, and he wanted to murder his dad, her dad.
Their summer jobs, even though he was working there nowhere near the summer months. He heard the gory details of his father's franchise from the outsiders looking in, confused and afraid about what was happening in the walls around them. Sometimes he would see his brother in the form of the Golden Freddy suit. It's me appearing on the walls around him. Except now, there was something else there. He was no longer alone. Another angrier presence was also in the suit.
Cassidy.
The two spirits were forced to share the same body. And Golden Freddy would attack him now. It was aggressive. Its vengeance wanted to lash out at anyone with the Afton name, anyone who wore a security guard outfit. Over time, Mike worked his way through the old restaurants, the original pizzeria, the bigger, better Freddy Fazbear's. He spent weeks there looking for clues as to his father's whereabouts, and each time at the end of his week shift, he would then set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures after all. So burning away whatever spirit-laden animatronics that still existed inside seemed like a winning strategy. All this revisiting of his past, though, was causing the nightmares to begin again. Hallucinations that brought him back to his childhood. The guilt around killing his brother. His dreams were oddly mixed with the shrill phone calls of the security guards. But it would all be worth it in the end. The goal was to eventually stumble across the one location, the one job that would finally reunite him with his father. Little did Mike know that that day would come sooner than he expected. 2023, an advertisement came across Mike's TV. Fazbear Frights, a new horror attraction inspired by the awful crimes.
FNAF 3 takes place in 2023? What the fuck? I didn't know that.
That occurred around Freddy Fazbear's
Or I don't remember.
Pizza so many years ago. It made Mike sick. People looking to make a quick buck off the tragedy.
So Fazbear Frights was this year.
Mother.
And hey, look at that. We're about to hit 8 hours. Let's go.
Off his own family. This wasn't a joke or entertainment. Regardless, he had to be a part of it. If this team was combing through his family's history, they might stumble across something that could be useful. And if his father was truly still alive as he suspected, there would be no way that he wouldn't show up here. Maybe finally, this could be the final chapter in his family's marathon of tragedy. Mike applied for the job and was immediately handed the keys. Years of doing this had taught him that security guards rarely receive thorough security checks. They also liked how creepy Mike looked. They thought it was a costume, on theme for the job. What little they knew.
Appreciate you being a new subscriber.
For another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
For weeks, there was nothing. But just as Mike considered giving up, he received the call that he'd been waiting for years.
You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one.
Could this finally be him? Sure enough, there he was. William inside his iconic golden Bonnie Springlock suit. Only now it was green and decaying with age. And there they were, a small family of broken men finally reunited. It's been a long time, Dad. Mike had always struggled with the phantoms of his past haunting him, but now all the animatronics he'd encountered over the past months, hopping from pizzeria to pizzeria, suddenly sprang to life, their burned faces haunting him as he tried to keep track of his father on the cameras. It would seem that William's mere presence had
That's
put the
also a
spirits
really
on
good
high
concept
alert.
of how the
Ultimately,
phantoms
they were
look and they were
harmless, more
designed.
annoying than
The
anything
fact
else,
that
but
they
there
were
was one
burned
that felt
down
different from the
because
others.
of
One that
Michael,
was
and that's
more
haunting
than
him
just a
now.
mere phantom. The security puppet. If he looked at the cameras at just the right moment, he could see it floating there through the halls. He could even see its reflection in the water pooled on the ground. It would seem like he wasn't the only one there on a mission. While he was dealing with Springtrap, Michael assumed that this one was likely dealing with the spirits of this place, finally setting them to rest. Hopefully this means a happier day for all of us, Mike thought to himself. And in that moment, he felt the air around him release, like pressure being let out of a bottle. The building sighed, as if 5 spirits had finally been allowed to move on. He had the sense that his brother was a part of them. He rigged the wiring inside the building to misfire, and the dry, desiccated walls erupted in flames. It is finished.
Not really.
Except, it was not. Somehow, through sheer force of will, Afton remained. He had survived, and Mike would need to find a new way of finishing off his father. Luckily, the solution would present itself later that year. Not from Mike, but from another victim that had been left in his father's wake.
We're talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee. Restaurant ownership and management. Something almost anyone can do with a limited degree of success.
You're not wrong with the fact that the movie and that Fazbear Fright comes out at that. That is interesting.
You are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Fazbear Entertainment as a brand had been closed for years. William had been stuck in a suit and a wall. The only person who legally could bring the franchise back was Henry, but he'd largely pulled out of the franchise around the time of his father's disappearance. Something was up. Surely this had to be some kind of a trick, right? Mike, doing what he did best, applied for a franchise and immediately got the job. There was just one thing out of the ordinary. Paragraph 4.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No employment contract he'd ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animatronics outside the restaurant. Now he knew something was up here. Henry was luring them all back. Rather than trying to go to them, like Mike had done for years, Henry was doing the opposite. He was putting them all under the same roof. He was finishing them off for good. Mike knew this wasn't meant to be a restaurant. It was meant to be a prison, a containment vessel, a locked box meant to trap them all in so they could finally end the madness. It took a few nights, but eventually everyone was there. His father, the puppet, the robot Spaghetti that had once violated his body, and his sister, now hopelessly devoted to serve the man that had once gotten her killed.
Putting it that way sounds so more wrong than
it. But while he locked everything down, he didn't move on. If this was truly meant to be the end, if the
it's still fucked
needed
up,
to
but
be
it
washed
sounds
away,
even more
he
fucked
needed
up.
to be a part of that.
This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong.
Well, Michael definitely did want to finally die.
To you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that, it was over. The Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. As the flames danced around the office, Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the darkest pit of hell was open and waiting for him, something or someone wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain's neurons were all firing
saying
once,
violated his
overloaded,
body,
mixing and
then
matching
just
all his biggest fears,
another
regrets,
term.
failures.
Violated is like the darkest term you could use.
Silence. Then they started coming. Without warning, animatronics, both new and old, began to jump out at him, bite him, rip him limb from limb. The pain was immeasurable. Make it stop. Make it stop. William, for the first time, longed for death, an end to this torture. Just
Ultimate
as it felt like he
custom
couldn't
night.
take it anymore, everything was quiet again. It was as if the world had been reset. There was a brief moment of quiet, and then the onslaught began again. Dozens of faces from his past, all focused on him. A waking nightmare that he couldn't escape from. More pain, more ripping. It was his own personal hell, but why? Why couldn't he just die? And then he saw them, a group of characters he never thought he'd see again. Those janky, stolen characters that had started everything. The mediocre melodies. It had all started to go wrong once they showed up, once Henry had made them. But mixed in with their obnoxious southern drawls, William heard something else. It was barely a whisper, but he could just make out the words.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. no matter how many times they burn us.
That voice. He knew that voice, but from where?
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
The
Cassidy.
one he shouldn't have killed. William thought back. He'd done a lot of awful things, but there was always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first true murder, no. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with. The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could. The one that he'd stuffed inside the golden bear that his partner used to wear. Cassidy. They were back, and now they were trying to punish him, to make him suffer like he'd made them suffer. It was almost like William and Cassidy's souls had been locked together, fused by a collective rage and spite, each refusing to move on. But while Cassidy was so focused on taking revenge, they actually did the one thing that would be the downfall for so many others. They kept William alive. Even though fire should have destroyed the remnant that was coursing through his being, Cassidy...
It's still
kept
pretty
William
dark how,
breathing,
like,
paving the way
malicious
for his
this little fucking
William's will was
girl
so
was after she
his soul
died.
so
Like,
powerful
she
that
became
he managed
really
to record
malicious.
himself inside the circuitry that housed the spring-lock suit. And there, his consciousness lay, inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one would suspect. You might have noticed that I was vague on the dates, and there's
Golden
good reason
Freddy
for
win.
that. I don't know him. There is no good way for me to make him fit in. Here's what I do know. We know with a high amount of certainty that Michael Afton is the character that we play as up until Ultimate Custom Night. Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, the security guards for FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 respectively, get fired for, quote, tampering with the animatronics and odor. So weird connection between the two of them, right? But now, look at the phantom animatronics that are haunting us in FNAF 3. They use models from both FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, meaning whoever is sitting in that security guard chair, Fazbear Frights, they have to have seen both locations and their animatronics. And that's not all. Their designs are burnt. It's a weird detail in the game, and it's something that the character encyclopedia repeatedly calls attention to. The burned texture for these phantom animatronics. Why
I never even noticed that when it came to the
Fazbear
phantoms.
Frights is the first time in the franchise that we hear about anything burning down. From that point on in the story, it's like the characters turn pyro and are suddenly setting fires left and right. But for the first 3 games, nothing ever catches fire. The animatronics are just moved or repurposed in some way. So when did they burn? And why would our security guards see them as being burned? Someone has to have been going location to location, setting these places on fire, purging the sins of the past. We know we're definitely playing as Mike and Sister Location in FNAF 6 based on the in-game dialogue. And in
Very
FNAF 4,
true.
there's an Easter egg where we can hear the phone call from Night 1 of FNAF 1, meaning that whoever's in that bedroom has heard
He
the
burned
recording
Balloon
as a
Boy
security
just to
guard.
burn
We
him.
also know
No
that Mike
one
has seen
likes
the Nightmare
Balloon Boy.
animatronics based on the
Very
drawings
true.
in the security logbook. So overall, there is solid evidence that connects all of FNAFs 1 through 6. You'll also notice how the character encyclopedia doesn't have a page for Mike Afton. This thing has a page for Chocolate Bunny Bonnie, but not Michael. Some tells me they don't want us to confirm how many games he's been in, because that would confirm too much of the theory. In short, this gives us an incredibly compelling and complete narrative. Mike as our protagonist, and William, his father, as our antagonist. Mike accidentally kills his brother in Fredbear's mouth, which begins our story and sets William down his pathway of destruction. Mike is then haunted by the guilt of his past and is looking to make things right across the rest of the games. In Sister Location, he learns what his father's been up to and realizes what he has to do to correct it. After failing to finish the job in FNAF 3, he ultimately helps Henry end it all in FNAF 6. It is great. It is a clean narrative. There is just one problem: timing. Mike's quest can't really start until he's been down to Sister Location, seen Baby, and gotten himself scooped. That's when he finds out about Afton's secret life. It's also when he's gonna start to smell, because, you know, he's a walking, talking, rotting corpse. And we know that he's not going down into the bunker until the Funtime animatronics have been made, Freddy's has been closed, and Afton is out of the picture. That all should be happening post-1993, after William is sealed behind a wall. But that then presents us with a few problems. Afton has already dismantled the original animatronics as we see in the FNAF 3 minigames. How are those things getting burned if they're already deconstructed? But more importantly, we see FNAF 2 paychecks with the date 1987. That is way earlier than I think it can be. To be fair, Fritz
Gotta
Smith's
say,
page
the
slip on
lore
night
of
7 doesn't have
FNAF
a date,
is
but it's
probably
a bit
the
weird
best
to say
known
that the first few
in
nights
the
are
lore in the world.
and then employee number 3 is
It's
hired
definitely a
on
lot
years
of like,
after
a lot
the
of people
restaurant
study it and try to dissect every aspect of it. It's interesting.
There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
All debts had been paid.
No
all
more
assets
spamming.
Redistributed. The company was outright dissolved. Even the memories of the horrors that had happened there started to fade away in the public consciousness. The people were gone too. William was dead.
Don't
Henry
spam in my
was
chat.
gone.
You'll get timed
A
out.
whole generation of young Emilys and Aftons had lost their lives to the horrors of the pizzeria. All of them collateral damage to the man in the bunny suit. Everyone the company had ever touched was dead and gone. Well, all except one.
Pay your child support, you deadbeat! I'm keeping the diamond ring. I also set the house on fire!
Clara Afton. She'd been there in the early days, back when things with William were good. They'd had the perfect home, a thriving business, the ideal family. But shortly after their youngest son died, things started to change. William had become distant, lost in his work, obsessive. She had watched him change from this irritatingly brilliant man that she had fallen in love with to a drunken monster struggling to hold himself together. And despite her trying to reach out to him in those desperate days, he was just too far gone.
Admit it, you wanted to let me in.
For her sake, she had to leave the relationship.
Yes, he was
there,
spamming.
She largely faded into obscurity. A mystery from William's past. A footnote in his history. And that was fine for her. She wanted to leave that part of her life behind. She tried to move forward, never wanting to hear the name Freddy Fazbear again. A time defined by mistakes and broken promises. But then, the paperwork started to arrive. As Fazbear Entertainment began to close as a corporate entity, suddenly her mail was flooded with notifications, requests, obligations. She had
Yeah,
been
there's not
there
really
since the
too
beginning,
much on
helping
the
William
shadow
in the early days of his
animatronics and stuff
business.
like
And
that.
now, as a shareholder
There's not
and
too much, I
sole
think.
living member of the Afton family, all copyrights and trademarks of both Afton Robotics and Fazbear Entertainment passed on to her. Memories of this past life that she had long left behind. Looking at the blueprints, the contracts, the memos, she felt old wounds begin to reopen. The regrets of a happy family that had been torn away from her. William had always been brilliant. That's what had attracted her to him in the first place.
Yes, I watched
But
it
he'd
earlier.
also been too blinded by obsession and pride.
I literally just
too
watched that
jealous,
not too long
petty,
ago.
Too unable to actually see
In this
a
stream.
bigger picture. But now, holding the paperwork that contained decades of heartbreak and trauma, she realized it was her turn. She was holding the power. This was her chance. And one thought resonated in her head. I will put them back together. I will put them
This was a
all
really cool
back
part
together.
of his theory that I
She would
loved.
be the one to rebuild this family. To rebuild the pieces of that shattered life. To reclaim the kids that Fazbear had stolen from her. But how? Looking at William's work now laid out before her, she knew that he had been onto something. Collecting remnant, robotic humanoids, digital conscience transference. The pieces were all in place. They were just scattered, fragmented. It was almost like there were
Yeah,
too
but they
many
were still part of the
ideas
story,
going
the
in too many different
shadows.
directions. It was such
Even if
an
they were only in
important
FNAF
idea
2.
that she reiterated that point
Just-
to
just-
herself.
just
There
nothing
were too
connecting
many
or making
ideas
sure.
going in too many different directions. That said, there had to be a way to save it all. She just needed to put it all back together. But how? To rebuild her family, she would first need to rebuild the franchise.
Yes, this
that
all
had
happened because
stolen
of a
them
bear
away
on a
from her.
ball.
With ownership over the characters, their licenses, the technology patents, and the Fazbear name, she converted the corporation back to an LLC, a structure for smaller businesses that are usually family-owned. The irony was fitting. From there, she would need remnant, and lots of it. Remnant was the key. Clearly, in the later years of his life, William had been using Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals as a remnant farm, sending robots to kids' birthday parties in the hopes of nabbing bits of the stuff here and there. But clearly, it wasn't enough. He had, what, like 4, maybe 5 animatronics going out every week? No. It was a decent idea, but to get the remnant they required, it needed scale. Dozens, hundreds of animatronics, all out there, all gathering remnant from unsuspecting customers. But to do that would require help, something William would never ask for. William had kept everything in-house. His obsession with control limited him. Clara, though, she wasn't nearly that precious. A plan like this required partners, people outside of Fazbear to do the heavy lifting. So she contacted a mid-sized delivery company, DLZ Shipping Solutions, to help build replicas of all the original animatronics. And with meal delivery apps being all the rage, why not an animatronic delivery service? Order one to celebrate your birthday, your Halloween party. How about a 4th of July picnic? We'll invite Liberty Chica and 4th of July Freddy on over. She would make sure that they made
Still can't
skins
believe
for
the
every
AR
occasion.
stuff had got
Chocolate
this
Bonnies
far
for
in the
Easter, Shamrock
in the
Freddies
connection
for
for the
St. Patrick's
lore.
Day, Dia de los Muertos Chicas. And thus, the Fazbear Funtime service was born.
Appreciate it,
Right.
gaming.
With the Fazbear Funtime service, you'll never be alone again. You'll always have someone watching your back.
Was it ridiculous? Absolutely. Was it a sellout? No doubt. It was exactly the sort of thing that William would have hated, but it needed to be done to get enough remnant. Normally, the novelty of ordering an animatronic wore off after like, what, 1, maybe 2 times? But with new skins for new holidays, suddenly you had yourself an animatronic perfect for every occasion. It would keep people hooked. It would keep them ordering the latest and greatest that Fazbear Entertainment LLC had to offer.
Makes sense. It
And
was a good
all
business
the while,
decision.
They'd be collecting and returning the remnant back to her. In a word, it was brilliant. There was just one problem with it. No one trusted the Fazbear name. The company's brand was still mud in the public eye. No one would want to hire animatronics from the restaurant franchise known for murdering children. Nothing kills a party quite like the threat of death, you know. So she needed to find a way to discredit the stories that had come before. She needed to win back the public's affections, reactivate some nostalgia for the spooky stories of their childhoods. She needed a game. Multiple games, in fact.
They lied to us. They lied to all
This
of us.
is
They
honestly
told
a
us
really
that
cool
the whole
concept that
point
she
of this
is
VR
the
game
reason the
was to
VR
undo
games
bad
were a
PR
thing.
done by a rogue indie game developer. But that's not true at all. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
Struggling game developers were a dime a dozen online, most working on their magnum opus between shifts at the Dollar General. So she found one. Steve just picked him out of obscurity, the right mix of desperate and doofus willing to say and do anything for a couple extra bucks. And he fell right in line, as expected, delivering stupid little things with dumb generic names like Mangle's Quest, Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, Five Nights at Freddy's. Bad gameplay with even worse graphics, but hey, they got the job done. People were suddenly talking about the clues inside of these things, searching for the hidden lore. They were actively making jokes about dead kids at pizzerias. Her husband's twisted history of serial murder had suddenly been reduced to a mere Nancy Drew mystery to be solved. The plan had worked. Freddy Fazbear's was suddenly more popular than ever. Things were going shockingly well. Her takeover and reboot of the franchise was full and complete. Suddenly infused with cash, she built the largest, most ambitious project yet, the Mega Pizzaplex. William had always been so visionary, but always thought so small scale. He was careful to a fault. Not her, though. She knew that this latest project needed to be big. It needed to be flashy. It needed to be a palace for children, a place that got people talking and checking out the latest in Fazbear products. So with a steady supply of remnant flowing in, it was finally time. The stage was set. It was time to get to her real goal, literally rebuilding a family. March 2035. The first was obvious. Crying child, her little boy, the one that was the first to get ripped away from her. She'd seen down in his bunker that William had gotten very close to replicating artificial humans using animatronic technology. And so that's exactly what she would do. Rebuild her boy from the ground up using robotic parts. His shaggy brown hair, his favorite striped shirt, even down to small details that no one would notice, like the band-aid on his left knee. William's research had even found ways of making animatronics that could be...
Like, Shadow Bonnie's never been, like, in any of these lore videos
from
or
a typical human.
explained.
Have any idea
to my
what
knowledge.
he actually was unless he was explicitly told. The only things that could possibly ruin the illusion were any overrides to his internal systems. If something were to, say, interfere with the cameras that he had in his eyes, or cause some sort of a core reboot to his hard drive, or x-ray his metallic bones, then yeah, he would be exposed. But otherwise, to the outside world, he was just your typical, normal human boy. She worked down in the bowels of the Pizzaplex, giving him life, but it was one thing to build him, it was another to help him remember his identity. He died so young, so early in their history that there was no preserved memories for him. No documentation that she could just download into his digital brain. So bit by bit, she trained him, forcing him to remember who he was. In a corner of the room, she even made a makeshift dinner table.
Feel free to talk as much
of
as you
their
want in the
happier
chat. It's not a
days.
big
The
deal.
family recreated
I just
two
don't read
brothers,
everything out loud and I don't
sister,
reply to
the
everything.
father, and the mother at the head of the table. The one in charge. The one in command.
Especially when
the
I'm
one
doing live
bringing
reactions like
all
this.
of to
I'm focused on the
fruition. But
video,
this progress
talking
was
with you
admittedly
guys, hanging out
slower
with
than
you
she would've
guys.
liked. At first, he could only communicate through simple ones and zeros, then rudimentary drawings and crude letters. But bit by bit, images of his past life started to come through. Balloons, colors, houses, bears and faces, birthday parties. All for me. Gregory was alive. As the robot boy embraced her, she felt a warmth that she hadn't in decades. This was the joy that she'd been working towards. This was what it was all for. Her son, back in her arms again. The plan was working. She had to keep going. Next was William. If the family was truly going to be put together, she would need him. And she knew exactly where he was, in the ruins of that old Freddy Fazbear's pizza place where Henry had trapped him. In fact, that's specifically why she insisted on building the Pizzaplex there over the sinkhole. It was the best place to hide what her true intentions were with the entire operation. Digging through the wreckage, she
honestly,
found him. He was
I would.
right where she thought he'd be.
I feel like she would have
putrid
left
shell
him
of
for
the
last, to be
Springtrap
honest.
suit,
Like,
though, was
I think it
not
would have been
something she was prepared for. The rotting
crying
corpse
child.
of
Then
William
it should have been
Afton was
probably
disgusting.
her daughter,
Scorched flesh,
and then maybe
fused
Michael,
into
and
fur
then
hollow black
William.
Sockets where eyes once were. A smell that reeked of burned carbon and bloody iron. He was no longer flesh. It was just the tangled sinews of a creature that was once called human. How far this brilliant man had fallen. It was clear that her work was cut out for her on this one. Afton was practically lifeless. The man may not have been able to die, but he was about as close as you could come. And his body would need a lot.
Hey, I know I'm at
reconstruction.
251K, but you can only do so much when it comes to live streaming.
Priority. Maybe pulled from their new line of
I do wish one day my streams get more and more bigger, but you can only do so much.
In the meantime, though, she threw the husk that was once
and
her
hope people
husband
show
into
up.
A life support pod infused with aerosolized remnant to help keep him stable. But more important than recovering his body was recovering his mind. In his current state, he was comatose, an empty shell. Severe brain damage starts at temperatures over 108 degrees Fahrenheit. 42 degrees Celsius, and years of repeated fires had burned his brain to goo. Gone was the brilliant, frustrating mind that had drawn her to him in the first place. But she had a plan. Unlike her darling boy Gregory, Afton had found ways to record his consciousness. Fundamentally, the brain is only a series of electrical connections after all, so why couldn't you replicate that in the form of a standard circuit board? In essence, you could create a digital consciousness. And one thing she knew about William, he was nothing if not cautious. A planner. Someone who had backup plans to his backup plans. And sure enough, there it was, buried in piles of old animatronic CPUs, a record of Afton himself. But she needed someone to test it.
Someone was definitely here during the night. It had to have been the client. I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it, said it would expedite the process so we wouldn't need to program any pathfinding ourselves.
Unlike the other games that she'd paid to have made in the past, this one had a different purpose. This wasn't about PR, it was about getting William back.
Hey, appreciate it,
running,
Epic.
Spreading his virus to the masses.
You acknowledge that Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference, real-world manifestations of digital characters.
She hired a new developer, Silver Parasol Games, to scan the boards and bring her husband into the system. And because of the immersive nature of VR, William's consciousness would be able to merge with the player, giving him a new body, a new agency.
Glitch trap.
One complication. Afton's hold wasn't as powerful as she had hoped. He wasn't able to gain complete control. The first trial run, Jeremy, was so desperate to escape from his grasp that he sliced his own face off with a paper shredder. Messy.
That
Afton's
right there
followers were reluctant,
was pretty
to say the least.
intense.
But it was the second attempt that looked like it had the potential to kill two birds with one stone. Enter Vanessa. Mrs. Afton wanted a surrogate daughter. Her darling Elizabeth would have been a young woman at this point if she had lived. And Clara wanted someone who wasn't Elizabeth but could be just like her. Could she have just rebuilt her like Gregory? Sure, but she decided against it because she wanted an actual human mother-daughter connection. Well, that, and it would be redundant and narratively unsatisfying to have two robot kids in the same family. What could she say? William had put a lot of tools on the table for her to use, and she was planning on using them all. Plus, Elizabeth had always been so loyal to Daddy. It was time to give her a second chance, a true choice. And Vanessa seemed to be the perfect candidate to fill the role.
Your dad's name was Bill? Your dad didn't play fair, did he? He used to make your mum look bad in court. He manipulated you. I know your mum after she lost the custody case. I was supposed to be a good girl.
She started as a QA tester at Silver Parasol Games, a VR game development company that was part of her plan to bring back William. But more importantly, Vanessa checked all the correct boxes. Right age, blonde, green eyes with a fondness for flowers and the outdoors. In many ways, it was her daughter all over again. Except it wasn't just looks and personality. What really mattered was Vanessa's mind. Underconfident, coming from a broken home, motherless, able to be manipulated. Yes, she would do nicely. She would be the one to save dear old Daddy, just as the real Elizabeth would have wanted.
I will make you proud, Daddy.
While testing the VR game, William's digital consciousness merged with Vanessa. Oh sure, she fought, fragmenting Afton's code into a series of tapes hidden across the game, trying to do web searches to regain control over her life, but it wasn't enough. She was weaker than Jeremy. She was a thrall that, despite occasional moments of lucidity, had to obey. And with Vanessa, it was a 2-for-1 deal. She was getting a daughter back, while also bringing her husband one step closer to reactivation. She just had to make sure that Vanessa was headed the right way. The reborn Gregory was an expert hacker, part of the benefits of being an Afton and a robot. So Clara had him keeping tabs on Vanessa, hacking into her emails and trailing her therapy sessions to ensure the future Elizabeth was falling in line. If any of the therapists started to ask too many questions, they were promptly dismissed. from their positions. And while Gregory kept tabs on Vanessa's personal life,
mysteriously
Mrs. Afton made sure to clear a
disappeared.
path for her professionally. With Silver Parasol's collapse at the hands of the Anomaly, she then had the possessed Vanessa bring the contaminated circuit boards to DLZ shipping in the Fazbear Funtime service. More glitches, more Remnant, more Afton. But it was her last move that was the best. In a true masterpiece of poetry, she brought Vanessa over to be Chief Security Officer at the Pizzaplex. A true family tradition to don the hat and badge, and all it took was a recommendation from the top as well as some emails marked for deletion. Sure, Vanessa didn't have relevant experience for the job, but when it comes directly from the CEO, does it really matter? Husband,
True.
son, daughter. A corpse, a robot, a human. All that was left was Michael. Poor, troubled Michael. The boy that killed her youngest. The one that would spend years trying to make his guilty conscience right again. A self-professed protector. While she knew she needed him to complete the family, something told her that the problem had already solved itself. Something had shifted when using Glamrock Freddy to excavate the buried pizza place.
I have been here before. I found my
Freddy, why do you gotta stare at me like that? I feel uncomfortable.
I have changed. My friends are here, but I can protect you. I am not me.
Maybe it was the remnant that had coursed through Michael's veins. Maybe it was the spirit of Michael living on as a protector. But he was there, somewhere inside of Glamrock Freddy. She could feel it. And just like that, she'd won.
I actually
She'd
really
done it.
agree
Sure,
with
there
that.
were still some kinks to work out, some final
It makes
brainwashing of
sense.
Vanessa, some rehabilitation of William, but they were there. Finally, all together again under one roof. The Aftons reunited. A happy ending. That's how it could have
A
ended.
mishmash
How
of
it
fuckery,
should have
that's for
ended,
sure.
Had it not been for a few unanticipated developments. For one, something was just wrong with the Pizzaplex. Almost as if the entire building was haunted, possessed. Puppet plushies hiding on ceilings, behind crates, places that they had no earthly way of belonging. Staff bots with greasy tears down their eyes acting like they were being puppeteered by some sort of a nightmare. Even their sounds had the echo of nightmares long past. It was as though a guardian spirit
Oh,
of the
wow,
past
okay.
refused to move on. As long as her husband was around,
did have that
it
background
too
sound
would linger.
effect.
Only now, it wasn't just in one body, but it was in the essence of the building itself. She had seen stories of houses built on burial grounds getting possessed by angry spirits, but she'd never assumed that it could be real. Then again, in a world of living spirit metal and mind-controlling glitches, who was she to be so judgmental? The whole thing was ridiculous. Why would this be the line that she refused to cross? After all, the Pizzaplex was built over the burial ground of angry spirits. But it was the power cords that finally convinced her that something was wrong. Suddenly, these cords were striped black and white, like the security puppet from generations ago. The very foundations of this place, the materials and wires that constituted it, were rebelling against her, against the Aftons, against the quest to bring them all together again. And it was being helped by something else, something slithering through the building. Maybe they were connected, she couldn't be sure, but a blob of living wires could be heard oozing through the walls, stealing pieces and parts of the old animatronics showcased in Rockstar Row. She could only assume that it was a byproduct of all the remnant they'd been collecting. From Afton's testing, she knew that both light and dark remnant existed, one of positive emotions and the other created from anguish, anger, agony.
Yeah, there's about a
Perhaps
30-second delay.
Thing was an amalgamation of all the darkest parts of the pizzeria's history, a collection of the hatred still housed inside these defunct endoskeletons and exosuits. As long as it was left alone, it seemed to be harmless. But if any Afton outside of Michael got too close, it would lash out wildly. Even young Gregory, looking to punish the family that had been complicit in its horrible creation. Little did she know, though, that Gregory should have been her biggest concern, that bringing the family together would have some unforeseen consequences. Gregory was normally the goodest of boys. She had literally built him that way. But lately, he'd been disappearing more and more often, disobeying her orders. Requests. She knew that he loved playing on the arcade machines once the Pizzaplex closed, being so good as to top the leaderboard on practically all of them. But lately, he was nowhere to be found. She suspected his absence had to do with Glamrock Freddy's failed performance the other night, when he malfunctioned live on stage. Almost as though the core programming of Freddy responded to seeing this rebuilt small boy. Almost like it awakened something inside of him. She'd have to make sure that Vanessa was on the lookout for him. But she'd soon come to learn that Vanessa wasn't enough. Whether it was the influence of the nightmare puppet puppet or a reawakened hatred of animatronics seated deep in Gregory's code, something had caused him to rebel, to rip apart each animatronic in the Pizzaplex. Bit by bit, this boy was tearing down the empire that she'd so painstakingly built, freeing Vanessa from her mind control, destroying the remains of Afton in the basement, setting Glamrock Freddy loose. As her carefully created world crumbled around her one more time, she began to plot her revenge. She would have to bring them all to ruin. Okay, first let me catch you up on the big FNAF drama. Let me set the stage. It's April. All of Team Theorist over here has just finished slaving away on our massive timeline for the series. We've done it. We are on the beach.
And this is the final one.
To take a break from the franchise until
officially, this is the last one.
Released later in the year. But nope. Scott had himself some other plans. He smacked those beverages clean out of our hands and released 3
Actually, looking
books.
at the time of the video that's left, this is probably like 2 theories.
Submechanophobia, the Bobby Dots Conclusion, and Nexi. Now, normally that wouldn't be too much of a concern, right? Books tied to this franchise have been coming out for years. It's just part of the content treadmill at this point, and it's not like they tend to add a whole lot. Only one in like every 6 stories is even remotely lore relevant, and even then the connection back to the games only exists if you squint at it. But oh no, friends, not this time. Across the 3 books, story after story after story seems to have significant lore implications. And not only that, they're also much more direct in the way that the information is presented, with characters and events mapping largely one-for-one onto characters and events from the games. If you're not in the habit of reading these things, and let's be honest, why would you when I could just do the homework for you? What I'm talking about,
which is why we watch these videos, because I don't really read.
Might be a bit confusing.
I don't read books like that often, if any time. I'm too busy.
So I'm just going to explain by way of example. In GGY, one of the 4 stories that set the internet on fire, a young boy named Greg, with brown hair and big brown eyes, is a master hacker who's been reprogramming the animatronics.
Hopefully one day I can hit 1 million subs.
Including bumping off 3 school counselors that seem to be getting...
My energy is low. I've been live for over almost 12 hours.
Really good at the Pizzaplex's arcade games.
No, actually I am over 12 hours.
At the top of the game's
I'm like almost at 13 hours live.
Now compare that information to what we get in the games. There's a young boy named Gregory with the brown hair and big brown eyes.
This will be the last thing I watch, and then I'm going to go to bed.
Master hacker that's reprogramming the animatronics.
And we'll continue the Memberthon tomorrow when I wake up.
Including bumping off 3 therapist characters that also seem to be getting too close to the truth. He also has himself the habit of leaving the letters GGY at the top of the leaderboards at various arcade cabinets throughout the Pizzaplex. Now that right there, that is not counting animatronic toes and trying to match up striped shirts. That is about as explicit of a one-to-one parallel that you get for this franchise. So when the story also reveals that Greg's nickname is Rab, aka Dr. Rabbit, you stand up and take notice. And you know what? The internet sees it. They recognize the connections and how important the books have suddenly become. No longer am I out there on my own little island shouting into the void about using the books
subscribed for that long.
Speculation about the lore. Finally, the internet
show up in the streams more often. I stream quite often.
Direction in terms of figuring out the wider lore of the franchise. You know, there's just one tiny little problem with this. No one can quite agree just how seriously to take this lore. After years of denying the book's canonicity, there's suddenly been a massive swing of the pendulum the complete other way, where now many pockets of the FNAF community vehemently believe that these most recent stories are fully canon with the games. In other words, we're no longer talking about an alternate universe where events are similar to the games, but with slight differences. Oh no. Now the debate is all about whether what you read in the books also happened in the Pizzaplex that we play through in the games. So before we dive into that can of worms, let's just talk about the stories themselves. I already filled you in on GGY, which means it's time to talk about the other 3, which tell themselves a connected timeline of events. Starting with the first, the Mimic. This is the one that everyone has been losing their collective minds over. This story tells the tale of Edwin, a genius inventor and single father, and his hyperactive son, David. Basically, Edwin is overworked. Years ago, he sold his struggling robotics company to Fazbear Entertainment, who now has him hard at work turning their, quote, weird costumes into entertaining robots. With the first one that he's working on being a bright yellow chick. There's just one problem here, David. David is 4 in all the best and worst ways possible. It means that he's sweet and excitable, but it also means that he's moody and demands a lot of time and attention. 2 things that Edwin does not have. So to fix his problem and get himself more work time, Edwin creates a piece of software known as Mimic 1. Using some spare robot parts, he makes a legless endoskeleton that's able to copy everything that David does. Basically, this thing's an AI that's using David as his training data. And while Mimic 1 starts by merely copying copying David, pretty soon it's able to respond on its own, independently. And David loves this thing, which means that Edwin is finally able to disappear into his work. Everything seems to be going well until tragedy strikes. An unsupervised David runs out in the middle of a busy highway.
He gets fucking killed by getting hit by a car.
And he takes all his rage out on the Mimic, this robot that continues to behave like his son, infusing the metal of the bot with pure agony. We then flash forward in time to Edwin being gone, and the Mimic roaming the halls of his abandoned home, a brutal killer still in possession of David's childlike tendencies. So, does any of that sound familiar? Cause it should. It's Henry Emily, a genius inventor who helped create the robots of Fazbear Entertainment, a man who also happens to be a single father whose only child dies in a tragic accident when they decide to run outside, a creator whose first project was Chica. Now, that alone would be plenty of connected dots, but the story continues to hammer home the parallels between these two men. In past videos, I've talked a lot about Henry's signature animatronic design, the hinged jaws that we see on the original animatronics, as well as the Rockstar animatronics. Well, guess what? This is how Edwin decided to build the Mimic. Quote, under the eye housing, Edwin had welded in place a hinged jaw. Speaking of Edwin's robots, do you know what Edwin's first business project was? He made robotic vacuum cleaners, presumably like the ones that we see in FNAF 6. Edwin and Henry even share the same sandy brown hair color. But the other big parallel that the story gives us is when Edwin destroys the Mimic. The way this event is described is very similar to when Henry built the final Charlie bot from the Fourth Closet novel. Here's how it's described in Tales of the Pizza
Still need to watch
You can
that.
almost feel his murderous thoughts pouring through his muscles, transfusing through the metal into Mimic systems. And here's what happens when Henry builds the Charlie bot after her death. Quote from that book. When Henry began to make the fourth, his despair turned to rage. He seethed as he soldered her skeleton together, pouring his anger into the forge where he shaped her very bones. It was not Charlotte drenched in grief, it was made alive with Henry's fury. In both instances, we have men who have instilled their creations, animatronics that are literal stand-ins for their dead kids, with the pain and rage of loss. If that's not a solid connection, I don't know what is. Even from a timeline perspective, Edwin being Henry makes a lot of sense. In the Mimic, they specifically call out that he's 24 years old. After the death of his son, he disappears. But then, in another tale from the Pizzaplex, this one called The Storyteller, we meet up with Edwin 40 years later, at the point that he decides to return to the Fazbear franchise to sit on their board of directors. Again, the books make a very specific point to call out all these dates. So why? What's the big deal here? Well, if Edwin is truly the parallel for Henry, Henry lost his daughter Charlie in 1983. We're not exactly sure when he leaves the company, but we definitely know when he comes back, 2023, as evidenced by the numerical code in FNAF 6. 40 years later. A perfect match to the time frame that the books have laid out. In short, Edwin has to be Henry, which means, in a very cool twist, our early franchise timeline was almost perfectly correct. In that video, I said that William Afton's company specialized in hand-sewn mascot suits, and that Henry, when he was brought in, was the one responsible for turning those suits into animatronics. That prediction right there, that was right on the money. I was also on the right track when I said that one of the two founders had their failing company get bought out. I was just wrong about which one. In that timeline video, I suggested that Afton made Fazbear Entertainment, but eventually ran out of money and had to be bailed out by Henry. But as this story shows, it's actually the other way around. Henry was ultimately the one that was bought out. And in one final parallel between the books and the games, the story actually describes the Fazbear exec that gets Edwin to sign away his business as Portly, which connects all the way back to the Silver Eyes, where Afton was described in a similar way. Quote, Afton was as robust and lively as Henry was withdrawn and shadowy. He was a hefty man who had the ruddy geniality of a financially shrewd Santa Claus. Okay, cool, so we've got some confirmation on some early parts of the franchise, but what does any of this mean for Security Breach? Well, that's where the second Edwin story comes in, the Storyteller. In this one, we rejoin Edwin 40 years later. Because of his importance to the early days of Fazbear Entertainment, he now sits on the board of directors, a fact that does not land too well with the current head of the board, Mr. Burrows. Get it? His name's Burrows because everyone's always connected to rabbits. Anyway, to cut costs at the Pizzaplex, Mr. Burrows decides to lay off the entire creative
That's a weird
department.
connection, but
Instead,
that's kind of
replacing
funny.
them with a generative AI that's capable of creating new storylines for all the characters. Basically, this thing is like ChatGPT on steroids. This, understandably, upsets Edwin, who apparently has gone from engineering nerd to creative heart of the company. But he's not just a WGA member that's upset about some Writers Guild's rights. What makes matters worse is the fact that Mr. Burrows isn't using just any AI, he's installing Mimic 1, the same program that Edwin created, the one that was trained by his son 40 years prior. When they install it, it even comes in the form of his son's favorite toy, a white tiger head. And here's where things start to get real crazy.
This is interesting,
this AI
yeah.
controls everything in the Pizzaplex. It runs through a large central tree of wires that are connected through the walls, even tapping into things like the animatronics themselves. In fact, once the Mimic 1 program gets installed, the behavior of all the animatronics starts to change from their normal personalities into something that's a bit more like a 4-year-old. They start to become possessive. They get into tug-of-war matches over toys. They sulk in the corner and cry. David is somehow getting infused into everything that this AI touches. Eventually, Edwin attempts to shut the Mimic One program down, but he dies in the process. However, in his final moments, he attempts to communicate with his son inside the AI. You see, in the Mimic story, Edwin watches David communicating with his robot buddy using a made-up language described like this. Quote, David and Mimic had been doing all manner of odd little drawings that were surrounded by markings that looked vaguely like hieroglyphics. Edwin then uses this same language to communicate with the Mimic software at the end of the storyteller. Quote again, every sheet of paper was covered with odd stick drawings and strange symbols that were not at all familiar to Mr. Burroughs. Squiggles, squares, loops, triangles within triangles. So why is this story such a big deal right now?
It is so amazing about the FNAF community when they can take things apart and figure out the language.
Which means it's time for me to do my best to try and break it all down. Now, I've already mentioned the parallels between Edwin and Henry, but what that also suggests is that Edwin's son David may just be an analog for Henry's only child, Charlie. Not that they're one and the same or following the exact chain of events, but rather that where David goes in the books, we should be looking for Charlie to follow in the games. And in the story, the Mimic One AI that was trained using David winds up controlling the Pizzaplex and all its animatronics via an intricate system of wires. This, to me, is the book suggesting that we should probably be looking for Charlie to be doing the same thing in the games. And wouldn't you know it, but there is a lot of evidence to suggest exactly that. Throughout Security Breach, there are wires everywhere. Black and white striped wires that look very similar to everyone's favorite possessed puppet, Charlie. There are also the staff bots roaming around looking like a twisted version of the puppet. We also see several unexplained Nightmare-owned plushies hidden in strange locations throughout the building, again suggesting that an angry version of Charlie may just be at work within the walls of the building. During my complete timeline, I suggested that the reason we were seeing so much puppet imagery throughout the Pizzaplex is because Charlie's possessing the building poltergeist style. Just like the house in that movie is possessed by angry spirits, the Pizzaplex is haunted by Charlie because it's built on top of the location of the FNAF 6 fire. Basically, her physical form may be gone, but her spirit is still going to haunt the building until Afton is destroyed. And again, I think that this latest story confirms that I was close about the what, but not necessarily about the how. Charlie is still very much here, but it's not a haunting, it's technological. And look at this. The wires are even formed in such a way that they look like the trunk and branches of a tree, exactly the way the Mimic's wires are described to run through the Pizzaplex in the book. Just like David's consciousness infected everything in the Pizzaplex during the Tale story, so too is Charlie infecting everything in the Pizzaplex of the games. But that's not all. Remember that in the book, Edwin uses an elaborate code of symbols, sticks, and shapes to communicate with his son inside of the Pizzaplex. It's designed as an elaborate code of triangles within triangles. That right there, that is the wall code in Security Breach's secret room. Remember that one? If not, here's the abbreviated translation. Break and mend, I built the breath. They hunt now, drawn to life. The storyteller here is giving us a clue that this wall code, these triangles within triangles, they were written by Henry. How? When? Not sure. Honestly, we hadn't even considered him as a possible person to have written this because he was supposed to be dead in the FNAF 6 fire. But if you look at the text with him in mind, the pieces all fit. Henry did build the breath. He was the creator of the animatronics. And in all stories about Henry, we hear about him repurposing old robotic parts. He is breaking and mending them. But midway through, this coded message starts to switch tones. It starts giving instructions. Quote again, dodge, duck, flash, shoot, crawl, run, crush the vile band. Your life, your aim will save those with soul. He's teaching someone their mission. He's giving some robotic AI their instructions, just like Edwin was trying to communicate with the AI in the book. It is their task to save those with soul. But look specifically at the verbs that are written here, especially shoot and flash. This one has to be talking to Gregory. Not only is he the one that's crushing the vile band of the Pizzaplex, all of those actions are things that he performs in the game. He is the only one shooting with the Faz Blaster. He is the only one flashing with the Faz Cam. It seems like Henry, in a last failsafe against Fazbear, may have built a protector using an AI program and spoke to it using his triangle within triangle code. And that protector has to be Gregory. I know, I can't let Robot Gregory go. I get it, but how?
What the fuck? I was not expecting that. Ooh. The Duck donated $3. Have you reacted to some? I didn't get to read the whole thing. Let me go over here so I could read the thing. Have I reacted to SCP short film? No, I have not. If you wish to, post in the reaction ideas section. We may check it out later. Or if you do another $17 in donation, because my whole thing is $20 through Super Chat, or not Super Chat, $20 through what you just donated to. I'll do it after this. If you want. If not, just be patient. I'll check it out when I get a chance to. And I will also go out of my way right now to add that to the timer. So 3 minutes, that is... Or not 3 minutes, $3. That is 4 minutes and 10 seconds. So let me add 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And that should change to 19. Why did it... Wait, it only changed to 16. What the hell? Okay, let me try that again. That. There we go. Alright, 4 minutes added for the $3 donation. Appreciate it, appreciate it.
How else do you explain this? No one else is flashing and shooting. And remember, the story
Money jump scare, indeed.
GY confirms to us that Gregory is patient 46, whose secret therapy tapes are played right next to where this code is in the very same room. Everything in this one room is screaming that the message is for Gregory, written in a code that the books tell us is reserved for robot brains. But this then raises two major questions. First, how could I say that Gregory's a robot when we see him in GGY as just a kid at school? And secondly, GGY makes it clear that Gregory is a villain, hacking into the animatronics and using them to kill people.
Apparently, all 3 of your former therapists have gone missing, or 2 of them are missing. One of them was found dead. The woman's body was pretty messed up. It looked like it was mangled by machinery.
Gregory's pen name for a large portion of the book is Dr. Rabbit, for crying out loud. If that doesn't scream...
I just realized that. Did he put Roxy here because that's the same voice as Roxy?
Gregory's pen name for a...
That sounded like Roxy's voice. Just not robotic.
Large portion of the book is Dr. Rabbit, for crying out loud. If that doesn't scream...
I never noticed that.
Oh, by the way, I'm also working for Afton. I don't know what does. He even calls himself the wizard's most favorite apprentice. So how can I say that he's working for Henry when it's very clearly being told to us that he's also working for William? Well, first off, we never actually see confirmation that he's a human in the books. In fact, we largely get the opposite. Gregory is actually described in the book as, quote, an unfamiliar kid who looked a little lost at the start of the school year. So there's no past with this kid. No growing old together with a group of friends. He just appeared out of nowhere one day. What's more, whenever his friends do something odd, Gregory reacts in a very robotic way. He cocks his head and he has a weird pause in his behavior. Is that a lot to go off of? No. But also nothing about him explicitly says that he's necessarily human, or that he's just the reluctant follower of Afton. But obviously the bigger question here is how? How can he be both a protector bot and an agent of Afton at the same time? This is also a question that's raised in the books. If GGY is saying that Gregory and Glitchtrap are in control of the animatronics, but then the storyteller is saying that an AI version of Charlie is controlling the animatronics.
Split personality?
Both of these stories feel crucial to understanding Security Breach's lore, and yet they seem to contradict each other. So what is going on? Well, for that answer, we actually have to go to the trailer for the new Security Breach DLC, Ruin. In the last few seconds of footage for this new game, we see a glitching techno rabbit, glitching between 2 colors, green and purple. This effect is known as chromatic aberration, which is when the lens of a camera is unable to focus the different colors of light into the exact same point. Usually you see this sort of thing with red and blue, sometimes red and green. Purple and green is not usually the natural color combination for this sort of effect, which means that it's trying to tell us something. And this isn't the only time we see it. If you go over to securitybreachtv.com, which has been the go-to location for all online teasers for these games, the website has the Steel Wool logo down in the corner, glitched again between purple and green. Not only that, they're reverses of each other. Not just reflections, but actually facing in opposite directions. Well, we know that purple is always going to be the villain color. It's evil. That is a given for this franchise.
Very true.
But green, that then, is probably the opposite color, the hero color. And while it could represent Elizabeth with her signature green eyes, what I suspect is more likely is that the green is Charlie, the color of the...
It also could be green could represent innocent and non, like, wanting to murder intent in their actions.
Security puppet's eyes, the color of the wrist.
Besides the ones that have done them wrong. But anybody else is okay.
Band that she was wearing the night that she died, all green. So within Gregory, and honestly within all of these animatronics, there's a capacity for both good and evil. Glitchtrap is in the code, obviously, he's purple, but there's also a force...
I was never one of the people that got mad for Matt Pat's theory on Gregory being a robot, and people can have their theories and be disagreeing, but don't be childish about it. It's a fucking video game. But at the same time, I agree with a lot of his theories, and I agree with his statements and his evidence.
For good, Charlie, in there as well as Green. And what we're playing through is a battle between these two to ultimately decide who wins. That's why the Tiger Head and the Tales from the Pizzaplex story has two differently colored eyes. It shows two forces at work within the same program. This also explains why throughout the game, the other animatronics are getting corrupted, but why Glamrock Freddy isn't. He's booted in safe mode. The storyteller establishes that all the animatronics are hooked into the computer network that controls the Pizzaplex. By glitching out and then rebooting in safe mode, Glamrock Freddy is separated from that system, as well as any sort of corruption that's happening within it. And just like that, it all became crystal clear. The reason we have two stories telling us about two different sources of control over the animatronics in the Pizzaplex isn't because Scott changed his mind or because Steel Wool didn't get the memo. It's because Ruin is literally going to be a battle for control. The forces of evil, Glitch Trap, versus the forces for good, Charlie. One who wants to kill kids and use their souls to gain eternal life, and another who wants to put it all to rest and protect those who can still be saved. And Gregory is stuck there in the middle, both of them existing in...
It's interesting to watch this after the fact that the game's out and how different, in a sense, it really was compared to this theory. But at the same time, how it does have some connections, but not fully.
Side of him, like he says himself at the end of the trailer.
Don't give up on me yet.
AI. No, obviously AI has been the buzzword of 2023, talking about how powerful it is, fears about it taking our jobs, concerns about the ethics of it. If you read an article online, there's a chance that it's been written by ChatGPT. See some cool artwork that just won a competition? Turns out Dolly made it. Watch a cool YouTube video?
Geez, MatPat, you're using a lot of power. You wouldn't last 1 minute playing 2020 mode, which I totally beat on my first try, by the way.
There's a chance that those voices were produced by...
Honestly, I missed that. Like, I missed that hype. A lot of people were loving those type of fucking videos. I honestly probably should have reacted to a couple of them while it was popular. But I remember seeing the clips and stuff like that with the fucking AI president voice gaming videos and stuff.
AI. But for all the talk about it, what exactly is AI? Basically, artificial intelligence is a machine...
Too late now, though, but...
ability to think like a human. You feed the machine a bunch of data, and the computer brain is able to learn from it. It ingests all that information and then makes decisions based on that data moving forward. It actually closely parallels the way that we learn. We also ingest data from our environment and then use that data to make our decisions. And just like with a human, the more data that you're feeding into these things, the more sophisticated and well-rounded the responses become, and the more lifelike it seems. Well, within reason. You see, there's a problem with all of this. You have to be careful about the data that you're feeding it. If you aren't properly filtering the information that's being ingested, making sure that it's factual and unbiased, then bad things are gonna start to happen. If I put in a bunch of misinformation, the responses I get back are just gonna be wrong. And that makes sense, right? The computer doesn't know any better. It only knows what we tell it. But things can actually get a lot worse than that. What if I put in a bunch of hateful opinions or biases?
I just realized how long this reaction's gonna be to upload.
You're gonna get a dark reflection of that data.
When I upload this as an individual video.
Play out live in real time over on Twitch last year. Back in December of 2022, one of the big trends was an AI-generated show called Nothing Forever. This show was designed to parody the old comedy series Seinfeld, with its dialogue and assets all being generated by AI in real time. ChatGPT for the scripts, DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, a few others.
I didn't hear about any of that.
Impressive. Not only was this thing a pretty darn accurate replica of the classic series, but it was also just cool to see how all these systems could work together to make something entirely brand new. But then one day, GPT-3 experienced outages, prompting the creators to switch over to a different AI chat system, one that was less filtered, one that was less sophisticated with its ingested data. All of a sudden, the jokes the AI was making in the show became harmful and abusive. Characters started using slurs and making hateful jokes, and the show got suspended from Twitch. Bad data equals bad results. But then, how does this all apply to FNAF? Well, each new Tales of the Pizzaplex book has leaned more and more into AI. In The Mimic, we watch as Edwin, a close parallel to Henry from the games, makes an AI program to help entertain his son while he's away at work. In The Storyteller, we watch as that same AI system gets installed and starts controlling the entirety of the Pizzaplex. In the epilogues, we watch as an AI program takes its ingested data too seriously, ripping the arms and legs off of people, wrongly assuming them to be robots. Bad data again, yielding bad results. And the newest story, The Monty Within, makes all of this crystal clear when a boy named Kane gives a presentation about the human brain. He proposes that the left hemisphere of the brain is essentially
essentially like a computer, an AI within every person. That AI is then responsible for all the negative self-talk and flaws that human beings have. Quote from the story, "My point is that AI can only use what it's given. When the AI has bad data, it can turn into something that's harmful to itself and to the systems around it." The actual theory that this guy's spouting is a little bit out there in terms of realism, but the fact that he specifically calls it the AI within, it's no coincidence. The new villain of FNAF is rogue AI, unpoliced and then unleashed, with us humans helplessly trying to pick up the pieces too late and getting ripped to shreds in the process. But obviously all that's just happening in the books. Nothing like this actually exists in the games, otherwise we'd be aware of it, right? Right? It has been there and it's been under our noses the entire time. If you take this knowledge of AI from the books and start to take a look back through the games, you can see Scott sowing the seeds for these ideas as far back as Help wanted. In fact, I actually called this very plot twist 4 years ago.
Then again, to call this character William would be missing a huge chunk of this game's story. This isn't William. It's no longer the same guy. He's now an AI replicating the behaviors of William.
To truly unpack what I'm talking about here, we have to actually rewind all the way back to FNAF VR and the origins of Glitch Trap. It's hard to remember this.
And who knows what else we're gonna get once VR 2 comes out.
Now, but when the happy waving bunny virus first filled our screens, there was a lot of confusion about what exactly he was. Was this the spirit of Afton manifesting within the code, or was he just a digital copy of Afton? We're told in the game that...
I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it. It was just junk. Circuit boards and things like that. Looked pretty old. Somehow, though, there was usable code on some of it.
He's Afton, scanned into the system off of circuit boards, but...
I think eventually we'll hit 1 million subs. I'm pushing for it,
Why would his
but
essence
it'll just
be
take a
on
while.
Circuit board? Back then, possession was the order of the day. Remnant, spirits infused into animatronic parts.
If you made it this far in the reaction when this becomes an individual video, hopefully you do have hit that subscribe button at this point. Help me and hit that subscribe button.
And so, for a long time, we just collectively settled on the idea that Afton had somehow managed to escape his purgatory of Ultimate Custom Night by attaching a piece of his soul to a circuit board that was buried in the spring-lock suit that he was wearing. That circuit board then got scanned during the events of FNAF VR and AR, creating Glitch Trap, a virus that would then spread throughout Fazbear's systems, eventually passing into Vanessa. The series moved on, and we all moved on with it. But I would be lying if I said that this was the cleanest solution out there. The solution implied that Fazbear Entertainment went to the burned-down FNAF 6 pizzeria, found the spring-lock suit with Afton's dead body still inside, and then just, took out the circuit board to use. Somehow I'm not convinced that the workers would have been happy to continue their job when they pry open a suit and discover the remains of the company's founder inside. And yet, that was just the best that we had, because up to that point, that was largely the rules of the series. It was about the supernatural, not the sci-fi. It was possessions and ghosts, not rogue AI and technology on the fritz. Or at least
it has been changed a lot.
The series was about that yet. But we were wrong. In FNAF World, take a look at the world map for me. It's messy, right? This thing is just so odd. It's hacked together with no transition between the lands. It's complicated with all these twisting pathways that have no rhyme or reason to them. And then also, just on a basic level, why is it so zoomed out like this? Say what you will about Scott Cawthon's game programming, but he should know enough to make a better, more usable map than this thing, right? Well, that's because it's not a map. It's a diagram. It's a blueprint. A blueprint of the human brain. I know that sounds absolutely insane, but just take a look at this map. And now, take a look at this map. This map of the human brain. Notice all the parallels here. A long brainstem right here in the middle where Pinwheel Funhouse is, Deep Metal Mine and Black Tomb Yard. Two smaller rounded areas in the back matching the cerebellum and the occipital lobe. Two smaller rounded lobes in the back of the brain. Even the twisting nature of the game's various pathways act exactly like the brain. Our brain is full of wrinkles, the gyri or curves and the sulci or grooves. It's built that way so we have as much surface area in there as possible, which allows for more neuronal connections to happen, thereby making us smarter. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in this FNAF world map. That's also why it stays zoomed out the entire time, so we can see the silhouette. We can understand what Scott was actually going for.
It's a representation of your brain!
That white blob in front, it's either an eyeball or the frontal lobe. This, I suspect, was Afton's earliest experimentation with AI, with turning a robot brain into something truly intelligent, to try and put things back together like he promised his dying son. Back then, we weren't looking for clues to humanoid robots, but now, going back to the series and looking forward, we see those hints everywhere. Fast forward to Sister Location, there it is again. Afton literally Henry has human heads sitting there on the desk, blinking, hidden
True.
in plain sight right in the lobby. He was trying to create people. He was experimenting with creating artificial intelligence. Either he or Henry, maybe even both of them, created an AI program to speed up the programming process, to learn the way that a human learns, to copy and bring new life to their dead children. By observing Afton, by copying him, the program was basically able to act as a second brain.
Have a good one.
Inputting bad
Thanks for
data
being here.
got
Just
them bad
Epic. Don't forget to
results,
vote
and we
for
wound
the
up with glitch trap. There's
YouTube
also
community
another
page
related
stuff
possibility here.
for
In the
the
books,
for
genius
what I
inventor
play
Edwin,
next
parallel to the
tomorrow.
game timeline's Henry, creates the mimic program
Members
to
only can
entertain a
vote for
small
it.
child, giving it a rudimentary body so it can play and learn from the small boy. Eventually, his child dies, and Edwin abandons everything in his grief, including this mimic program. Fazbear Entertainment rolls in to collect what was their property, and
I
doing
did a
so,
reaction.
collects
It's
the
up on the
mimic,
channel
but not
of
before it
the
kills a number
the
of their
FNAF movie.
employees. In true Fazbear fashion, that doesn't really stop them. Instead,
I
they
give it like a
collect
6 out of
parts,
10.
repurpose them, including the circuit boards, in order to create, quote, new scenarios for VR, AR, and arcade games, which is exactly what we see happening throughout FNAF VR and AR. Old circuit boards of the original games made by a rogue indie developer getting scanned into the system, child murder and all. And from that data, the system spits out Glitch Trap. Bad data, again, yielded bad results. The Mimic basically got itself a crash course in Afton. The AI is watching and learning how it should behave based on his actions, leading to it manifesting as a man in a rabbit suit. Either way, whether the Mimic program was built by Henry or William, an AI trained itself up to be Afton incarnate. Burn Trap showing up during one of the endings of the Security Breach.
Alright,
was
this is
one of
the
weirdest,
last
most
one,
frustrating
probably.
things to ever happen in this franchise. We all collectively rolled our eyes and uttered his catchphrase, "I always come back," thinking, yeah, but did you really have to? It just raised more questions than it answered, like, how are you still alive? Was Henry wrong about Remnant being destroyed at high temperatures? Did Afton manage to escape the fire? It was nearly impossible to say. We had a few ideas that involved Vanessa repurposing Glamrock Bonnie's endoskeleton, but now I think we actually know the truth. And again, that truth is rooted in this AI concept. Probably the best and scariest part of Security Breach was the utility tunnels, a bunch of narrow passageways full of endoskeletons that only attack when you're looking at them. But throughout this area, there's also a lot of posters on the wall. Weird posters, all meant to teach the Glamrock endoskeletons how to behave, how to correctly hold a child's hand, how to play nicely with other kids, how to not scare a girl in a bed that has a bedspread and lamp of the FNAF 4 house. Hold on, that's not just any bed either, it's a hospital bed. Oh, that feels like it has huge implications for the lore of FNAF 4. Anyway, that is not my focus right now. The point is, the endoskeletons down there in the basement, they're...
Every bit can lead to more lore.
Being trained up. They're being taught. They're being educated one by one. Data is being ingested by their systems. My suspicion is that whoever's doing the training down there, they're trying to find the right mix of data, the right combination of inputs to get the desired output. But what would that desired output be? Afton. You see, these robots have clearly been tampered with. If you keep looking, you see one poster where the robot is being taught not to knock over the cake. But then the X has been crossed off and replaced with a purple check mark. Yes, we do want that bad behavior. When you see a hurt child, don't help them. But as one last reveal for this section of the game, in the big final room, we see an endoskeleton wearing purple bunny ears and another purple rabbit behind him.
Wow.
That right there is Vanny, messing around with the new mimic line of Glamrock endoskeletons. It literally reveals her plan to turn one of them
remember
into
that
the
at
new
all.
Afton. She's finding the inputs that are required to create an army of evil Afton bots. She's looking for the data that produces her bad results. And that ultimately is what Burn
Thank you for the
Trap
nice
is, body
compliment,
of
my dude.
Afton, the
Appreciate
mind
it.
Of a mimic. The epilogues of
Hope
the
you
new
enjoyed
book
the rest of the
series take place in
stream,
FNAF 6
and
location
stick around
under
for
the
more
Pizzaplex
because
as
I will
it's
be
being
doing a
built.
bunch
shipment
more
of
tomorrow when I
animatronics
wake
arrive,
up.
But one of these is unlike the others, looking burnt and mangled. Since they can't put this
I've
burnt
been
one
live
up on
as of
stage
right
with all
now
the
for
other new
over
animatronics,
12
one of the workers
hours.
decides to program it to tear the heads and arms off of the
Almost
junk
13.
endoskeletons that are just lying around. This obviously goes horrifically wrong though when the little robo decides
Actually, no,
to take his
13, yeah,
programming
around
a bit
13
too
hours right now.
seriously. He starts ripping the heads and arms off of anything that looks humanoid, including construction workers and later a group of teens who sneak their way in the facility. We learn, alongside the teens, that this thing is also running a version of the Mimic program, and that it likes to wear costumes. It's also physically able to contort itself into
And
any
that got
animatronic
confirmed in the
costume or
Ruined
shell that it
DLC.
needs to, expanding and contracting to fit any space or shape that it needs, even if that space is a human body. Quote, in a nanosecond, one of the Mimic's spidery legs reached out and peeled open the back of the blue dog costume. The instant the costume was breached, the Mimic wormed its way past the edges of the matted blue fur. Shockingly, the Mimic shoved itself inside the costume with Kelly. Lucia heard a sickening crunch. So, hold on a minute. A Mimic in the ruins of the FNAF 6 pizzeria that likes wearing old costumes, even if there's already a human body inside? That right there, that is Burn Trap. That's why we see what are essentially new Glamrock animatronic parts entwined with the old fleshy parts of Afton. It's not that Vanessa rebuilt the body and just decided that they'd make for good decoration, the mimic is literally contorting itself to fit in with what remains of Afton inside of his existing suit. So feed an AI program a bunch of data about a serial killer and boom, you get yourself a serial killer. But feed an AI too much data, or data that conflicts, things start to get messy in a hurry. Enter Tiger Rock. In the books, AI is represented by two main creatures.
Okay.
One is obviously the mimic that's roaming around in the basement like we just talked about, but the other is another version of the mimic program, Tiger Rock, an AI that's in charge of the pizza
That's
place.
right.
A tiger that, very specifically, has mismatched blue and green eyes. A
Different
very literal way of
personalities,
showcasing
different
the two
conflicts.
clashing forces that are operating inside of it. But what exactly are those conflicting forces? The book never makes it clear. In our last theory, I spoke a lot about how Edwin and his son David are stand-ins for characters from the game timeline. One of the creators of Fazbear Entertainment, Henry, and his young daughter Charlie. In the book, the mimic was built to copy David, and so presumably in the game, if the mimic's there, it would also be designed to potentially copy Charlie, who was sadly killed by William and goes on to possess the puppet. And wouldn't you know it, just like the David AI taking control of the Pizzaplex in the book, that's why we're seeing puppet imagery weirdly spaced throughout the game, in puppet-colored wires, weirdly placed plushies, painted staff bots. It's an AI that's taken over the operation of the Pizzaplex, infusing itself into the very wires of the building. That's why both the books and the game have conversations written in weird, mysterious, shape-based lettering. It shows us that the mimic program, Edwin's son, the entity controlling the Pizzaplex, the puppet, Charlie, and Henry are all connected. But while I am absolutely convinced that Charlie exists in the wires of the Pizzaplex, one thing that I haven't been able to answer yet is why all the imagery is evil. We're not seeing plushies of the marionette, we're seeing plushies of the nightmare puppet all over the Pizzaplex. The scary, evil
That is
version
true.
of the character. Why though? This character is not evil. If anything, this character is pure good. Is it because suddenly the puppet's vindictive? It's mad about being killed? Maybe it's angry that it's been summoned again to have to protect another generation of kids. No, I don't think so. In my last theory, I suspected that it had to do with Afton being mixed in with the puppet program. So you have these two competing codes, these two competing forces having to share one space, one body, for lack of a better word. And I think that I was really close on that one, but still not quite right. Think about it. Tiger Rock is very clearly meant to have a green eye and a blue eye. Green and blue. Charlie and Elizabeth, the puppet and baby. The protection of the puppet mixed with the violence and anger of Elizabeth. Throughout the books, Tiger Rock is depicted as having a duality about him. He's good and loving and fun, but then suddenly he turns sinister and threatening. There's this moment in one of his stories where he literally helps a kid like, quote, a puppet on a string. Doesn't get much more explicit than that. And yet later that same story, he just rolls up and rips the kid's arms clean off. No joke, that is how the story ends. It is very bizarre and dark. Do I have a lot of...
That would... Yeah. That is a very escalated moment. Holy fuck.
Evidence to suggest that Elizabeth might be mixed in there? Yeah, I'd say I have like a medium amount. Outside of Baby's iconic blue eyes, we also have ourselves years of book canon establishing that Elizabeth and Charlie are often revealed to share the same body, most explicitly with the Fourth Closet novel. We also have this weird moment in the main Tiger Rock story where he takes the form of a white clock face. This moment comes out of nowhere and is unlike anything else in the story, but where have we seen that sort of thing before? Sister Location and the white baby-faced clock. Let's just call it a theorist hunch. I suspect that that is why both the puppet and baby are deactivated when we see their masks in the blob. Their actual AI code, their spirits, whatever you want to call them, they're off elsewhere. They're in a separate AI entity, the wires of the building. But speaking of the blob, the AI theory also...
Honestly, I would say that kind of works a little bit with... That definitely does work with the story.
Solves that one too. So Daddy AI is down in the basement, and the AI trained on the two warring daughters is fighting for control up in the Pizzaplex itself. What about the blob then? Well, the blob is just everything else. It's the mixed data. It's the AI when you feed it too much information. When you open the entirety of the internet to ChatGPT, a confusing mess of wires and information and a lot of angry people. As Glamrock Freddy says,
my friends are here.
Take a look at this description for the mimic from one of the book's epilogues. Quote, creeping out the back of the overalls-clad mushroom was an abomination of twisted and contorted metal. A mass of metal joints with wires, with one of its eyes on one leg and the other on its back. One of the legs extended from where its
almost
mouth
done with this.
Unlike the mimic's footfalls when it was upright, this configuration of the mimic's parts made a tisk tisk sound. A sloppy ticking that was at the same time squelching wet and dryly brittle. End quote. There is only one creature that's still around in the series that matches that description. The Blob. That's right, I'm telling you that I think the Blob, this confusing, weirdly designed mess that we found in the basement of the security breach, is actually one final version of the mimic. Just listen to the sounds that it makes. Its appearance and the sounds that it make match how it's described in the book almost word for word. A twisted body that's able to grow and shrink, slither into suits, expand and contract, a mass of twisted and contorted metal parts, wet yet dry-sounding movement. It is absolutely him. There's even some in-game evidence to suggest that this is more than just speculation. The Fazwatch tells us that a huge amount of power goes down to the basement. We all thought that it was meant to keep Burntrap's body alive. But what if instead it's to keep the Blob alive? In the books, whenever the mimic appears, the lights tend to flicker and go out as it draws power from anything around it. That also means the ending then, where the Blob scoops up Afton, it's just him ingesting more data. The Afton data. It's all the data coming together, getting mixed up, getting more complicated inside that Freddy spaghetti. It's a mimic sweep. And, as I discussed in a previous theory, it's also why I suspect that Gregory is not who he says he is in the Ruin trailer. It's the mimic still. An AI now trained by watching Gregory's behavior
and that
throughout
was
security
true.
breach, hearing Gregory's voice talking to Freddy. Bit by bit, this AI is absorbing everything around it, learning from it, assimilating it. And there you have it, my friends. Nearly a decade in the making, my FNAF timeline for where the franchise is here in 2023. The year of Fazbear Frights, by the way. As always, it wouldn't be right for me to finish without going over some of the more controversial takes that I just handed out. I think we can all agree that this part of the timeline was always going to be the hardest. So let me just break down some of the major points. First of all, the biggest swing, and obviously the one that everything else rests upon, Mrs. Afton being the CEO of Fazbear Entertainment LLC. Here's why I went with this route. Now, first and foremost, the head of Fazbear Entertainment is the single biggest mystery that we're meant to solve at this point in the lore. The Ultimate Guide brings it up repeatedly. Who's running the show? Who is okaying these decisions? And in the security breach memos, we get multiple mentions of someone manipulating things from the top down. Whoever this is, they are the person driving forward every other facet of late-stage FNAF lore here. They're the puppet master who's hiring the indie dev. They're the ones relaunching the brand, building the Pizzaplex over the burial ground. So everything at the end of the timeline relies on this one singular answer. Now, as I see it, there are two possibilities here. One, an adult robot Elizabeth, like we see older versions of robot kids in the fourth closet, or Mrs. Afton. Could it be someone completely new to the franchise? Absolutely yes, but in a game with so many returning faces and repeated themes, it would be pretty random.
It would make more sense for
Mrs.
Mrs.
Girl
Afton.
Bosses, who then would
I feel like the most.
Elizabeth always wants to please her daddy, so she'd be most likely wanting to bring him to life. But then, what's Vanessa's role in all of this? Vanessa is clearly meant to be a parallel for Elizabeth. Same hair, same eyes, similar backstories, but if the main goal is getting the Afton family back together, which seems to clearly be the case in Security Breach, then there's no need for Vanessa to be involved at all. We already have Elizabeth running the show.
It really feels like it'd be the wife, and I hope we get more information in the upcoming VR Help 1 to 2, basically.
We know next to nothing about her outside of any clues that we can get from Immortal and the Restless,
and it would go with the theory of her being the pushing for the game developments of Help Wanted 1. We now will hopefully be getting, during the Help Wanted 2 stuff, more info that will lead to who, what, and why Mrs. Afton is doing what she's doing, and if it actually truly is her.
And Bellora's song. But what her being head of Fazbear does is make every other piece of the lore fit. Suddenly, you can have one of every other type of character. One robot kid in Gregory, one brainwashed human in Elizabeth/Vanessa, one OG corpse in William, and one possessed animatronic in Mike. Narratively, it makes everything else cleaner. Legally, it's also the option that makes the most sense. As I call out in my narrative, she'd likely have some stake in the original company and all of its assets. So as Fazbear folds as a company, I'd suspect a lot of it would return back to her. But there was one clue that really sold me on this particular direction, and that was this right
the
here,
dinner,
in the
dinner site
room, the big lore central of Security Breach, a dinner table scene with the whole family, including the mother. And not only is she there, she is at the head of that table, the position of highest honor and responsibility. She is the one in charge, with William being relegated off to the side. That one scene shows that we have to include Mom in there somewhere, and the only place it makes sense for her
pointed
to be
towards
is at the
in
top.
that.
Now there is one big dilemma with my interpretation of all this. The Ultimate Guide really
because let's be honest, if William was in charge and everything, he would be the one at the head of the table. But in the direction that they're going with the story, with Security Breach, Ruin, and the upcoming Help Wanted 2, it is most likely going to be Mrs. Afton, because we have had little to nothing that involves her, besides like little tiny references and stuff.
Fazbear doesn't want the glitch trap virus to spread. They call out one particular email in FNAF AR where the legal team calls a cease and desist to all action about scanning the circuit boards. And even in FNAF VR, we're told that the circuit boards get stolen back by the client, presumably once they realize what danger is on there, trying to stop glitch trap before he spreads and gets out of hand. Here's the problem with that though, if the head of Fazbear doesn't want Afton to rise again, why'd they restart the company in the first place? Why'd they build over the FNAF 6 pizzeria? Why'd they go through an elaborate cover-up to make the possessed Vanessa an important part of the company? Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It would be the most inconsistent series of actions ever, but I did want to call attention to it since it seems to be the route that the official guide is trying to steer us towards. Moving on to minor point number 1, the Five Nights at Freddy's games were made by the rogue indie developer. Here's the thing, FNAF VR opens with this line.
That's why we have recreated many of these completely fictitious scenarios, lies that you've been fed over the last several years, into a hilarious VR game.
It's recreating the lies told to you by the indie developer, and since Help Wanted has direct recreations of FNAFs 1 through 3, it means the games must be part of the fabrications that this developer made up. Also, all of this is heavily implied in the story of the same name, Help Wanted and Tales of the Pizzaplex, hence FNAF 1 through 3, canon games within the lore of the series. Big swing number 2, the elephant, or ghost in the room, Charlie infecting the Pizzaplex. John from the channel FNAF has made some great findings about Charlie's influence over the Pizzaplex. The cables that looked like the striped arms of the puppet, the Nightmarion plushies that you find hidden across the Pizzaplex in weird places, the staff bots with creepy smiles and in your dreams written on the front, all of these things scream puppets. Plus, with the puppet mask not having tears in the blob, seems to imply that Charlie's spirit exists elsewhere. She is still in play, and she has an important role, especially in Gregory's post-it room. The doors to the post-it room in the game's code are called Charlie doors, and inside we see a bunch of lit up nightmare staff bot heads. Suspicious, to say the least. The channel ID's Fantasy did a great theory looking at the post-it notes, concluding that the crying child / Gregory isn't alone in this room, but rather might be communicating with someone. A spirit, Charlie. Charlie's spirit seems to have pulled a poltergeist. Instead of controlling one thing, she's affecting a lot of little details, foundational elements of the Pizzaplex. And this isn't the first time that we've seen this in the franchise either. We've seen spirits communicating with people through physical writing in the survival log.
Hey, appreciate the
compliment.
compliment.
This is an established means
and yeah, I'm
of
doing
spirit
good.
Communication within this
I'm just getting on the tired side
that
because
to
of
some
how long
extent
I've been
it might
live.
be Charlie's influence making Gregory go haywire. Which brings me then to my final and probably biggest controversy in recent FNAF history, Gregory as Patient 46, the evil robot mastermind. Now, I know when I first came out with this theory a year ago, people were mad. But here's the thing, you don't have to take my evidence points for it anymore. The recent Tales from the Pizzaplex story GGY basically goes and just outright proves it. In GGY, we find out about a boy named...
It's in the book. And you guys have been saying that what's in the book is official. You gotta accept it.
Gregory, who's getting all the high scores in the Pizzaplex arcade machines. When therapists start to go missing, it's confirmed that GGY is the one that's working to bump them off. And when animatronics start getting corrupted by a mysterious glitch, GGY's letters are found inside the code. He even chooses the code name Dr. Rabbit, for crying out loud. But obviously, by the time of security breach, Gregory is working against Burn Trap, Vanessa, and the animatronics. Why? How? Well, it's not really clear. I tend to believe that something must have happened to cause him to either lose his memory or be reset in some way. Maybe it was Charlie talking to him in his post-it room. Maybe he hit his head. Maybe it was the connection that he made with Mike on stage in Glamrock Freddy. Not exactly sure, and I don't think we have enough clues to solve any of it yet. But it makes sense from a story perspective why he'd start off evil on Afton's side and then switch to trying to destroy him and not knowing who he is in Security Breach. And with that, my friends, I'm wrapping this thing up. Congratulations, we are on page 40. 22,000 words of FNAF, baby. Practically just wrote myself a Tales of the Pizzaplex short story. Have I answered everything? No. Does everything fit cleanly? No. But does it feel like the best and most cohesive narrative for all these characters that addresses most of the evidence we're given? Yeah.
Yes.
For me, honestly, it really does. And with that, my friends, we can finally rest. I can leave the demon to its
till the next one, after the DLC and after the upcoming VR2 Help Wanted.
Demons with what?
Or VR Help Wanted 2.
Final reminder that it was all just a theory.
A game theory. And that was a long video to watch. Guys, if you made it through this entire thing, I appreciate you. This was a lot to watch. This was over 2 hours of a reaction. I appreciate you all being here. I ain't ending the stream yet. I still have almost 7 hours left on the Memberthon to do. So if you weren't here during the Memberthon and you watched this and I'm still live for some reason, Holy shit. Join up, hang out, and talk with me. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Till then, later. Okay, I'm going to pause the timer. I'm going to wrap things up for now. I will be back live tomorrow when I wake up, and the timer will resume once I go live again. But I am tired. I've been live for almost 14 hours straight, and we still got 6 hours and 45 minutes to do, and I'll be doing more tomorrow. Thank you everyone who did the gifting of subs. Hopefully we can get more subs so I can stream longer. Hopefully we can also gain just more people to show up once I start up in the afternoon whenever I wake up. It is 4:13 a.m. for me right now, and I am fucking tired. Doing as long of a stream as I've done. Let's go for 20 more hours. Hey, I want to go till Halloween, but that can only happen if people keep the timer going, because once the timer hits 0, that is it. The stream ends. So, I'll see you when I wake up. Bye, guys.